So, Luo Feng became a beam of light and flew straight into the distant 9-universe bridge. 9-universe heavenly bridge, the first 3 levels were shrouded in mist. The 4th and 5th levels were shrouded in squall. Reaching the peak, the 5th level's distance from the ocean was extremely high. One could only see the mad winds from the 4th level amidst the darkness, not even the ocean. 5th level. Luo Feng stood on the bridge looking at the tornado ahead. That continuous tornado let out a sound. Choose fighter, controller, hypnotist. Choose one, defeat your opponent and you can proceed to the 6th level. Controller. Luo Feng didn't even hesitate. Chi. From the tornado a silver-armored silhouette swiftly flew out. Wearing a silver mask, the skinny man stood on a dark cloud shuttle carrying a dark golden long rod. His weapons etc. were still similar to Luo Feng's. Coming to try the 5th level at universe level, you must be very confident. The silver-armored man sneered, take out all your strength, otherwise once I attack you won't even be able to defend. Arrogant punk. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle coldly gazing at the silver-armored man before the tornado. Hoo-ha! The dark golden long rod behind him swiftly shot out gold beams of light that covered the sky. Large amounts of little golden blades floated before Luo Feng. Countless threads weaving through them, every little blade kept a small distance between each other. On each the complex engravings shot out more golden thread, a total of 1,600 little golden blades shooting out gold origin law-infused golden threads that weaved and connected, swiftly forming together a blurry huge totem pillar. Nanshan Armaments 4th level. Optimum power. The totem pillar floated before Luo Feng. Only the 4th level? The silver-clothed man smiled coldly. To be able to use the 4th level of the Nanshan armament at universe level is very impressive. However, to pass the 5th level, that's just a dream. But rumble. While speaking, the golden long rod on his back was like a secret weapon shooting in all directions large amounts of golden light. In an instant, almost like a glaring sun itself, countless golden light swiftly condensed, every 81 of them forming one golden blade. A total of 36 true golden blades that were 1 chi long, all floating before him. Chi, 36 golden blades fused together, large amounts of golden threads weaving and linking them. A 3 long dark golden blade, almost like a true golden blade, one couldn't even see any slits between. Without careful examination, one couldn't even see the golden threads in between. This huge blade floated before the silver-armored man. Nanshan Armaments 5th level, Space Slicer. 5th level? Luo Feng thought, so it's that way. This 5th level opponent uses the 5th level of the Nanshan armament. Right now my grasp of the drizzle picture and comprehension of the gold origin laws still cannot produce the 5th level of the Nanshan armament. However, the first picture, the raindrop picture, I've completely seen through the 9 wonders, fusing the 9 into one body. My totem pillar is much stronger than any other totem pillar. Luo Feng very clearly remembered. Back when he first attempted the 1st level, his heaven-piercing blade was defeated by the opponent's 3 blades into one. This meant one thing, it didn't mean that the higher the level, the higher the strength and power. Go and die. The silver-armored man coldly gazed at Luo Feng. Xiao. The 3 long dark golden long blade immediately tore through the sky and became a gold blur. Rumble, the totem pillar began to roll. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 37, Comprehension. Volume 11, Chapter 37, Comprehension. I'll make you understand that the 5th level of the Nanshan armament isn't necessarily stronger than the 4th. Luo Feng thought within, standing on the dark cloud shuttle, the gold blur was already piercing towards him from the distance. Luo Feng, however, had long shot out what seemed like a golden energy ball that wrapped around the totem pillar. Rumble, the totem pillar rolled, and while it seemed slow, however, in an instant it blocked the gold blur. He actually blocked it? Sliced through it. The silver-armored man in the distance gazed coldly. Chi. The dark golden long blade was like lightning immediately piercing the totem pillar. With a loud clash, the surface of totem pillar shook violently. The spot where it sliced had broken golden threads. Little golden blades began to float up. Rejoin. With a thought, the floating little golden blades immediately re-entered the totem pillar. The law-infused golden threads weaved through them and the totem pillar was once again formed. What a powerful space slicer, indeed the 5th level. Luo Feng was shocked within. He didn't just specialize in studying the space laws, his golden horned beast had never relaxed once on studying the gold origin laws. Gold itself was an immovable and solid law, making the totem pillar extremely hard to destroy. He didn't expect the first clash alone to actually cause the totem pillar to partially crumble. The distant silver-armored man's eyes were filled with disdain, laughing loudly. Punk, trying to attempt the 5th level at universe level, stop dreaming. Go back and train for another 1,000 years. Xiao. The dark golden long blade once again pierced through the sky. Luo Feng's expression grew cold. 9-thread loop. Rumble, the totem pillar rolled in mid-air, almost like a giant grabbing the totem pillar and swinging it forward. The totem pillar once again clashed against the golden blade that tried to dodge it. With a loud clash, the golden blur was knocked back and the totem pillar only slightly shaken. The silver-armored man's expression changed. He blocked it again? Xiao. The dark golden long blade once again became a blur and the space around it began to shake. With a blur, it pierced towards Luo Feng again. Rumble. The totem pillar in mid-air left an image in mid-air and once again slowly rolled to right before the extremely quick long blade and clashing again. Rumble. 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 The dark golden long blade became a golden blur and just like a fish in space, time and again pierced towards Luo Feng. The totem pillar, however, strangely enough seemed slow but managed to block the blade over and over again. Every clash didn't even make the totem pillar crumble. How can it be so quick? The silver-armored man frowned. My 4th level is different from that opponent in the Heavenly Bridge level 4's Nanshan Armament 4th level. Luo Feng revealed a smile, thinking within. Right. This was his trump card for the 5th level, 9-thread loop. Raindrop picture. After seeing through it completely and understanding the 9 blade forms, every blade form represented a wonder of the essence itself, able to make a weapon follow the optimum ripple thread movement to attack. However, as the space ripples were complex, with different and various kinds of ripples, it was like the undercurrent of the ocean. Luo Feng was still unable to use all of it. Only meeting a suitable undercurrent, was he able to make his speed reach unbelievable speeds. And the 9 wonders that Luo Feng had comprehended, were considered amongst the space laws the most superficial and basic 9. Hence in any space, there would be at least one of them, allowing Luo Feng to rely on these 9, making his totem pillar reach shocking speeds. Also, with these properties, Luo Feng using the 9-thread flow from the 10,000 thread, fusing into one, creating, from his point of view, a perfect way to control the 9-thread loop. With myself as the center, within a 500 m diameter area, this is my 9-thread loop's absolute control area. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and fiercely rushed towards the distant silver-armored man. Yes, absolute control. Rumble. 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 The totem pillar immediately became 9 totem pillars, within that 500 m ball-like area, time and again blocking the golden long blade. Go and die. Luo Feng controlled the totem pillar on one end while swiftly heading towards the 2, closing their distance, dragging him into his own absolute area. As long as he entered within, he could easily use the totem pillar to kill his opponent. The silver-armored man's expression changed, immediately stepping on the dark cloud shuttle, 1,000 images appeared in mid-air, fleeing far away. I admit you are very strong, but to beat me? You must be dreaming. The silver-armored man communicated via genetic energy. The distant fleeing silver-armored man was raging, roaring at the not-too-distant totem pillar of Luo Feng's, break. Immediately the extremely fast and unpredictable golden blade that was trying time and again to dodge the totem pillar didn't dodge anymore, it instead chose to destroy the totem pillar itself. Rumble! The golden blade became a beam of golden light and madly clashed against the totem pillar, smashing the surface violently. Immediately a large amount of the golden threads were broken from the surface, the little golden blades floated. This made the originally very confident Luo Feng change in his expression. Not good. The golden long blade didn't stop at all, once again clashing hard into the totem pillar, causing Luo Feng, who was controlling through spirit energy, to go pale. This second fierce attack had made his expression go ugly. This was troublesome. The Nanshan armament's 5th level, Space Slicer, its power was much stronger than what he expected. Originally, he thought he could rely on the 9-thread loop and drag his opponent into his 500m absolute area. Once that happens, he could swiftly control the totem pillar to destroy his opponent. As long as the opponent was within his area, the totem pillar's speed exceeded that of the golden long blade. However, the Nanshan armament's 5th level Space Slicer, the long blade that was formed, had two properties. One was its speed and the second was its strength. Initially, the silver armored man wanted to use the long blade to dodge past the totem pillar and kill Luo Feng. Hence, in terms of control, he was focusing more on the speed. However, since Luo Feng unleashed the 9-thread loop and made the speed of his totem pillar within the 500m area extremely fast, blocking the long blade easily time and again, his speed fell behind. The first property, speed, was ineffective, however it still had its second. The 5th level, why was it called Space Slicer? Luo Feng finally understood. Xie. Just like a beam of light shooting over, Luo Feng didn't dare not block it. If he hadn't, that long blade would have easily sliced right through his head. Rumble! That golden blade pierced straight into the totem pillar. Luo Feng felt his consciousness shake hard. The entire totem pillar's surface, which was struck, almost crumbled totally. Luo Feng could only madly use his spirit energy to reform it. What strong consciousness! I'll see how many times you can block. The silver armored man roared. If his consciousness wasn't strong, with one clash the totem pillar would have crumbled. The golden horned beast was currently Domain Lord level 6, hence in truth Luo Feng's consciousness was the Domain Lord level 6 golden horned beasts. Naturally it was strong. Otherwise, he couldn't even receive 3 attacks. Not good. Just 3 fierce attacks have used up close to 30% of my spirit energy, and my mental spirit is fatigued. Luo Feng was pale, staring hard at the opponent before him. Rumble. 4th time. Rumble. 5th time. Luo Feng's lips were pale, staring hard at his opponent, reforming the totem pillar time and again as it almost fully crumbles. I don't believe you can keep blocking, even if your consciousness can withstand it. I don't believe your spirit energy won't wear out. The silver armored man roared, go again. Rumble. 6th time. The totem pillar was once again knocked until 2/3 of it almost fully crumbled. Luo Feng's entire consciousness entered a state of half-blur, as he had used his full strength to control the pillar, requiring a large amount of spirit energy to maintain its form, and spirit energy is linked to one's consciousness. Every clash was a hit on his consciousness itself. Reform. Luo Feng grit his teeth. His spirit couldn't accept defeat, reforming the totem pillar yet again. Gather. Large amounts of spirit energy, almost like countless little hands, grabbed the scattered over 1,000 little golden blades, according to space and golden laws, once again mystically gathering and forming the totem pillar. Each of the blades formed together through the law-infused golden threads. Not right. While reforming the totem pillar, in a blurred state of mind, Luo Feng's mind recalled the 9 universe tablets raindrop picture. This picture had a total of 9 drops. According to theory, Luo Feng had long completely comprehended this picture, understanding its essence. However, at this time, it's this way. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed brighter and brighter. Totem pillar. Luo Feng's energy soared, quickly completing the reforming of the totem pillar. Go and die. Luo Feng pointed at the silver armored man. The totem pillar began to roll. the surrounding space was almost like flatbread being rolled. Pang! The distant dark golden long blade once again pierced over, however as it drew close its speed seemed to strangely decrease. When it finally clashed, it had already lost a great deal of its original power. How can this be? The distant silver-armored man was filled with shock. Rumble! The almost undamaged totem pillar seemed slow in its roll, immediately flashing and appearing before his face, Pucci, almost like crushing an ant, immediately rolling over him leaving nothing but minced meat. On the dark cloud shuttle in mid-air, the pale Luo Feng's eyes were filled with light, muttering, "Yes, before when I comprehended the raindrop picture's 9 drops, I however, didn't comprehended the entire picture." Luo Feng looked at the space before him, almost as though he was looking at 9 types of space ripples flowing together and separating, resonating with the 9-drop picture. It was pleasing. 5th level. Successful. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 38, Basics. Volume 11, Chapter 38, Basics. It's no wonder that when I went to study the 9 Universe tablet and saw the raindrop picture, I always felt it was perfect, but I didn't realize then. I finally get it now. Luo Feng became a beam of light and headed towards the 6th level of the bridge. However, he could feel the incredible rush of adrenaline within him. So, the 9 drops of the raindrop picture, through their interaction and relationship, they can perfectly form one true body. Luo Feng was incredibly happy. Floating Blood was a manual that dissected the 108 wonders. However, in truth, the 9 Universe tablet was still something left behind by some absolute ancient being from before. That being, would he carve out a raindrop picture that was that simple? Just like an octopus's tentacles, affecting space. Luo Feng muttered. It was too wonderful. When he unleashed the totem pillar earlier, it originally had kept all of the blade domain within, as it rolled forward to smash the enemy. Hence the name Optimum Power. And with Luo Feng's comprehension of the raindrop picture as not being solitary, but having interweaving relationships and interaction to form one perfect body, the totem pillar seemed to extend 9 formless arms in the surrounding space, affecting the surrounding space itself. Hence, the opponent's dark golden long blade was pressured by the surrounding space so much that it slowed down, and the totem pillar brutally smashed the enemy. If one said that while comprehending the 9 wonders in the past, I was simply using the universe space ripples to make my attacks faster, then now, Luo Feng thought, with the 9 as 1, I've reached a level through which I can actually affect the space itself. A fish swimming within the ocean. And Luo Feng was this fish, in the space which was the ocean, could affect the ocean itself to pressure the enemy. From flowing in space to affecting it, it was an impressive step. Of course. Compared to those who could easily slice through space or warp it, or even other methods which could completely morph the space coordinates etc., Luo Feng was still far from those. However, his comprehension now exceeded even some sector lords. Luo Feng attempted the 6th level just for the sake of trying. The 5th itself was extremely difficult. Hence, he deduced that he was still far from the 6th level. However, attempting it would give him an estimate. The 6th level opponent still used the Nanshan Armament's 5th level, Space Slicer. Pucci. 1/brushed past Luo Feng's totem pillar, straight through Luo Feng's head. Luo Feng's attempt at the 6th level led to a failure. An extremely straightforward failure. According to the Floating Blood manual, I have to completely comprehend the 2nd picture to a passing level before I can pass the 6th level. I've already reached the peak of comprehension for the raindrop picture. As for the 2nd drizzling picture, I've only just begun. To pass the 5th level is already my limit. Through his failure, Luo Feng understood. A solid foundation was extremely important. However, the level of comprehension itself was also very important. The 2nd picture was much more profound than the 1st, its power was also much stronger. Heavenly Bridge, in the center of the bridge, over 300 geniuses were waiting for their turn to attempt it. "Bolin, you can enter." Watchman Bevan stood in the distance and said. The white-clothed youth immediately rushed towards the bridge, informing everyone, just now, Luo Feng had passed the 5th level. Watchman Bevan shouted loudly. The originally bustling over 300 geniuses went silent, especially the members of the Heaven and Ground, Absolute Beginning and Primal Region. They were all filled with shock. 5th level? The white-clothed Bolin who was rushing towards the bridge stopped suddenly. 5th level? Bolin's eyes gleamed. Then, I definitely have to pass the 6th level, definitely. So? Bolin accelerated and flew straight for the universe bridge. Luo Feng passed the 5th level? How is it so easy for him to pass it? According to the previous batches of genius competitions, even the most exceptional ones only passed the 4th level in the 30 years. The higher it goes, the harder it gets. Passing the 5th level is extremely difficult. How did he even pass it? He's even caught up to Bolin already. Bolin too is only on the 5th level. Mad, that Luo Feng is too mad. This group of geniuses, along with some that returned their consciousness to Primal Chaos City, were all stunned. I just passed the 4th level. Luo Feng, you passed the 5th already? Rong Jun gripped his earth-splitting blade while his eyes were raging. It's good that you know you are falling behind. As for this huge axe tablet's 2nd form, I'll demonstrate it to you one more time. Beside him a silhouette said slowly, causing the space around to reverberate. Yes, teacher. Rong Jun said respectfully. Primal Chaos City, within Truyan's mansion. Truyan Emperor, Tong Nan Emperor and Jade Emperor all sat about casually and chatted, very happy. Truyan revealed an expression of glee. Congrats. Jade smiled and looked at Truyan. Truyan, you've accepted an exceptional student. Ha, Truyan laughed loudly. What? Tong Nan was suspicious suddenly. A while ago, Truyan's newest student just passed the Heavenly Bridge's 5th level. Jade smiled. Jade was the informant and collector of data for this batch of geniuses. Hence, she had naturally ordered Watchman Bevan early on to inform her whenever anyone from that batch passed a level. As for Truyan, he had done the same earlier. 5th level? Tong Nan put down the wineglass, smiling and clapping. Rare, truly rare indeed. The last batch of Virtual Universe 1000 Geniuses' most exceptional one had only passed the 4th level in his 30 years. Jade smiled and nodded. Of the most recent 1000 batches of Virtual Universe Geniuses, including 1000 batches from before, 4168 passed the 3rd level in the first 30 years. 926 passed the 4th. 32 passed the 5th. No one has passed the 6th. The Virtual Universe Company organized a competition every 10,000 years. From every batch, those that passed the 3rd level could be counted with one hand. On average, only one passed the 4th. If the standard for that year was lower, no one would even pass the 4th. If it was higher, maybe 2 or 3 would pass the 4th. As for Luo Feng's batch, Bolin, Luo Feng and Rong Jun, the 3 of them had passed the 4th. On average, it takes about 30 competitions for one genius to pass the 5th. Jade smiled at Truyan. And these absolute geniuses don't necessarily choose the 9-universe tablet. This Luo Feng is truly a rare seedling for your 9-universe sect in 10 million years. Ha, Truyan laughed loudly. I will pass this information to the knight. Jade immediately informed him. She didn't go personally this time, because Nineblade and Guardian Candeli were discussing important matters. Primal Chaos Tablet's Guardian Candelis mansion. The 2 absolute beings were chatting. Good news? Luo Feng passed the 5th level. Luo Feng? I thought that within your Virtual Universe Company's group of punks, the most exceptional was Bolin. His comprehension of the space laws is extremely high. Many sector lords can't even compare to him. In these 30 years, he has been spending his time studying the time laws. Who would have thought, this Luo Feng is just as exceptional. We just received the news, Bolin passed the 6th level. No surprise there. This Bolin is a rare genius in 10 million years. Over these past 10 million years, there hasn't been anyone from your virtual universe company's new batches to pass the 6th level. It's time one appeared. The one that surprises me is Luo Feng. In terms of improvement speed, these 30 years, his improvement is even bigger than Bolin's. Candeli, you like Luo Feng? Right. Candeli, Luo Feng is not bad, but I still prefer Bolin. The universe tablet, reaching the 6th level is not easy. It could be said to be the hardest tablet of all. 9-blade, diversity cannot compare to specializing. Being too ambitious is not good. To simultaneously control both time and space, how difficult is that? Even you and I can't do that, much less that Bolin. However, this Luo Feng is more grounded. I just got the footage from Watchman Bevan. Wow. Luo Feng only used the Nanshan armament's 4th level to pass the 5th level. His foundation is very solid. I didn't care too much about him before, but I'm liking this punk more and more. Nanshan armament 4th level? Let me see the footage. Solid. What a solid foundation. Candeli, you speak right, this Luo Feng will be a shocking existence in the future. Ha ha. Luo Feng couldn't hear the two absolute beings speaking. However, he received mail from Watchman Bevan. Bolin passed the 6th level. He actually passed the 6th level? On his balcony, Luo Feng felt a surge of emotions. What's there to be shocked about? Luo Feng, right now you can at most unleash a few hundred images when you move. During the genius competition before, Bolin could already produce over a 1,000. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. If Bolin had chose to focus only on space, he would have passed the 6th level much earlier. He however chose the universe tablet, because he was slowed down by the time laws, hence he only passed the 6th today. Right. Luo Feng nodded. Back during the genius competition, he could only unleash 9 images. Bolin however could easily produce over a 1,000. The starting line for him was far behind Bolin's. At least now I've closed the distance between us. Luo Feng thought. The second day afternoon. Luo Feng came to the Primal Chaos City Leader's mansion, within that secret training room passage. Lord Candeli. Luo Feng bowed respectfully at the 3-eyed old man guardian. The 3-eyed old man smiled and nodded. Wait a moment, the batch inside will be coming out soon. Yes. Luo Feng nodded, but felt curious within. He felt as though this guardian of the tablets was different. He seemed closer than before. After a while, the 6 studying within came out. Go on in. The 3-eyed old man smiled. Work hard. After this study, it'll be quite a while before you return to Primal Chaos City. You should be studying the 2nd and 3rd picture of the 9 universe tablet now. The remaining 6, you have no need to study them now. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. Following which he rushed into the room and ordered Babata, close all contact from the virtual universe, reject any requests, mail etc. I cannot be interrupted during these 7 days of study. Understood. For this sort of thing, I don't even need you to order me to do it. Entering the room, standing before that huge tablet shrouded in primal chaos energies, Luo Feng began his last study of the tablet before he had to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 39, Meeting on Yuxiang Mountain. Volume 11, Chapter 39, Meeting on Yuxiang Mountain. Danwu Continent, Ping Hai Company's 89th level, Su Xian's office. Your Majesty Su Xian, congratulations. From now on, you'll officially be a core member of the Virtual Universe Company. A tall and skinny silver-eyed old man in a simple white robe smiled. You have living quarters in the last phase region of Yuxian Mountain in the Virtual Universe, and also one on the last phase region's secret region. You can choose to actually head over there. Last phase secret area? Where is that? Su Xian asked curiously. Very far. The white-robed old man smiled. The company can arrange for a universe ship to pick you up. You'll have to fly for a few years in the dark universe. Is it close to the absolute beginning region? Su Xian asked. No, the white-robed old man shook his head. The 4 secret regions were born in the vast universe a very, very long time ago. They are very far from each other. The last phase region and the absolute beginning region are in different star sectors. Star sector? Su Xian was disappointed. Star sector was considered the largest denominator within the universe. One star sector was normally the size of an entire universe country. That was an extremely huge territory. If the absolute beginning was close to the last phase region, then Su Xian was actually considering going there. This way, she could meet with her husband in reality. Your Majesty Su Xian, you are a member of the business side. You have to no need to head to the distant last phase region. The white-robed old man smiled. The universe secret region environment is helpful only for warriors. Almost all of the business members stay within their homes. Of course, should you wish to go, we can send a request. No need. Su Xian shook her head. Everything has already been relayed. Your Majesty Su Xian, I'll leave first. The tall and skinny old man bowed and left. Only Su Xian was left in the office. Looking at the documents on the tablet, Su Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. Pa! 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 3 knocks were heard on the door. Enter! Su Xian shouted. Big Sister Su, Big Sister Su. The short-haired lady ran in shouting. Did the entering of the core member request go through? Su Xian was filled with glee, nodding. That's great. The short-haired lady cheered excitedly. Big Sister Su, you finally succeeded. Alan, thanks for your many years of support. Su Xian was filled with gratitude as she looked at this good sister of hers. The lady who was beside her was a good partner of hers when she started her own business on Earth. These past many years, the two of them were considered a gold combination, and this sister of hers Don Lan had enjoyed many benefits due to Su Xian too. For example, over these 100 years, Don Lan's appearance had hardly changed too. Why say such things? Quickly go inform that guy. The short-haired lady teased and smiled. Su Xian took a deep breath. How long has it been? How long has she fought for this day? Request call. Su Xian sent a request to Luo Feng. It was however cut off the moment it was dialed. The request was denied? Su Xian was shocked. This doesn't seem right. There should be about 7 days before he leaves Primal Chaos City. There shouldn't be any important things going on these last days. What's wrong, Big Sister Su? The short-haired lady asked curiously. I can't seem to connect. Su Xian shook her head. Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng walked out from the leader's residence. Many images of the 9-universe tablet floated in his mind. Different levels of comprehension were occurring throughout. I have to treasure my time. There are only 2 more days before I leave Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng became a beam of light and headed towards his training quarters. I have a large amount of things to digest from my study of the tablet. Things to make my own. Looking at the origin laws in the sky will help my study. So, Luo Feng landed on his own balcony. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to recap on the past 7 days of studying the 9-universe tablet, occasionally looking at the sky, observing the splits in space flowing and weaving with origin laws, interweaving, happening throughout. 1 day, 2 days. Time to leave. A voice suddenly resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng awoke shocked. In the distance he spotted a large outline of a dark blue fish-shaped ship floating in the air above Primal Chaos City, as many silhouettes were rushing towards the sky. Time to go? Luo Feng immediately flew up too. About 800 people flew towards the ship from within the city. While heading towards the universe ship, Luo Feng looked down at the ancient city shrouded in chaos energy. Teacher, when you go out, it'll be hundreds to thousands more times more dangerous than Primal Chaos City. Be careful, don't throw the face of True Yen. A voice pierced through 10,000 li right into Luo Feng's ears. Luo Feng nodded. After interacting for 20 years with his teacher, their relationship was definitely deep. Silhouettes followed the stomach cabin door of the fish and flew into the ship. Within the resting room of the ship, 816 youths entered in and were chatting comfortably with each other. Luo Feng, you are vicious. And you too, Rongjun. The Manka Prince Wuka was unsatisfied. The two of you, one passed the 5th level and the other the 4th. You've left me far behind, it's too heartbreaking. Since you know the difference, then work harder. Luo Feng patted his shoulder. Wuka was shocked. You do need to work harder. Rongjun walked over too and patted his shoulder. Damn you two punks. Bastards, I'm already this heartbroken and you don't even console me. Wuka snorted back at them. Luo Feng and Rongjun both laughed. While Luo Feng, Rongjun and Wuka were teasing and laughing, the others returned to their old cliques, forming groups of 3 to 5 and chatting. However, there were still some loners who didn't interact with others. Like that white-robed youth with the blood blade on his back, who was always alone in the corner and not interacting with anybody. Rumble. With that, a green-armored silhouette entered the large hall. That heart-palpitating aura made everyone go silent, not daring to make a sound. Primal Chaos City's basic training for 30 years has ended. 9-Blade Knight's gaze swept past the 816 youths before him. All of them immediately looked down, not daring to make eye contact. Your group's death rate was pretty bad. However, in terms of results it's considered very exceptional. Especially Bolin, Luo Feng, and Rongjun. These three, not bad at all. Immediately there was some movement amongst the group of youths as many of them turned to look at the mentioned three. Bolin had passed the 6th level. His initial lead was too much, everybody had gone numb to it. Luo Feng passed the 5th level. Rongjun passed the 4th. Amongst these three, everybody was already numb to Bolin. Towards Rongjun, they felt envying that he had a universe country leader as a teacher. Towards Luo Feng, however, they felt shock and respect. Even without a universe country leader as a teacher, he actually passed the 5th level and improved at such a shocking rate. Luo Feng turned to look. The white-robed youth Bolin was looking over. The two of them made eye contact. Bolin nodded. Luo Feng nodded too. These two had deemed each other as rivals. Luo Feng's aim was to catch up and exceed him, while Bolin's was to improve at a shocking rate and leave him far behind. At this time, Luo Feng? In the corner of the group, Long Yun looked at the distant Luo Feng. The distance between us is getting bigger, I'm a Primal Region member. Experiencing that uncomfortable shift through time again, the universe ship finally arrives in the actual universe. We've already left the Primal universe. The green-robed purple-scaled man looked at the group of youths before him. This represents that your training in the safest Primal Chaos City has ended. From now on you will be divided into 4 groups to be sent back to the Primal region, the absolute beginning region, the heaven and ground region and the last phase region. It won't be as safe and secure as Primal Chaos City in the future. I wish you all the best of luck. Hopefully, when the next time I see you all, there's still at least 500 alive. The green-robed purple-scaled man finished. Rumble. The universe ship slowed down and after a while, the cabin door opened. Luo Feng and the group flew out of the ship, with glances spotting the distant mountain ranges, with many ships flying about, silhouettes flashing past the skies and many stars and heavenly bodies above. We've arrived at the virtual universe headquarters. Luo Feng flew out and descended. Right, Babata, open connections to the network. Understood. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Absolute Beginning Villa 1106. Within the study. There's actually 111 requests from Suxin? Luo Feng appeared within the study and opened his laptop. This urgent, did something important happen? From the laptop, he quickly connected through the call requests and on the screen Suxin's image appeared. You called so many times, what's so important? Luo Feng asked nervously. It's a very important matter. On the screen, Suxin replied. What's the matter? Luo Feng asked again. Head to Yuxiang Mountain's common regions 1U Tower to meet someone. Suxin said. Yuxiang Mountain's common region? Luo Feng was suspicious. Anybody he meets in Yuxiang Mountain would all have to be at least core members, and the number of core members he knew weren't too many. Which core member would request an audience with him through his wife? There's no such person. Who is it? Luo Feng was filled with questions. Go and you'll know. Suxin said, hurry, it's very important. Luo Feng grew even more suspicious. Luo Feng walked through the entrance of the absolute beginning region and became a beam of light heading towards the common region. She actually knows the common region has a 1U tower? And to request to meet me in the common region, just who is this person? Luo Feng thought. Even in the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield, there aren't too many core members. The more Luo Feng thought, the more suspicious he got. Common region, it was very luxurious. As the only common gathering point between all of the 4 region's core members, one must know that anyone who could become a core member must be extremely wealthy. Hence, the businesses here were bustling and advanced. 1U Tower. 1U Tower. Luo Feng glanced at the distant 9-level black tower's name. This tower was surrounded by many rare types of plants and flowers, causing the air about to emanate fragrance. Luo Feng landed amongst the crowd and walked towards 1U Tower. Just who is it? Luo Feng sniffed the flowers and walked towards the entrance, suddenly stopping. In the distance. At the entrance of 1U Tower, beside the beautiful flowers stood a pretty silhouette. She was looking at him. The two of them faced each other at the entrance of 1U Tower. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 479, Absolute Beginning. Chapter 479, Absolute Beginning. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Yuxiang Mountain Common Region, 1U Tower's 9th level. Sitting beside the railing, with a glance one could see the distant mountains and spring water. Then the Virtual Universe Company, seeing how well the Ping Hai Company was doing with its great growth and its huge scale, hence they bought the firm. Also, back then they were prepared to offer only 6 times. Suxin sat at the other end of the table, explaining to Luo Feng how she became a core member of the Virtual Universe Company. Our company's capital increased 10-fold in a short while. That was very dangerous back then. Luckily your younger brother Luo Hua got his people to help circulate the funds. Finally, before you left Primal Chaos City, we reached the goal. Luo Feng sat there and stared at his wife as she spoke. He had mixed feelings within. He felt incredibly moved from the depths of his heart. He truly never really expected his strong business-minded wife of his to work so hard. All for the sake of standing beside him, to be closer to him. Geniuses will make others feel the pressure. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. When they are with other geniuses, they will only see themselves get left further and further behind. No matter how much harder they work, the distance will only grow. Hence, the friends of geniuses are mostly all geniuses. Luo Feng was stunned. Right. His high school friends from when he was young, just how many of them does he actually keep in touch with now? Even his childhood friend who grew up with him, someone as close as a brother may one, he only occasionally meets with him in the virtual universe. Even when it comes to his relatives, he only sees them occasionally. However, Rong Jun, Wuka etc., he meets much more often. Watching her own husband make it in the universe, with his status rising further. Your wife naturally felt happy and proud. However, you were leaving her further and further behind, even to the point of meeting her only once in 10 years. What kind of impact will that have on your wife? Hence, your wife wanted to get closer to you, stand by your side, and not get left behind. Babata exclaimed. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. Looking at his wife before him who was still speaking, just like that, I became a core member of the virtual universe company. I am capable, right? Suxian shifted her nose and raised her head proudly, following which she looked embarrassed at Luo Feng. The company's buy over and so on, I never once asked for your opinion. You are not angry, right? You passed all responsibility to me back then to control the company, and even said you were training in Primal Chaos City, with no time to. Silence. Luo Feng extended his arm to hold hers. Suxian. Luo Feng looked at his wife who was in front of him. Suxian was stunned. Sorry. Luo Feng said softly. She could hear the guilt and shame in his voice. Suxian's eyes teared up. Virtual Universe headquarters, it was an incredibly vast continent in the universe. In comparison, even planets and stars seemed like little dots. Primal Region members Bolin and Longyun who are heading to the Primal Secret Region, you'll have to follow the knight and leave with him. Wait here for the knight. Absolute Beginning members, you'll head that way. Have a seat in that gray meteorite universe ship. Heaven and Ground members, you'll sit in that second purple ship. Last phase members, you'll take that third largest ship, the black one. Standing in the meeting room was a silver-robed lady. Her voice resounded, simultaneously pointing through the transparent glass at the 3 ships that had just landed. You can leave right now. Rumble. 816 youths stood up together. The 4 secret regions are all in different places. We brothers will only be able to meet in the virtual universe in the future. We'll leave first. Goodbye. The friends said their goodbyes. Bolin and Longyun remained in the meeting room. The rest of them followed the exit out and waited outside, naturally forming their groups and heading to the different ships. Your Majesty Rongjun, Your Majesty Luo Feng, Your Majesty Chen Shui. The meteorite-looking ship's cabin door opened and a handsome-looking and polite man with blood-red long hair smiled as he welcomed the 8 members of the Absolute Beginning. While entering the ship, Luo Feng turned back to look at the meeting room. It was a pity that from the outside, one couldn't see through the windows of the meeting room. But Luo Feng could feel, within, that someone was looking at him. Bolin, you are my current level's rival. Luo Feng thought, following which he entered. After a while, the 3 F-grade ships, with a rumble, flew and left. Within the meeting room, Bolin and Longyun were awaiting the 9-blade knight. They both looked out the glass at the 3 ships that were leaving. Luo Feng. Rong Jun. Longyun looked on, that heart yearning for victory was burning strong. I will exceed you too, definitely. The 3 ships very quickly accelerated to light speed, entering universe transfer. As the Absolute Beginning, Heaven and Ground and Last Phase secret regions were at different locations, the three ships had long separated and headed in their own directions. Dark Universe. A meteorite was swiftly flying, accelerating more and more, 20 times light speed, 21 times. Within the meeting room of the dining hall of the meteorite. Welcome all of you to the absolute beginning region. There were 9 undyings at the long table and 8 universe-level youths. The person speaking was a tall and sturdy man with 18 horns and scales all over his face. His entire being emitted a strong and fierce aura. I, Meteorite Emperor, will protect you as you head towards the absolute beginning region. Thank you, Meteorite Emperor. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and the rest of the 8 bowed. Haha, Meteorite Emperor laughed loudly. The scales on his face creased slightly, making one's heart palpitate. Let me tell you all first, the 4 secret regions are in completely different locations. They are not even in the same universe country. Ah? Luo Feng and the rest of them were shocked. The territory of a universe country was incredibly vast. The primal region is the closest to the headquarters. It's in the same universe country as the headquarters. Next is the absolute beginning, and then the heaven and ground region. The last phase region is the furthest away. Meteorite Emperor's voice was like a metal clashing, booming. The absolute beginning region you are headed to is about 1.200 million light-years from the headquarters. 1.200 million light-years? Luo Feng, Rong Jun, Shen Shui and the others were all shocked as this was an incredibly impossible distance. Even with light speed, it would take 1.200 million years. Right now the ship has already reached 50 times light speed. It will travel for about 3 months in the dark universe before reaching the absolute beginning region. Meteorite Emperor smiled. Let me first introduce the absolute beginning region and give you a brief description of it. Luo Feng and the 8 listened intently. The absolute beginning region is actually a universe secret region. However, it was simply given the name. Meteorite Emperor exclaimed, our primal universe is the most ancient and incredibly vast universe. It has produced many life forms, trillions of races etc., with countless warriors. During its evolution, many regions and sectors become galaxies, stars, planets etc. The galaxies are the most commonly seen. However, due to unknown special circumstances, during its evolution, it also produced several special sectors that don't follow its regular laws. Meteorite Emperor exclaimed. These special regions will completely challenge your imagination. The life forms and many strange things within these places, treasures and so on will also challenge your imagination. The eyes of Luo Feng and the others gleamed. These special regions have been called universe secret regions. Everyone is different. Meteorite Emperor exclaimed, different universe secret regions will produce different unexplainable treasures, even terrifying disasters. Universe secret areas also have different levels of danger. Even with the safest ones, a few sector lords will die even as they enter. But most will die while competing and fighting for the treasures within. As for the most dangerous regions, I heard that even a universe country leader wouldn't have much hope of surviving. Meteorite Emperor looked at the shocked faces of the group, smiling. Why, is it shocking? Luo Feng and the 8 were stunned. My God! Universe country leader, these were absolute beings that opened a universe country for trillions of years. Even they had very little hope of survival when entering the most dangerous secret regions. A newly discovered universe secret region, no one can imagine what goes on inside. Meteorite Emperor exclaimed, it may be a disaster inside, or it could even hold an unbelievable miracle. There are big and small regions. The big ones are comparable to a universe country. Meteorite Emperor emphasized, the small ones can go up to the size of a galaxy. Silence. Luo Feng and the others were completely stunned and silent. Such a huge secret region? Comparable to a universe country? And the primal, absolute beginning, heaven and ground and last phase secret regions that belong to the virtual universe have all been excavated and remodeled, they don't hold any more dangers within. Meteorite Emperor laughed. As universe secret regions have incredibly thick amounts of universe energies within, they are very suitable for training. Universe energies? Luo Feng thought. When the universe energies condense into solid form, they form universe crystals. Sector Lords, the reason why they can create their own worlds was because of their ability to condense a large amount of universe energy. The absolute beginning region you are headed to is comparable to a starfield. Meteorite Emperor said, living and training in the secret region, the most important and useful thing is the points. Within the company, the points are more effective than gold. Meteorite Emperor's words had indeed filled the youths with anticipation towards the secret regions. However, it was obvious that even the safest of the newly discovered regions required at least a sector lord to enter. Unless it was an already excavated and remodeled one like the absolute beginning region. Time flowed. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 26 days had passed. We are arriving at the absolute beginning region soon. During my 30 years in Primal Chaos City, I passed 5 levels of the Heavenly Bridge. According to the 10 times reward, my points have reached 30,360. Luo Feng calculated within his resting room. Luckily I earned more points while in Primal Chaos City, otherwise it'll be hard to acquire them. If it weren't for the 10 times reward, passing 5 levels would only give him 3,100 points. It was because it was 10 times that it reached 31,000 points. Right now, they had already left Primal Chaos City. Passing any levels of the Heavenly Bridge wouldn't yield the 10 times reward anymore. Come out. Meteorite Emperor's voice resounded throughout the ship. We've arrived at the absolute beginning region. We'll begin universe travel now. Shwa. Luo Feng stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. They've finally arrived at the absolute beginning secret region. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 480, Star Fragment. Chapter 480, Star Fragment. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Within the control room of the ship, Luo Feng and the rest of the 8 Absolute Beginning members were gathered with Meteorite Emperor along with the other Undyings. We'll begin universe travel immediately. Meteorite Emperor laughed loudly, as his voice resounded within the entire control room. Traveling to the absolute beginning region is different than traveling to any other normal starfields. Ah? Luo Feng and the others were curious. You'll know in a moment. Meteorite Emperor had just ended his speech and a cold mechanic voice resounded throughout the control room. Beginning universe travel, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. Immediately the ship shook and within a second it returned back to normal. Travel complete. External simulation. Meteorite Emperor shouted. Immediately the surrounding scenery changed, allowing Luo Feng and the others to see the scenery outside. My God! Ah! Luo Feng and the rest of the 8, including the Manka Prince Wukka, were all completely shocked and stared at the simulation. How is it? Meteorite Emperor laughed. It's too unbelievable. Luo Feng looked outside. It was shrouded in thick mist. In the distance there were colorful clouds, and one could even occasionally see large meteorites. It's actually... How is this possible? The 8 were shocked, because engaging in universe travel meant usually passing through space where there was nothing in their path, hence it would normally be very safe. And right now the ship Meteorite Emperor was taking them and was passing through the internal areas of a certain starfield, which looked extremely dangerous. Not right. Wukka shouted. This is the inside of the absolute beginning region? Meteorite Emperor smiled. The scales on his face creased. Right, this is already a core district of the absolute beginning secret region. Then, what happens if we want to leave the region? Wukka pointed outside. Look at the meteorites outside. There are dust clouds around and there's no space for a ship to even accelerate. To engage in universe travel requires a ship to accelerate to lightspeed. That's the only way to do it. Luo Feng nodded, right. Universe travel to the absolute beginning region was easy, but what about leaving? You are right. Meteorite Emperor nodded and smiled. The absolute beginning has a diameter of about 5 million light-years, which is similar to a starfield. In normal space, we can accelerate to lightspeed. However, a universe secret area is different, as there are special fire flows, cold flows, astral winds, and also cosmic dusts, making the resistance against ships extremely large. It's almost impossible to accelerate to lightspeed. Meteorite Emperor said. Universe travel had high requirements. One had to accelerate to lightspeed. And accelerating to lightspeed, one first had to have very little resistance, and also a long area to accelerate. Just like an airplane runway, these universe ships required a large enough space before it could reach lightspeed, and this distance was tens of millions of that of a plane. This was usually easy to do in normal space. However, in the secret area, it was almost impossible. Right, within the universe secret regions, it's normally impossible to engage in universe travel. Meteorite Emperor nodded. However, the absolute beginning is different. It's been excavated and remodeled. Within this secret region, there are certain territories that have been swept by the absolute warriors, making enough space there for a universe ship to accelerate. Ah! Luo Feng, Rongjun, Shen Shui, Wuka, Ai Chen and the others were shocked. Swept enough to let a universe ship accelerate to lightspeed. Just how big of a space did they have to clear out? There's no way around it. The absolute beginning region is too huge. If they didn't do so, we would have to fly slowly from the outer perimeter. With the greatest 5 million light-years distance to calculate, we'd have to fly 5 million years. Not traveling straight to the core won't do. Meteorite Emperor laughed. When you return, you will all be given a star map. This is a map of the territories within the entire region. With the help of this map, you'll know how to enter and exit the absolute beginning region. Universe ship, it was flying within the absolute beginning region. I need to send each of you to each of your living quarters. Meteorite Emperor laughed in the control room. It requires about 3 days of time before I can send every single one of you. Luo Feng and the others remained silent. To reach the living quarters for the 8 of them required 3 days of flying in the universe ship? Rongjun, we've arrived at yours. Meteorite Emperor shouted. Simultaneously through the external simulation everyone could clearly see the space outside shrouded in thick heavy mist, and there was a beautiful little continent floating. As they drew closer, that continent got bigger. Finally the ship landed on it. The cabin door opened. Go out and take a look. Meteorite Emperor laughed and shouted. Luo Feng and the others excitedly flew out of the ship. As they flew out, they could feel the thick universe energy revolving about them. Luo Feng and the others landed on the ground and looked at the distant endless space. It was shrouded in mist and one could occasionally see cold streams flowing past. There's a continent in this space? It feels too good. How big is this continent? Luo Feng and the others looked around. This floating continent was extremely huge. It was at least beyond what their eyesight could perceive. Rumble. Meteorite Emperor landed on the ground and laughed. This is star fragment 803899092. Its diameter is 5,800 kilometers. In the center of this fragment there's a huge mansion. Rongjun, that's your living quarters. Naturally this entire star fragment, from now on will belong to you alone. Rongjun surveyed his surroundings. This continent was lush with vegetation and many forms of plants. Absolute beginning region, the universe energies are incredibly thick. Meteorite Emperor pointed at the mist around them. Look, this mist all around you can form little crystals filled with universe energies. With that, Meteorite Emperor grabbed the air and a large amount of the mist swiftly compressed, forming a large crystal. Universe crystal? Luo Feng, Ai Chen, and Rong Jun couldn't help but shout out. Right, universe crystal. Meteorite Emperor laughed. The limitless mist, when gathered, will form universe crystals. As the universe energies are too thick, training in the absolute beginning secret region will allow one to feel the ripples of the universe energies clearer. It's extremely beneficial to one's training. Who? From the distance, 10 silhouettes flew over. Your Majesty! 10 armored universe soldiers landed in an orderly fashion. They were led by a sector lord. They all shouted respectfully together. Everybody else up on the ship, we are heading to Wooka's quarters next. Meteorite Emperor shouted. Rong Jun, see you later. Rong Jun, we'll leave first. Luo Feng and the others waved and entered the ship once again. The ship took off and flew once more. Each of the members were being sent to their own quarters and Luo Feng was the fifth to arrive at his. Star fragment 803898081? Luo Feng muttered while walking on the continent. Its diameter is 6,200 kilometers. According to what Meteorite Emperor said, this star fragment was split by absolute warriors from the Virtual Universe Company, creating many star fragment bases. What thick universe energies! Luo Feng waved his hand to feel the mist. He couldn't help but exclaim. If he wanted universe crystals, he could create it any time he wished. As long as they compressed the mist, they would form crystals. However, to Luo Feng and these core members, even 1 trillion universe dollars was but one mixed element. And to compress and create 1 trillion universe dollars, my God, how many years would that require? Hence it wasn't even worth it. Naturally, if normal citizens from normal planets saw this, they would go crazy. Universe dollars, to the normal folk of the universe, was still a very expensive currency. Luo Feng looked up. In the distance 10 silhouettes flew over. Leading them was a bald old man. It was the leader of Luo Feng's guards Ao Duo Li Ku and Xinlai Suo. Your Majesty. The 10 bowed respectfully. Luo Feng smiled. Ao Duo, we've finally met in reality. I've been looking forward to this day too. The bald old man smiled. Your Majesty, I'll lead the way. After a while, with the protection of his guards, Luo Feng arrived in an ancient villa. This villa had a length and width of 300 kilometers. There were many constructs within. Such a large construct, to the Virtual Universe Company, was simply too easy to create. Your Majesty. Ao Duo smiled. I'll do the introductions. Following which Ao Duo immediately flew up and Luo Feng followed. The two of them flew tens of thousands of meters above the ground. From this height we can barely see the edge of the star fragment. Luo Feng looked down and surveyed below. Ao Duo only looked ahead. Your Majesty, look that way. Luo Feng glanced and was shocked. In the faraway distance, there was a dark blue planet. Even the extremely thick mist couldn't block its glimmer. That's an extra large planet. Ao Duo exclaimed. It has a diameter of 1.28 million kilometers. The strange thing is that it's extremely cold. Our star fragment revolves around this ice planet constantly, and there are a total of over 3,000 star fragments that revolve around this ice planet, and almost all of them have absolute beginning members. Luo Feng felt a sense of how unbelievable it was. Diameter of 1.28 million kilometers. It was close to the size of the stars in the solar system, however it was a huge ice planet, and it glimmered? How peculiar. The Virtual Universe Company ordered a long time ago that before one reaches undying, he is forbidden from entering the ice planet. It's almost certain that any sector lords who enter it will die. Ao Duo exclaimed. An ice planet that glimmers, and also capable of killing sector lords. It's much stronger than a normal star. Universe secret regions, they are indeed mysterious. Many of them don't even follow common knowledge. Luo Feng shook his head. Actually, a place that had such thick universe energies that one could easily form universe crystals, spread throughout the entire starfield. For such a place to exist, nothing weird from it would be shocking. This, Luo Feng surveyed below. Amidst the thick mist, a large star fragment floated. Is my future training spot, let's go down. So, Luo Feng and AO Duo rushed downwards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 481, New Journey. Chapter 481, New Journey. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Star fragment 80389081 had a diameter of 6,200 kilometers. This was close to a quarter of Earth's surface area, however this was only the living quarters for one absolute beginning member. Within the villa, there was a team of guards with 111 people. One general at sector lord level, 10 captains at domain lord level, and 100 universe soldiers at universe level. This formed Luo Feng's guard team. And his waiters and staff members were made up of an even greater number, as there were a total of 1,800 staff men and women. After all, the area of the star fragment was simply too huge. Even with the help of technology and machines, protecting the entire star fragment required a large amount of work. 111 guards, 1,800 staff, and 1 lord, this was the population of the star fragment. From today on, without my orders, I do not wish to see anyone enter here. Luo Feng ordered while looking around a quiet little building. Yes, Your Majesty. The bald old man AO Duo bowed respectfully. Luo Feng looked at the bald old man. AO Duo, from what I know, the core members should be able to bathe in the life pool to evolve their bodies to the highest levels, right? Life pool? The bald old man was stunned. Luo Feng was curious. AO Duo was a core member of the last phase region and he should know this. What life pool? AO Duo asked curiously. After breaking through to Universe Level 1, bathing in the life pool will raise one straight to Universe Level 9, no? Luo Feng asked again. I believe that Your Majesty is referring to the nutrition cabin. AO Duo laughed. What's a life pool? Right, core members in the Virtual Universe Company have a certain privilege. As long as one breaks through to the Universe Level 1, Domain Lord Level 1, or even Sector Lord Level 1, they can immediately head to the nutrition cabin. It has very valuable essences, allowing the person to evolve within. Ah. Luo Feng nodded. Right. The life pool was Wooka's name for it. The young generation of Mankas would all enter the life pool. The Virtual Universe Company didn't necessarily have a life pool. But they did have a nutrition cabin, or even a nutrition river, wasn't it the same? Right, nutrition cabin. Luo Feng asked, how do I request it? Your Majesty hasn't entered the Virtual Universe Network yet. AO Duo smiled. Every new batch of the company has to first go through the basic training in Primal Chaos City first. After which, their rights and privileges change. Many things they were unable to do before will now be enabled. Once you go online, you will know. Ah. Luo Feng nodded, following which his consciousness entered the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Absolute Beginning Region Villa 1136. Within the study. Luo Feng sat in the chair. As he opened the laptop and looked at the screen, he discovered one new mail from background management. Luo Feng tapped it gently. The mail automatically opened and there were 3 choices on the summary page: life, study, and training. Life. Luo Feng gently tapped. Large amounts of pages unfolded before him which contained information from star maps to food and beverages, nutrition cabin, ships, and so on. There were all sorts of information. Luo Feng opened all of them, and was able to find solutions for any questions or problems related to living in the absolute beginning region. As for the nutrition cabin, one could choose the option of the nutrition cabin to help one evolve to the highest level. Request. Luo Feng tapped it gently. Do. A small screen appeared and in it displayed was a beautiful jade-haired lady in a white robe with a smile on her face. How do you do, Your Majesty Luo Feng? Did you request to use the nutrition cabin to evolve from Universe Level 1 to Universe Level 9? Yes. Luo Feng nodded. Your Majesty Luo Feng, we will send the nutrition cabin to your quarters within a day. The jade-haired lady smiled. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled. The call ended. That was easy. Luo Feng muttered. As for food and beverages along with many other requests such as even ships are provided for. Although, the good ships have to be bought. However, the A-grade to D-grade ships are provided. Right, the normally not too expensive items are all provided for. Closing the life section, Luo Feng opened the study section. The study section was separated into theory and practical. Theory, the main thing was the public lessons in the entire absolute beginning region. These were normally taught by undyings, and occasionally having a universe country leader teach. These courses provided information about gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, and light, the 8 origin laws, plus the laws of space and time, the hardest 2 laws. They also spoke of the fusion of space and gold, space and wood, etc. There were also skills lessons. And consciousness training lessons. Many different types of lessons. The teachers were all at least undying level, and occasionally universe country leaders. These public lessons all belonged to the absolute beginning public lessons, only absolute beginning members could attend them. They actually don't force anything. Luo Feng smiled. That's good, when I want to I'll attend, if not I'll train alone. However, just from the course names and the absolute being's teaching, these were enough to let Luo Feng understand just how vast their wealth was. Normal warriors would dream of getting an undying teacher. Just like Luo Feng's slave by Kalo, his teacher was Nulan Shan. Nulan Shan was a universe level 9. Because of his huge axe title, many had gone to become his students. This showed that in the universe, just how sparse the teacher resources were. As for Luo Feng and his group, they had a large group of undyings to teach them. These undyings all spoke of what they were proficient in, even occasionally having a universe country leader to come in and teach. How luxurious! Study section is separated into theory and practical? Luo Feng thought. Theory is the classes by the absolute warriors, what about practical? He gently tapped it. Hua! The practical segment was separated into the Heavenly Bridge, Fantasy Ocean, and Undying Altar. Within them were the detailed explanations of each of them. Heavenly Bridge, Virtual Universe Company core members have the right to attempt the Heavenly Bridge. The requirements of the bridge are related to one's comprehension of the origin laws. The deeper one's level of comprehension is, the higher level he can pass on the bridge. The higher the level, the amount of points awarded will also be higher. Fantasy Ocean, Virtual Universe Company core members have the right to attempt the Fantasy Ocean. It tests one's consciousness strength and willpower. Consciousness and willpower, by training them, it will allow one to break through the bottlenecks and is very important in battle and many other aspects. One will attempt to break through the Fantasy Ocean from the outermost layer to deep within. The deeper one goes, the higher the points. Undying Altar. The Undying Altar tests one's ability to unleash energy. Even with the same type of body, different warriors have different unleashing strengths and usage. Pure raw power will be measured as 1 point. A few powerful warriors can reach 10 or 20 points, but one's maximum potential is set at 100 points. This is the perfect standard for using one's strength, and the degree to how one controls his strength to perfection is a requirement for breaking through to undying. Undying altar tests one's strength exertion. The stronger it is, the higher the points. Heavenly Bridge? Fantasy Ocean? Undying Altar? Luo Feng held his breath. I didn't expect that other than the Heavenly Bridge, there's also the Fantasy Ocean and Undying Altar? Damn. The Virtual Universe Company is indeed the Virtual Universe Company. They have everything mapped out. On Luo Feng's shoulder, Babata stared wide-eyed. They actually have a group of undyings and even a universe country leader teaching classes? Making just the Heavenly Bridge is more than enough. Yet, there's even a Fantasy Ocean and Undying Altar? How do they make those? Body, consciousness, strength, willpower and origin law comprehension, these are the main aspects to becoming undying. Babata shouted. Especially the Undying Altar, this can actually test one's strength? What's hard about that? Luo Feng laughed. When we were on Earth, couldn't we also test one's strength exertion? It's not the same. When one trains to your level, a punch alone will naturally be infused with origin laws. Babata explained. For example, your raw power is 1, when you exert strength it can reach 20. However, with the laws, your attack can rise to a 100 points. The test will read as 100, but that's not your true strength, do you understand? Luo Feng realized. Right. The origin laws could increase one's power a lot, it wouldn't just be one's raw energy. Tap the Undying Altar. Babata shouted. Luo Feng gently tapped. Undying Altar, specially created for the virtual universe. It isolates universe origin laws, universe energies, spirit energy, and so on to accurately test one's strength exertion. I've never heard of such a place, normal warriors would never even know of such a place. Babata shook his head and exclaimed. The best thing is that, the Heavenly Bridge, the Fantasy Ocean and Undying Altar can all get you points. Luo Feng laughed happily. The background management. After finishing life and study, Luo Feng excitedly opened the third option, which was training. When it was opened, a summary page popped up with several words. In the Virtual Universe Company, points are more effective than money. And other than the Heavenly Bridge, Fantasy Ocean and Undying Altar, one can also choose to do missions to gain points. A true warrior cannot be born in a completely safe environment. Only through grueling and intense battles will one constantly evolve and get stronger. The training missions are a form of training in reality. The missions are separated according to their difficulty and danger levels such as safe, normal, difficult, danger, impossible. Safe level, mortality rate 0. Normal, mortality rate 10%. Difficult, mortality rate 20%. Danger, mortality rate 50%. Impossible, mortality rate 90%. As the danger levels differs, the amount of points for each mission too will naturally differ. All core members should choose according to their levels of strengths. Don't choose a level that is too safe, as others will exceed you that way. However, do not blindly choose the most dangerous on as well, as without sufficient preparation, one will be walking towards death. Whether it's study or training, everything will be decided by you, the core member. You make your own choices, you'll bear the consequences of your own actions. The path to becoming undying is filled with danger. I wish you all to walk this path and become undyings. Finishing the final training segment page, Luo Feng was silent for a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 482, Fixing the Yun-Mo Planet Ship? Chapter 482, Fixing the Yun-Mo Planet Ship? Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. There's a saying on Earth. A flower may seem beautiful in a greenhouse, but it can never withstand wind and rain. Luo Feng said softly. It's delicate and fragile. Right. The little demon exclaimed. It takes 100 years to be tempered into iron. The people of Earth are able to withstand certain diseases because of vaccines. They all share the same theory, Luo Feng. Just like that example, you shouldn't be too ambitious in the beginning. Start from the lower difficulty ones and try them out before gradually rising up. There is no rush. I currently don't even wish to take any missions yet. Luo Feng said. My study from Primal Chaos City, I still require some time to digest all that information. And my body requires the nutrition cabin as well. The demon Babata smiled and nodded. Back when he chose Luo Feng to inherit the Yun-Mo planet legacy, never would he expect him to come to this point in life, where before he would be worried about his identity as the disciple of the Yun-Mo planet being revealed, attracting many sector lords and others. However, with his status now, even normal Undyings wouldn't dare mess with him. Even the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain had to be respectful. When Luo Feng enters the Primal Secret region, his guards would be led by an Undying. When that happened, even the god leader of the Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land would have to be extremely respectful with Luo Feng. Background management. Luo Feng gently tapped and later closed the document. Life, study, and training, the Virtual Universe Company provided the best of everything. Dying halfway? Stuck at the pinnacle of Sector Lord with the lifespan ending? Becoming undying? That all depended on one's hard work. I currently have 30,360 points. Luo Feng opened the treasure trove document. As he looked at the materials, valuable treasures, manuals, weapons and variety of items that were available, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Right. This treasure trove had almost everything. As for his most treasured possession, the F-grade Yun-Mo planet ship, which couldn't be used at all, even repairing it was difficult. At least in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield it was impossible. The Ganwu Universe country may have barely been able to scrape together enough to fix it, but the treasure trove here would most definitely have what was needed to fix it. Babata, take a look at this treasure trove. Will we be able to fix the Yun-Mo planet ship with the available items? Luo Feng asked. Yes. The demon Babata was an AI after all. It was able to collect the information about all the necessary materials in an instant. Ah? Luo Feng was surprised. The Yun-Mo planet ship was a ship that even an Undying could barely break. An Undying's battle would leave nothing but just a fist imprint within. And the reason behind his teacher Hu Yenbo's death in the past was due to his opponent using a spirit attack. With this ship, Luo Feng would truly be intrepid. Spirit attack? He could hide his two other bodies into his internal world and use the Masha clan. As it didn't have a soul, it wasn't afraid of a spirit attack at all. The important materials can be exchanged through the treasure trove. Babata said. Also, you can also hire the technological department of the Virtual Universe Company to repair it through the life segment. As long as you provide the materials, these members will repair it. How many points does it require? Luo Feng asked. About 560,000 points. Babata said. 560,000? Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. That's not considered much. Babata said. If we use real cash in the actual universe, it would require about 80,000 mixed elements. Luo Feng was stunned. The buying power of the points was indeed absurd. Babata, if we were to build a new Yun-Mo planet ship, how much would we need? Luo Feng asked. About 3.6 million mixed elements. Babata said. Damn. Luo Feng couldn't help but curse. Even buying and selling the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield wouldn't cost this much, right? A normal galaxy's worth isn't that much. However, to sell an entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield, the price would jump much higher, about 300,000 to 1 million mixed elements. The main thing is that it will depend on the situation. Auctions usually have highs and lows. Babata said. Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, even selling it entirely didn't compare to 1 yen MO planet ship. This is very normal. Babata said with disdain. The Black Dragon Mountain Starfield is the property of that undying of the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain. And that undying, his power doesn't even compare to your teacher. In order to build the ship, your teacher back then spent an enormous amount. The Unemo planet ship being more expensive than a normal starfield is normal. And it's extremely durable too, since it is able to block any physical attacks. Plus, your teacher focused on the spirit offense and defense. Hence with that ship, it was extremely safe. He still died in the end. Luo Feng shook his head. His enemy was an emperor-level undying, and he focused on spirit attacks too. Babata said. If he was a fighter, he wouldn't have been able to kill your teacher at all, but Black Dragon Mountain Starfield is after all just a territory. However, 1 Unemo planet ship is a ship that protects your life. Which is more important? One look and you should know. Babata said. Whether it was 560,000 points or 80,000 mixed elements. They were both far from Luo Feng's reach, his meager points were nowhere near it. Deep in the universe, absolute beginning region core. Orbiting around this huge ice planet were many star fragments. On fragment number 80389081, a universe ship landed on the continent. Your Majesty Luo Feng, the nutrition cabin stores within it valuable nutritious liquid. You only require 1/3 of it to raise from universe level 1 to 9. A jade-haired man dressed in a white robe said respectfully. Just in case, we've prepared more than required. Luo Feng nodded satisfied. This nutrition cabin was very similar to the one he had bought. However, this one was definitely better, and it couldn't be bought outside. Even if one could, Luo Feng would most definitely be unable to afford it. Hua! The nutrition cabin opened automatically. Inside it, about 1/5 of it was filled with a light purple liquid. This formless liquid was extremely cold, this made Luo Feng frown. He extended his hand close to the liquid, slightly touching it, The cold shocked Luo Feng. It was at least -10 degrees. While touching the liquid with his fingers, he noticed that the cells in his fingers seemed to jump with glee. Such a cold nutrition liquid? However, the effects are shocking. Luo Feng thought. With that he stripped and entered the cabin, immersing himself in that cold purple liquid. The strange entity began to flow and entered through Luo Feng's body, through his muscles, bones, skin, internal organs. His entire body from outside to inside began to evolve at a shocking rate. Normal evolution from universe level 1 to 9 required hundreds to thousands of years. However, the virtual universe company paid a hefty price to allow one's evolution to happen within a few short months. As for the chillness of the nutrition liquid, universe level warriors weren't affected by such temperatures. Hua! The cabin closed. Virtual universe, absolute beginning Villa 1136. It's really not the same. It not only permeates through my entire body, even my spirit energy is growing. This is unbelievable. Luo Feng sat at his desk, opening his laptop and exclaiming. To be able to evolve my body and soul from level 1 to 9, impressive. On the screen, Luo Feng looked at the timetable for classes. I don't need to listen to the other classes. I'll just go and check out the classes for space and gold. Luo Feng didn't want to study any other laws. One's attention and energy had a limit, and his two bodies within were naturally proficient in these two laws. There was no need to even bother with the others. There's a class tomorrow night? Speaking about gold origin laws? On top of that, it's an emperor level undying speaking. I'll have to go listen, but. Following which, Luo Feng jumped out from the balcony of his study. With a flash in mid-air, he came to his private training quarters and began his training. One had to bathe in the nutrition cabin for 3 months. During this time, when Luo Feng wasn't in his training ground studying and comprehending his study of the Primal Chaos Tablet and the experiences before, he was listening to classes. However, honestly, even though other absolute beginning members regarded the classes as pretty important, Luo Feng discovered one thing after attending. The effects of the classes didn't compare to his own teacher Tru Yan's lessons. Studying under Tru Yan for 20 years, even though there were several classes that would make his eyes gleam occasionally, the effects were average. There was no helping it. Public classes were for all of the absolute beginning members. And Tru Yan's pointers were catered specifically for him. He was given information specifically according to his progress and condition. And Tru Yan was a being close to becoming a universe country leader. Naturally, the effects were much better than normal classes. My improvement speed is obviously much slower than Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng sat in a chair in his villa. He lifted a good glass of wine and frowned. And these classes obviously aren't better than my own teacher. What do I do? It wasn't just Luo Feng. The others were also discovering this problem. The training speed right now paled in comparison to Primal Chaos City. After all, the visible origin laws within the city allowed one to study them and improve faster. Luo Feng, your teacher has requested a call. On his shoulder, Babata shouted. Teacher? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Standing straight up and respectfully speaking, except. A screen floated before his eyes. On it an intrepid and powerful Tru Yan Emperor appeared. That golden fur added to his powerful aura. Tru Yan laughed loudly and said, My good disciple, how are you feeling after leaving Primal Chaos City for a while? My studying speed has slowed. Luo Feng shook his head. Ha ha. Tru Yan laughed even more happily. That's normal, Primal Chaos City has the 3 treasures. Hence, one's studying efficiency is 10 times faster than outside. Everyone who leaves Primal Chaos City will encounter this problem. However, your teacher has a way to solve it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Please speak, teacher. If you are able to frequently study the 9 Universe Tablet, your improvement speed will be even faster than in Primal Chaos City itself. Tru Yan Emperor said. But of course. Luo Feng said, after which he shook his head helplessly. It's a pity, it's hard to even get one chance to study the tablet, and every time the study only lasts 7 days. Even so, the rewards gained from these chances are very high. If I'm able to frequent study it, even if I'm not in Primal Chaos City, my improvement will be shocking. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Don't tell me that teacher has a way for me to study the tablet? No, the 52 Primal Chaos Tablets are only available here in Primal Chaos City. Tru Yan said. Then what teacher means is? Luo Feng was curious. In the Virtual Universe Company's Treasure Trove Manuals department, there's a book called the Time-Space Scribbles. Tru Yan continued, this book was written by the creator of the 9 Universe Tablet. Are you referring to one of the top 100 most heavenly priced books, Time-Space Scribbles? Luo Feng stared. He had looked through the treasure trove and towards the end of the list for the manuals, there were terrifyingly priced manuals. Time-Space Scribbles, the set required a total 100 billion points. A number so high Luo Feng could only stare wide-eyed at the absurdly priced books. Luo Feng didn't even bother to look at them. 100 billion points. Don't get excited. This Time-Space Scribbles is something even your teacher cannot afford. Tru Yan smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 483, Time-Space Scribbles. Chapter 483, Time-Space Scribbles. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Passing the first level of the Heavenly Bridge was 100 points, the second level yielded 200, the third was 400, it compounded as it grew. After passing the 21st level, one could become a universe country leader. At the same time, they will also gain 100 million points in reward. Don't even mention True Yen Emperor not being able to afford it. Even those universe country leaders would have to go out on a limb to buy it. 100 billion was simply too huge a sum, enough to make even a universe country leader tremble. Much less the little Luo Feng, he could only stare wide-eyed. Ha, shocked? True Yen laughed on the screen. Teacher, what's the point of telling me about the time-space scribbles? I can't afford it at all. Luo Feng muttered. Even if it's written by the creator of 9 Universe Tablet, I can't afford it. Passing the 21st level of the Heavenly Bridge could lead to one becoming a universe country leader. That level of being, carving out the 9 Universe Primal Chaos Tablet that actually allowed one to train up to level 27, the time-space scribbles deserves to be sold at such a price. That absolute being was definitely one that stood at the absolute pinnacle of humanity itself, a powerful warrior that dominated over status and rank. If one said that the 9 universe was deep and profound, and is able to entice and help many with comprehension, True Yen said, then this time-space scribbles itself has recorded thousands to tens of thousands of techniques. Thousands to tens of thousands of techniques? Luo Feng starred. True Yen nodded. Right, back then the being that created the 9 Universe Tablet put his main ideas about the path he took into the 9 pictures. These 9 pictures naturally enticed people in its path to comprehension. Also, while this being was creating the 9 pictures, according to the 9 pictures, he struggled quite hard in his comprehension, and during which he recorded all the techniques he thought of in that process. These techniques that resonate with the 9 pictures, there's a total of 10,829 techniques. 10,829 techniques? Luo Feng blinked hard. A true absolute being could create so many techniques from just those 9 pictures. These techniques are extremely scattered. True Yen Emperor said. Hence the name scribbles. This was mainly due to it being random writings, or pictures. Some are extremely profound and some not, some of them even very random and scattered. When the later generations studied the time-space scribbles, they couldn't even find all 10,829 techniques within. Since they couldn't find them all, how did they know there were so many? Luo Feng asked curiously. The creator himself wrote it in the first page. True Yen laughed. Even though they couldn't find everything, but they still discovered tens of thousands. This entire set has 9 books. 9 books? Luo Feng thought about it. The 9 Universe Tablet had a total of 9 pictures too. The scribbles were originally written according to the 9 pictures. The first book is in accordance with the first picture, the second with the second picture, 9th with 9th. True Yen smiled. Listening to his teacher say so, Luo Feng thought about it and used his finger to point at another screen on the side. He swiftly opened the manuals in the treasure trove and quickly found the exorbitantly priced time-space scribbles. Even the author's name was anonymous. Luo Feng opened it to examine it. Time-space scribbles, first book 1,000 points. Time-space scribbles, first 2 books 10,000 points. Time-space scribbles, first 3 books 100,000 points. Time-space scribbles, first 7 books 1 billion points. Time-space scribbles, first 8 books 10 billion points. Time-space scribbles, entire set 100 billion points. And this time-space scribbles didn't come with a discount. It's really exactly as I thought. Luo Feng laughed loudly. These expensive books really sell separately too. Ah, like what you thought. On the screen True Yen laughed. Luo Feng laughed too. Back when he was on Earth, the normal fighter's 9-level Thunderblade was sold separately too. However, the price is still very expensive. Luo Feng frowned. The price is expensive. True Yen nodded. The moment you choose to buy it, then later on you'll have to work hard to earn back the points. The first 7 books reflect the first 7 pictures of the 9 Universe tablet. Comprehending them all would allow one to reach Universe Country Leader level. However, even after passing the 21st level of the bridge, one would barely have a little over 100 million points, and just the first 7 books require 1 billion points. Those who bought these July 1st books were normally not Universe Country Leaders. Luo Feng, this is definitely considered an extremely expensive book. The Floating Blood you bought was only 800 points, and they resonate with the March 1st pictures. This book, however, just the March 1st require 100,000 points. And it gets worse later on. However, they are definitely the best training option in training and studying the 9 Universe tablet, as large amounts of techniques are stored within. By studying these techniques, the effects may be even better than directly studying the 9 Universe tablet. On the screen, Tru Yen Emperor smiled happily as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, my good disciple, it's your choice whether to buy it or not. Buy, definitely. Luo Feng didn't even hesitate. Ah. Tru Yen's golden eyebrows creased. Anyway, I have points now. Luo Feng smiled. I can afford it now. As for later on whether I can afford it or not, that's a problem for the future. His eyes gleamed. Teacher, since you said that its effects are comparable and maybe better than actually studying the 9 Universe tablet itself, no matter how many points it requires, I still have to buy it. The points are nothing but little playthings. The comprehension of the laws, that's the true mark of becoming a strong warrior. Finishing up, Luo Feng didn't even hesitate. He immediately bought the first 2 books. Exchange successful. Deducting 10,000 points, remainder 20,360 points. Please wait, someone will send the manual over immediately. On the screen a notice popped out. Teacher, I've already bought it. Luo Feng looked at the other screen in which Tru Yen was in. Tru Yen smiled. With this time-space scribbles, your study of the 9 Universe tablet will speed up a lot. If you have any questions, bear with it for 3 months, and if after 3 months you still haven't understood it, come ask me. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. Also, let me advise you on one more thing. Tru Yen smiled in the screen. There's no need to waste time studying in Yuxiang Mountain that much. It is important to study and comprehend the laws. However, you can totally go take on a mission. Exploring and doing missions in reality, training in reality and studying the laws simultaneously, these two shouldn't be delayed. The efficiency of the two together will rise greatly. Luo Feng thought and nodded. Understood, teacher. Primal Chaos City. Within that ancient mansion, Tru Yen Emperor smiled and nodded. Luo Feng, this punk, he is indeed straightforward. Luo Feng quickly received the 2 books that he ordered. They were both stored in a silver briefcase. In his study. Luo Feng opened the briefcase, shocked. 2 books? The time-space scribbles, one had to know that when he purchased the Floating Blood before, all 110 books almost just filled up the entire briefcase. However, these 2 books alone took up half of the entire briefcase. These 2 books, accurately speaking, were made of metal. Even the pages were gold in color. The first book was 50 centimeters long, 40 centimeters thick and 40 centimeters tall. The second book was 50 centimeters long, 40 centimeters thick and 30 centimeters tall. Damn, how can one even call these 2 books? They are even larger than my laptop bag. They are almost like a huge bag itself. Luo Feng was speechless. No wonder the 2 books alone took up half of the entire briefcase. He looked down to look at the covers. On it were the simple universe language words, time-space scribbles. Simple words, yet they held within them the universe space itself. With a glance, he felt himself getting drawn into the words themselves, almost as though he was staring at stars exploding, galaxies evolving, etc. After a second, Luo Feng awoke with a shock. Unbelievable. Luo Feng started. These 2 books sent over by the virtual universe system, they aren't even the original copies and they can actually entice my consciousness already. The being that wrote time-space scribbles is too terrifying. Luo Feng quickly opened the metal cover. This first book was 40 centimeters thick. However, it had 1,000s of pages. Even though they were metal pages, they were still thin and soft. There's a total of 9 books for the entire manual, casually writing and creating a total of 10,829 techniques. If one can find all 10,829 techniques within, at least, you'll be able to become a universe country leader. These simple words were on the first page. Strangely enough, it seemed like a voice of a brash and confident person resounded within Luo Feng's ears. Hypnotism? Luo Feng was suspicious, flipping to the second page. On the second page, there were simple strokes. However, these strokes, in Luo Feng's eyes, seemed to resonate with simple yet fierce blade work and strokes. Elegant. Powerful. Luo Feng couldn't help but compliment, the raindrop picture has but 9 simple wonders, and he's able to create such simple yet powerful blade techniques. Luo Feng, who had long comprehended the first raindrop picture, could swiftly see through these seemingly messy strokes and scribbles. He was able to clearly feel the circumstance behind each stroke, clearly seeing the techniques. And as he had already comprehended the raindrop pictures, he was immediately able to learn the technique. Luo Feng flipped to the third page. On this page, a simple leaf was there. On it were simple brush strokes that formed the veins. In Luo Feng's eyes, however, he saw 9 spirit weapons in mid-air forming one body, descending from above, surrounding and killing an enemy. Simple, fierce offense. Using 8 weapons to affect the space, surrounding the enemy and killing him directly. Luo Feng was completely shocked. This is much stronger than the 9-thread loop I created. When I unleash the totem pillar, I can only rely on the Nanshan armament to get stronger. His own technique, the 9-thread loop, obviously paled in comparison to the random techniques this absolute being had scribbled. It's wonderful. Luo Feng flipped to the 4th page, his eyes gleaming. Metal pages of the book were flipped constantly. Every one of them held within different offensive attacks, all using the wonders of the raindrop picture. The simple raindrop picture, the absolute being had created wonderful and powerful techniques according to that one picture. Be it close combat, or a controller's distant attacks, or hypnotism, or spirit attacks. Many different techniques were all at his disposal. As Luo Feng had fully comprehended the raindrop picture, just from simply looking at these techniques, he almost instantly comprehended all of them. It's unbelievable. Vicious. Powerful. Luo Feng was like a starving beast flipping through page after page. He had never thought of such ways to unleash such techniques. It was simply like a heavenly horse flying. He couldn't even imagine the mindset of that being. Also, the techniques were all exciting and absolute, yet they all still relied on the foundation of the raindrop picture. These techniques were also a way to use the origin laws. That absolute being casually wrote 1,000s of ways to use the raindrop picture. 3 days later. Worth it, worth it. When Luo Feng finished flipping through the last page of the first book, he couldn't help but shout out excitedly. Finishing the first book. There were 3,219 techniques in that first book and Luo Feng had fully grasped them all. This was only 1,000 points. Even if I had to buy it with 30,000 points, it'd still be worth it. Luo Feng closed this book. He was excited, as in his mind the many techniques floated within. Right, that being had opened a window that wasn't there before for him. It wasn't just his comprehension of the 9-universe tablet that leveled up, it also spurred many new ideas on how to battle, and increased the amount of knowledge to a whole new level about many other things. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 484, Weakness. Chapter 484, Weakness. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The techniques can actually be used this way? That great being, how did he even come up with so many techniques just from one raindrop picture? Luo Feng placed the first book of time-space scribbles to one side and picked up the second book. Opening the thick metal book, he once again jumped right into reading it. Time-Space Scribbles' second book, it reflected the 9-universe tablet's second drizzle picture. In terms of deepness, this one was obviously more profound than the first one by hundreds to thousands of times. As Luo Feng had only comprehended just a bit of the second picture, the techniques revealed within the many pages of this book felt extremely mysterious to him. These techniques were built from the drizzle picture and it held within it bits and pieces of the drizzle picture. Some more so than others, some even incorporating the entire picture. So it's this way. So that's it. Ah. Luo Feng was completely immersed with reading this thick second book. The first book's 3,219 techniques, Luo Feng took a total of 3 days to learn all of them. However, of the second book's 2,102 techniques, 283 of them felt profound and incomprehensible to him. As for the other 19, he barely managed to forcefully comprehend them. As he drilled these into his mind, the drizzle picture of the 9-universe tablets slowly became clearer to him. Many factories could disassemble machines, and according to the way the deconstruction took place, one could later learn and figure out how to rebuild it. One theory. Why were these techniques so valuable? It was because each technique could grow and get more and more profound, eventually pointing towards the depths of the origin laws. Studying these techniques was actually beneficial to comprehend the laws. This was also why, in the universe, many people would risk everything to obtain valuable techniques. After all, the ones who could truly view the primal chaos tablets were extremely few and privileged. Normal warriors would never even get a chance to see the 52 tablets. Luo Feng took a deep breath and put down the thick book in his hands. Good book. It really is a good book. Luo Feng looked at the cover of the book. The words time-space scribbles alone could make one feel the evolution, the change of stars in space among other phenomenon. If only they were a bit cheaper. The third book is going to cost 100,000 points, where will I get so many points? The points were extremely hard to acquire. Babada, how long have I been studying? Luo Feng placed the heavy book back into the shelf behind him, asking. The first book, you took 3 days. As for the second book, you've been reading it for 29 days. The little demon on his shoulder said. 29 days? Luo Feng nodded, after which he shook his head and laughed. For the first book's 3,219 techniques, I took only 3 days to complete. But this second book's 19 techniques alone took me 29 days, and I still haven't even fully grasped them yet. How's the effect? Babada asked. It's still okay. Luo Feng smiled. I've comprehended the 10th and 11th wonder. Damn! Babada's eyes were almost popping out. Luo Feng, you are too shameless. This is called still okay? The raindrop picture held within 9 wonders. The drizzle picture had 27 more profound wonders within. The rainstorm picture held the final 72 most profound wonders. A total of 108 wonders, these were the foundation of the space origin laws. I guess I'm also digesting everything I've learned from the past now. Luo Feng said. In Primal Chaos City, there were many fragments and pieces that I understood somewhat, but not fully comprehended. And now while diving into these techniques, many things that I was just about to fully understand, resonate with each other, allowing me to continuously study 2 wonders. The Floating Blood's 108 techniques, I know 11 of them. Of course, the previous knowledge that I had, through the time-space scribbles, has allowed me to have great benefits. However, as it goes further, it won't be that easy. The first time looking at time-space scribbles had the greatest enlightenment. As one tried to comprehend more, it will only become harder. Unless he managed to go study the Primal Chaos tablet again, however that was in Primal Chaos City. Moreover, a chance to go back in was extremely valuable. Ah! Luo Feng suddenly stared, fiercely standing up and shouting. I've been studying time-space scribbles these past 32 days, that means I haven't attended any classes at all these past 32 days? Damn, even the ones I liked I didn't attend. There were many classes in the absolute beginning region, however they were all optional. Luo Feng didn't care that much about the normal ones who gave lectures about space and techniques. Those undyings didn't teach as well as his teacher did. However, the ones explaining the gold origin laws in space and gold fusion, these were the ones Luo Feng emphasized on. As his teacher Tru Yen Emperor was proficient in space, even though he had some comprehension of the gold origin laws, it couldn't compare to those undyings who specialized in it. What's the use of regretting? The little demon laughed. Here's some good news, your favorite space and gold fusion class is on tonight. Ah, then I'll attend tonight. Luo Feng nodded. However, I should go try out first to see just how much my strength has improved by. Luo Feng jumped out of the balcony from his study, leaving behind images as he arrived at his training grounds entrance. Within the training grounds, the ground was shiny. Simulate Horned Dragon City. Luo Feng ordered. With Babata's help, the place immediately morphed into a large portion of a huge city. The city was empty. In a 9-story normal building's balcony, Luo Feng carried the dark golden long rod on his back and shouted, "Rise!" Immediately from behind the long rod shot out little golden blades that covered the skies and land. The blurry images of these 1,600 blades were like little spirits dancing and swiftly flying about. In mid-air they swiftly began to extend golden threads infused with origin laws, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a golden totem pillar. Go! Luo Feng pointed ahead at a bank skyscraper. Rumble! The totem pillar rolled and the space around it compressed. Its movement was almost like teleporting. Within an instant it crossed several kilometers and immediately smashed into that skyscraper. The entire building shook from the impact and was reduced to dust. Simultaneously, the entire ground below the building also shook and the impact rippled in all directions, causing a large wave throughout. Later, several kilometers around the epicenter were all reduced to nothing but dust. My strength control is still not precise. Luo Feng stood in mid-air, surveying the buildings that were reduced to dust below. Frowning, I want to control my attack and condense it into one line, however it still rippled along the ground. However, according to the time-space scribbles over 3,000 techniques that I've slightly tweaked and combined with my comprehension of the 10th and 11th wonder, the power of my totem pillar is obviously much stronger. Luo Feng pointed far away, go! Rumble! 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 The totem pillar was like a god punishing the land, crashing here and there. The moment it hit, that entire area would be reduced to dust. It may seem heavy but it's light to control, I finally have this feeling. Luo Feng was very satisfied. Studying time-space scribbles was indeed a huge benefit, it actually made his Nanshan armament's 4th level so much stronger, then what about the 5th? I'll give it a shot. With a thought, the totem pillar first separated into countless gold lights returning to the golden long rod on his back. Rise! Luo Feng roared and his eyes focused. Immediately tens of thousands of little golden lights flew in all directions from his back. It was almost like a sun glaring in all directions, countless golden lights immediately followed a path and gathered, immediately forming 36 1-chi long golden blades. The next thing to do was to combine all of these 36 blades into one dark golden long blade. Nanshan armament 5th level, every blade was made of 81 little blades. When these 36 were added together, it would form a total of 2,916 little golden blades. Luo Feng took a deep breath and watched the floating 36 blades, roaring, combine. Immediately the 36 blades combined together. Every one of them followed the complex golden engravings and shot out tens of thousands of golden thread. Every thread represented Luo Feng's comprehension of the space and gold origin laws. Also, while controlling so many blades individually, Luo Feng's consciousness was like a quantum computer managing everything. Succeed, combine together. Luo Feng's forehead was filled with perspiration. The blur of golden threads interweaved and formed between the 36 golden blades, finally forming a 3M long golden blade shape. However, there were still regions on that blade itself where it was shaking and unstable as the gold threads floated about and unable to fully combine. Combine together. Luo Feng's face was flushed red. His consciousness and spirit energy were stretched to the limit, as they were controlling everything. However, the repulsion of those spots was strong. Pang! The dark long golden blade violently shook and dispersed. Phew! Luo Feng sighed. Shaking his head, he immediately dispersed the 2,916 blurs of little golden blade lights and they returned to the dark golden long rod. If my spirit energy is domain lord level, then I can rely on it to force the combination. Luo Feng thought. If my comprehension of the gold origin laws was deeper, I would then be able to form it too. At the final point, him wanting to control the golden threads to combine perfectly, there were multiple spots that were unsuccessful. This was mainly due to his comprehension not being deep enough. Nanshan armament was a spirit weapon that was created from the fusion of space and gold origin laws. It was one of the 9 godly weapons. Gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, light and thunder, these 8 were much easier to comprehend than space and time. Hence during the formation of the Nanshan armament, it emphasized more on the gold laws, and its requirement of the space laws was slightly lower. My space origin law comprehension is enough for the 5th level. However, my gold origin law comprehension isn't enough. Luo Feng laughed helplessly. Gold laws, in this aspect, Luo Feng's study speed wasn't slow at all. Space laws, with the 9 universe tablet, floating blood and time-space scribbles, along with Truyan's instructions and the space pet Masha clan studying, his studying speed was close to the gold origin law speed. However, in theory, the speed of his gold origin law study should far exceed the space study speed. After all, I did not have a teacher who specializes in gold to teach me. Luo Feng thought, also, I haven't studied any gold origin law techniques. From what I see, it's time for the golden horned beast to pick a technique. That way, I can raise my improvement speed of the gold laws. Inherited memories, the techniques within these memories were as vast as the ocean. My golden horned beast, which technique should I choose? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 485, EQ. Chapter 485, EQ. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. There were many battle techniques within the golden horned beast's inherited memories. When Luo Feng and Babata were analyzing which was most suitable, it only took a while before the night class was about to begin. Absolute beginning region Villa 1136, a silhouette rushed into the sky. This public class speaks about gold and space fusion, it's not bad. Luo Feng swiftly left the villa and headed towards the distant large skyscraper that could almost be deemed a large artwork. At this time, a line of silhouettes were flying towards it and entering. The entire building took up a few hundred kilometers in area. If placed on Earth, it would be an unbelievable construct. Classroom number 2, the size of this room was 80 kilometers long and 60 kilometers wide. Scattered around the back of the room were 1,000 seats, the rest of the space was for the undying teacher to sit cross-legged. Luo Feng. EQ. Luo Feng smiled and waved at a skinny youth in scaled armor. This youth was bald and had bronze skin. He emitted a powerful fierce aura. He was one of the few friends Luo Feng had in the absolute beginning region. Following which Luo Feng sat beside that youth. I haven't seen you this past month. EQ smiled. Usually during these gold space fusion and gold classes you'd attend. There's been close to 10 classes this month already and I haven't seen you around at all. I even sent you calls, but it was cut off? I was studying some techniques, I got immersed and forgot to attend. Luo Feng laughed. Iko, Domain Lord level, absolute beginning member. As he would attend every gold class, along with the gold and space fusion classes, Luo Feng had met him numerous times and became friends. Immersed in it? Iku blinked. I guess your rewards aren't small then. Luo Feng nodded. Congrats, haha. Ika laughed loudly, following which he said softly, however my brother, I estimate my own rewards too aren't small. Ah? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. You know, I control quite a bit of authority now. Occasionally I would meet some unexpected surprises. Ika's eyes had a sense of anticipation within. I hope this time around, I will succeed. The moment I do. Good for you, you have such authority outside. However, we are still stuck training within. Luo Feng shook his head. Virtual Universe Company, their nurture for the core members had different levels. The top 1,000 of the Genius Battles were immediately sent to train in Primal Chaos City for 30 years to lock in their foundation. Universe-level core members were to train in the Virtual Universe Company's 4 secret regions, safely listening to undying lessons, and to train and take on missions. Domain Lord-level members would command bodyguard teams, going to a particular universe country to control the territory. According to Luo Feng, that would be akin to going to the border and acting as a governor. This was truly the beginning of interactions with affairs of the universe. It was considered leaving the safety of the Virtual Universe Company, as everything was to be decided on one's own. Sector Lord members were placed in even more dangerous situations. They were going to explore the universe itself, and were even sent to the terrifying external battlefield where the strong were like minced meat sometimes. They were also sent to the even more dangerous universe secret regions. Value your chance. Iku sighed. Luo Feng, you are currently still universe level, you can safely stay under the protection of the Virtual Universe Company to train and take missions within a controlled area. When you reach Domain Lord level and get placed in a universe country, controlling a large territory, that's when your true grueling training begins. That's truly dangerous. Especially at Sector Lord level, where you are not even allowed to bring your guard team, you'll go through many life and death situations then. Luo Feng nodded. Universe level was considered a child that required nurturing. Domain Lord was considered youths, who were able to explore outside. Sector Lords were considered adults, who were beginning their life or death struggles. If successful, they would reach the undying level. It was a pity that the efficiency rate was very, very low. Within Classroom 2, more absolute beginning members entered. There were already more than 100. While Luo Feng and Ika sat together and chatted, another golden-bearded dwarf walked over, smiling. Iku, this person beside you should be Luo Feng, right? Za Ji Wu? Iku glanced at him. The dwarf smiled at Luo Feng. How do you do? I'm Za Ji Wu, similar to Iku. I am in the Domain Lord level. I have heard of you before and I've always wanted to meet you. However, there hadn't been a chance until now. How do you do? Luo Feng smiled and waved. Luo Feng, Za Ji Wu, this punk is crafty, but he's still not bad. I've known him for over 1,000 years. Iku introduced. Luo Feng. Za Ji Wu rubbed his golden beard. Sitting beside them, he said softly, I heard that during your first time in Primal Chaos City, you passed 5 levels of the Heavenly Bridge in 30 years? Right. Luo Feng nodded. Powerful indeed, respect. Za Ji Wu nodded. Zi Ji Wu, speak what's on your mind. Iko frowned. Zi Ji Wu said softly, Luo Feng, I want to discuss something with you. Luo Feng frowned. I want to exchange for some things in the Virtual Universe treasure trove. However, I don't have enough points. Zha Wu shook his head. I hope, Luo Feng, you can help me exchange for them. And when that happens, I'll use cash to buy them from you. Depending on how many points you use, I'm willing to exchange one mixed element for every 5 points spent. If you use 1,000 points, I'll give you 200 mixed elements. Zha Wu said, you should know, this is a good deal. Ah? Luo Feng was shocked. Every 5 points he spent he would receive one mixed element? This price was not bad. According to the prices of the treasures within the trove, from what Luo Feng calculated, about 7 to 8 points equated to one mixed element. Go away. Ika pushed Zha Wu away. Get away, you bastard, actually trying to swindle my friend. It's not considered swindling. He passed 5 levels, with the 10 times reward that's 31k points, and he has no need for them now. Also, the price I offered him is quite high. Zha Wu said. Ika frowned and said, alright, with your little calculations, you think I wouldn't know? I will not stop you. But, I will speak directly to Luo Feng about this and explain certain things to him. If he then still wishes to deal with you, I won't bother with your deals anymore. What's going on? Luo Feng was curious. Speak. Zha Wu seemed unhappy, almost like a gangster. Luo Feng. Ika said softly, right now when you exchange for items you'll discover one mixed element equates to about 7 or 8 points, right? Luo Feng nodded. But let me tell you, the things within the treasure trove can only use points. Core members under the Undying level, they can only rely on the Heavenly Bridge, Fantasy Ocean, Undying Altar, and taking on missions to acquire points. The points are extremely valuable. Iku emphasized, of course, you still think, as long as you have money, you can buy these treasures in the real world, right? Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. Right. With enough money, he could buy any treasure within the auctions. You are wrong. Ika shook his head. The auctions are separated into basic, mid and high level. Universe country auctions are all basic level and the lowest requirement is a 3-star client. The high-level auctions, however, require at least a 5-star client. Simply preparing for it requires many years. Hence it takes very, very long before a high-level auction occurs. And within these auctions, you won't necessarily get what you want. However, the treasure trove is different. Everything you need is available there. A few high-level items are rarely seen even in the high-level auctions, because the 5 major powers do not wish to circulate these extremely rare items. Ika said, however, all these items are usually available in the treasure trove. The further you get, the more obvious the importance of the treasure trove becomes. However, exchanging for items in the treasure trove relies solely on points. Ika sighed, and the points are hard to acquire. Anyone under Undying level cannot use money to exchange for points. And after becoming Undying, only then can one use money to exchange for points. The rule for Undyings of the Virtual Universe Company is 1 mixed element for 1 point. Luo Feng was shocked. I've said what I needed to, you make your own choices. Ika said. Iku is right. Beside, the gold-bearded dwarf nodded. A few rare items can't be bought at all outside. Hence the points are extremely valuable. However, Luo Feng, you are currently only universe level, the things you need can be bought outside as well. You have no need to waste your points. If you help me buy them, I'll give you cash, 5 points for 1 mixed element. It's very worth it. Luo Feng laughed. Ika watched as Zha Wu left unwillingly. Laughing, Luo Feng, I was worried you'd agree. I was never going to deal with him. Luo Feng smiled. What a joke, . Simply buying the 3 books of the time-space scribbles required 100,000 points. He was still worrying about how to get points. Why would he help someone else buy things using his points? That's right, you are considered powerful. First time in Primal Chaos City and completing 5 levels, one has to know the 10x reward is only for the first time. Ika shook his head. The 31,000 points you have with the initial 10,000 award. It may seem like points are easy to acquire, but you'll see later on. Luo Feng listened intently. Iku was after all a domain lord. His accumulated experience was much more. I have an assisting metal life form Kale. Ika shook his head. This life form can form armor, form weapons, and even fuse with a ship. It's an excellent helping hand. In order to nurture this Kale and make it evolve to domain lord was easy. However, to sector lord level, the materials required alone cost 86,000 points. I can only look at it and let my head ache. And after reaching sector lord level, the amount to be spent on Kale alone would get even more shocking. As for it to become an undying, I don't even dare to imagine the number of points required for the materials now. Luo Feng thought. Ika had the metal life form. He himself had the plant life form Cloud Contact Vine. Right now it was already domain lord level 2. Back when it was breaking through from universe level 9 to domain lord, it cost him 1 life fruit. Babata, the Cloud Contact Vine's breakthrough and evolution to sector lord, how many points do I have to spend? And the breakthrough to undying? Luo Feng asked. According to the process of how the Yun-Mo master nurtured his Cloud Contact Vine from domain lord level 9 to sector lord, it requires many treasures and combinations. So, that would amount to about 120,000 points. As for sector lord level 9 to undying, this is the hardest breakthrough. Humans breaking through to undying is already unbelievable. To help the Cloud Contact Vine, according to how much he spent back then, it would require about 6.2 million mixed elements, plus luck. After all, to actually break through the shackles of life itself to become undying, there's no 100% guarantee. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 486, Undying Altar. Chapter 486, Undying Altar. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. 6.2 million mixed elements and luck? A huge wave crashed within Luo Feng's heart. 6.2 million mixed elements. What a terrifying amount that was! The entire Black Dragon Mountain star field alone was only worth about 300,000 to 1 million mixed elements. Back then, your teacher had to break out his entire fortune to make it successfully. When the Cloud Contact Vine reached the undying level, it was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than normal human undyings. When your teacher had it, it was almost like his power had doubled. Even if others were stronger than your teacher, they would find it extremely hard to kill him. Babata said. Very hard to kill? Didn't he get killed in the end anyway? Luo Feng thought. Points. Luo Feng was nervous. The amount needed to be accumulated wasn't easy to complete. Breaking through, however, was very difficult. To nurture a Cloud Contact Vine up to the sector lord level, the price alone gave him a headache, as it would require about 120k points in total. Buying the time-space scribbles requires points, nurturing the Cloud Contact Vine requires points, repairing the Yun-Mo planet ship requires points, and on top of that they all need such huge amounts of it. Luo Feng thought, at least currently my stress level still isn't that elevated. Luo Feng had barely enough point to use at the moment. He didn't need to nurture the Cloud Contact Vine or repair the ship yet. Teacher. Within Classroom 2, over 100 absolute beginning members bowed respectfully. A 30m tall demon god undying walked into the room. His entire body was almost like metal, with 3 horns on his head. With a rumble, gold, as strong as the sun and iron, it's sturdy, unstoppable. Space holds within it all sorts of things and their energies. When time stops, space is all that is in the universe. Silence. This undying didn't allow anyone to speak at all during his classes, and he would always start the classes with those symbolic words about gold like the sun, space encompassing everything. This violent-tempered and wild being with a weird temperament still had many members that enjoyed his lessons. This undying explained to the class. With a wave of his hand, origin laws could be seen floating in its path. It's that way. Ah. Luo Feng carefully listened, occasionally realizing something important, sometimes nodding and at other times frowning. After a while, the class ended. Luo Feng turned and was taken aback. Iko, who was beside him, had suddenly vanished. Ah. Usually, even if he leaves the virtual universe, he would say goodbye. Luo Feng was curious. It's weird that he left halfway? At this time, Luo Feng tried to call Iko, however. It's cut off? Luo Feng smiled, must be something important. The call denial service was normal and regularly seen. Usually while one was studying, training or on a mission, they couldn't be distracted. Hence, they would choose to cut off all contact from the virtual universe network. There was of course one more possibility, and that was death. The moment one dies, the AIs and quantum computers would be unable to go online, naturally not allowing any calls. After finishing the lesson, Luo Feng didn't rush to choose a technique from the golden horned beast. He decided to head to the undying altar in Fantasy Ocean to give it a shot. Points. Right now I require hundreds of thousands of points, and I would even need more in the future. Luo Feng was worried. How do I get more points? Just from the heavenly bridge won't be enough at all. From what the two domain lords Iko and Zajiwu had said, Luo Feng was able to deduce that the points would get more valuable later on. Even Undying would use money to exchange for points. Because the virtual universe company's treasure trove only allowed exchanges for points. First I'll hit the Undying altar in Fantasy Ocean to take a look. Core members could easily enter any of the three places: Heavenly Bridge, Undying Altar, and Fantasy Ocean. Undying Altar. A black endless mountain range, and on each of the peaks there was a golden altar. With one look, one could see that on the tens of thousands of peaks there were similarly tens of thousands of golden altars. Shwa! A black-haired youth appeared in one of the golden altars. Luo Feng appeared before the altar, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I can't feel the universe origin law ripples. I can't feel the energies from the outside world too. The genetic energy within is gone too, and my spirit energy has been reduced to a bare minimum as well. Peculiar, it was a very uncomfortable feeling. Losing his genetic energy, spirit energy, all the ripples of the origin laws, everything was gone. The only thing that remained was his physical body strength. Purely testing my strength. Undying altar. Luo Feng looked up. This altar had a total of 99 points. Right at the top was the 100-point mark. Only when one's body exertion reaches 100 points will one have perfect control over their body. Standing on the altar, he swiftly reached the stand. On the stand was a human-shaped target. Beside it was a screen with the words, which, when translated into Mandarin read, "Within 1 second, please use your fists, elbows, head, knees and feet separately to attack the target. According to the lowest attack, we will determine your strength." 5 attacks? Luo Feng was stunned. He originally thought it would be like Earth's measurement, where just one punch would do. He didn't expect that he had to do 5 attacks separately with these body parts all within 1 second. Let's give it a shot. Luo Feng started to wiggle his muscles and bones. Pa! He attacked the target. Rumble! His leg swished through the air. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, immediately attacking the target before him. In an instant Luo Feng's body became like a circular movement. His fists were like a mythical beast punching strongly against the target's head, 1 attack. After which he bent his body and condensed his energy, violently kicking the chest of the target, causing it to cave in slightly, 2nd attack. The moment he landed, he once again fiercely jumped up and raised his knee to smash into the target's stomach, exploding with energy. Third attack. After which he arced his body in almost like a large bow, slapping backwards and smashing his forehead into the target's chest. Fourth attack. After which his entire body jumped up and with a right twist, his muscles seemed to condense into knots and released all his energy into his right elbow, smashing hard into the target. Fifth attack complete. Luo Feng looked at the screen. The numbers that appeared: 31, 28, 36, 29, 35, score 28, points awarded 0. My exertion is only 28 times? Luo Feng shook his head. Back on Earth, the 9-level Thunder Blade's highest level was only 7 times. Of course, the current Luo Feng's perspective was completely different. He could easily create thousands of techniques better than the 9-level Thunder Blade, just like how the creator of the 9-universe tablet could write so many techniques in time-space scribbles. In 1 second, use 5 portions of your body to attack. The lowest score will be your score. The requirements are harsh. After trying that one time, Luo Feng understood why. In a short amount of time to use all these parts to reach 100 points, that would mean one should have perfect control of his body. Again. 5 continuous attacks, 5 results again, 35, 30, 36, 29, 35, score 29, points awarded 0. Again. Score 28. Again. Score 30. Time and again, he tried non-stop over hundreds of times. His best score was only 32, and the lowest was at 26. Ultimately, he still got 0 points. Passing the Heavenly Bridge, Fantasy Ocean, and Undying Altar could help one get points. However, they had different rules. The 9-universe Heavenly Bridge had a total of 27 levels. The first level gave 100 points, second 200, third 400, and they compounded on, each giving twice the amount of the last level before. The Fantasy Ocean had many islands. From the outermost island, as one was heading inwards deeper into Fantasy Ocean islands, the hypnotism and mental pressure would get increasingly terrifying. The point system was similar to the Heavenly Bridge. From outside going in, there were a total of 21 islands. The first gave 100 points, second 200, third 400, it compounded on, the deepest of the Fantasy Ocean being Island 21. Even Undyings and the Knights would attempt Fantasy Ocean and Heavenly Bridge as they yielded high points. However, the Undying Altar was different. Perfect control of one's entire body was a prerequisite to becoming Undying. Hence the points given were the lowest of the 3. If one got a score of 50, he would be awarded 1,000 points. Score of 60, 2,000 points. Score of 70, 4,000 points. Score of 80, 8,000 points. Score of 90, 16,000 points. Score of 100, 50,000 points. But for a score below 50, 0 points. My strength usage is so weak? In that particular altar amidst the tens of thousands of golden altars on the Black Mountain Range, Luo Feng tried over and over. He tried for a total of tens of thousands of times. Even after using one entire day, his best score was still only 34. He couldn't blame anybody. Firstly, he was a spirit reader, he never really trained using his strength that way. Even though the Masha clan was proficient in close combat, it was after all an energy life form. It didn't rely on muscles or bones to unleash its strength, it didn't even have a strength per se, hence it couldn't train in this aspect. As for the golden horned beast, it was a blood and flesh life form, and it did emphasize on strength exertion. However, these many years, the golden horned beast had been specializing in absolute space and deities of the world. The rest of its time was spent studying the gold origin laws. It never actually trained in any battle techniques. However, its body makeup was naturally gifted in strength exertion. Even if it didn't specially studied it, it could still reach about 60 or 70 points. Human body's strength usage, however, was harder. For Luo Feng to reach 34 points, that was still mostly because of his strong consciousness and his comprehension of the origin laws. How shameful, I actually got 0 points. Luo Feng thought. When I return, I have to find a battle technique for the golden horned beast that emphasizes on strength exertion. Strength exertion is one of the requirements to become undying, I cannot overlook it. So what if I can't get any points from the undying altar? I'll head to Fantasy Ocean next. My consciousness and willpower is what I'm the most confident in. Fantasy Ocean, I have to go deeper and get more points. Luo Feng immediately headed towards Fantasy Ocean. Suddenly. Mail? Luo Feng pointed in mid-air and a screen appeared, and on it was a mail. It's from the Virtual Universe Company? Luo Feng opened the mail, and as he read, his entire face went completely pale. That's not possible, it's impossible. Luo Feng couldn't help but shake his head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 487, Heart Like a Mirror, Heart Like a Blade. Chapter 487, Heart Like a Mirror, Heart Like a Blade. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. How can this be? How can this be? Luo Feng looked at the contents of the mail and shook his head. Iku, Big Brother Iku is dead? This was a mail that had been sent to all members of the Absolute Beginning region. As there were very few members, with a total of 1,100 of them, they were all considered absolute geniuses amongst the universe countries. Over 10,000 years, the Absolute Beginning area had only absorbed less than 20 people. Every one of them were considered valuable. Every time one fell, they would send a reminder to inform all the members. Iku, Luo Feng's body trembled and his eyes were filled with shock. Right. During yesterday's public lesson, without him noticing, Iku's consciousness had left the virtual universe network. Even his own call request didn't go through. Back then he still thought Ika had a sudden inspiration or was looking for treasure, etc. But from the looks of it now, Iku may have met with misfortune back then. This Big Brother Iku was a huge figure sent by the Virtual Universe Company to control a large territory. How did he just die? Even if he left the safety net of the Virtual Universe Company, meeting many events outside, he was still after all a core member of the company. How could he just get killed like that? Luo Feng couldn't believe it. Scenes appeared and flashed in his mind. You again? I noticed you during the last 2 classes. What a coincidence. An intrepid youth dressed in scale armor walked over and laughed as he shouted. What a coincidence. Luo Feng laughed as well. I'm Luo Feng. I'm Iku. Let me tell you, when the Virtual Universe Company sends their domain lords out, they'll put them in their own home universe country. When I return this time, I'll control a large territory. The feeling will definitely be different. My clansmen's position too have since risen because of this. No one dares to ever bully my Copper Flame clan anymore. Iku was proud. My home Earth is the same. When I entered the Virtual Universe Company's core, the people of Earth's statuses rose greatly in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Luo Feng laughed too. If there's a strong warrior in the clan, the others will rise in status. However, if we fall, their status will fall greatly too. Iku's eyes stared. However, I will definitely work hard to become undying, definitely. We'll work hard together. Luo Feng's eyes too were filled with anticipation and fighting spirit. Luo Feng, you are currently still at the universe level. You can safely stay under the protection of the Virtual Universe Company to train and take missions, everything within a controlled area. When you reach domain lord level and get placed in a universe country, controlling a large territory, that's when your true grueling training will begin. That's when it will truly become dangerous. Especially at Sector Lord level, where you are not even allowed to bring your guard team, you'll go through life or death training then. Different scenes appeared in Luo Feng's mind. He hadn't known Iko for too long, but the two of them did have an affinity. Maybe it's because of their many similarities. The path to undying is extremely tough, Luo Feng muttered, looking at the screen before him. On it the text read. To all absolute beginning members in Yuxiang Mountain. Our virtual universe just confirmed that Iko, an absolute beginning member, one that had been exceptional since the genius battle, has fallen. This is a very heartbreaking news. The absolute beginning region absorbs members through the genius battle and the absolute warriors battle. Every 10,000 years, we absorb less than 20 people. However, as time flows, every 100 to 1,000 years, someone will fall. One after another, the geniuses will continue to fall. Eventually, extremely few members will pass the road to become an undying. 95%. A terrifying number. This is the mortality rate of our absolute beginning region. 95% of the members from the absolute beginning region will fall. Yes. Right now, there were 1,137 members living in the region. About 95% of them will fall along the way to becoming undying, and only 5% will reach the end and become undying. I hope that all living members will be extra careful. Listening to classes? Training? Missions? Placed in their own universe countries? Sector Lord missions? Our virtual universe has given you all very huge liberties and power. The path is the one thing that you choose for yourself. The danger level 2 will be decided by you, and you'll bear the consequence for everything. I only hope that in the future, you all don't regret the decisions you made in the face of death. Virtual Universe Company. One mail, all the living 1137 absolute beginning members received it. The entire region seemed to have a heavy aura hanging over it. Absolute beginning region, Manka Prince Wuka's villa, living room. Luo Feng, Rongjun, Ai Chen, Aopatela, Wuka, Jiang Yamo, Qianshui, Lancelot. The absolute beginning members from the latest genius battles sat together unlike ever before. They usually formed their own little cliques, like Luo Feng, Rongjun, and Wuka. Aopatela, Lancelot were close, Ai Chen, Jiang Yamo, and Qianshui were close. However, at this time, the 8 of them sat around the living room in silence. 95% of us will fall. Lancelot, a devilishly handsome youth, muttered. The moment I think about the many geniuses falling and imagining the currently bustling absolute beginning region becoming a cemetery, I feel shock and fear. I can't help but feel a chill. Silence. The air in the living room seemed stiff. There was heavy pressure, everyone could feel this pressure. 95%. This number had completely shocked the newcomers. Luo Feng felt a chill. These days I've been training, listening to classes, simulation in the training grounds, studying time-space scribbles, immersed in study. Teacher personally reminded me to go take on missions, to study and experience reality simultaneously, yet I never took it seriously. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. 30 years of a safe life has numbed me. A true warrior can only be born from grueling hardship. Just like how it takes 100 years to temper iron, experiencing many life or death instances, only then can a true warrior be made. Silence. The 8 sat there, thinking about many things. Who? Luo Feng stood up, the other 7 all looked over. Since we are walking this path, unless we choose to back out and return to our safe lives, we can only push forward. If we fall, we'll stand back up. We'll recover from heavy injuries and only death will end everything. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. The path to undying isn't something everyone can walk. Luo Feng immediately turned and walked out, flying into the sky and vanishing. The other 7 were stunned. Who? Rongjun stood up and said solemnly, Luo Feng is right. The path to undying isn't something anyone can just walk. Without the right heart, it's better to just give up. After which he turned and left too. Ha, good. Isn't it just a battle? Ha, the people of Manka are people that love battles. Wuka too stood up and laughed loudly. However, his laugh had a sense of pressure and coldness. Go. Jiang Mo stood up. Xian Shui followed her big brother and left. Ika's death had given the members of the Absolute Beginning region a huge wake-up call, and the ones that were truly awoken were Luo Feng and the other 7. They didn't even seem to sense any danger from before. Training mission. Rong Jun sat in his study. He opened the screen and looked carefully. Safe level, normal, difficult, dangerous, impossible? This is the first time I'm taking a mission. Without any danger there won't be any effect. I can still choose the level now, in the future I won't even get a choice. However, the first time shouldn't be too dangerous, after all I have no experience. Difficult level. Rong Jun opened the difficult level and chose the mission. Fantasy Ocean. Rumble, a black ocean roared. The waves rose as high as 10 m, crashing over and over into the cliffside. Luo Feng stood above the cliff, looking at the endless fantasy ocean. For a strong warrior, other than talent, comprehension, hard work, resources and techniques, the most important thing is his heart. Luo Feng looked far ahead. With a heart like a blade and strong willpower, for the route ahead, any obstruction will be nothing but a joke. Progressing forward, with a heart of respect and nothing to fear. Heart cold as a mirror, able to see clearly through everything. Heart like a blade, able to cut through obstructions. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. With a rumble he became a beam of light and headed towards the first island of the fantasy ocean. His heart was cold like a mirror. This was the state that Luo Feng had reached long ago in spirit. In any circumstance or situation, he could maintain absolute calm and coldness. And 30 years of quiet study. The death of a good friend, it made him roar. It made him reflect on himself, seeing clearly what he was. His willpower and heart were both like a blade. Heart like a mirror, this was where the heart had reached an absolute level of strength. Heart like a blade, was another aspect altogether. Hong and Thunder God both focused heavily on the spirit training. These two had long reached a perfect level of the heart. Their mental state had long reached the pinnacle of Chinese culture level. Chasing after their ancestors, they had many methods of training and finally reached perfection. Maybe in other aspects they were weaker, however in mental state alone, these two could be considered at the pinnacle in the universe. And Luo Feng too could achieve this state. He was probably only weaker than the other two by a little. Primal Chaos City. A group was listening to True Yen Emperor's class. Luo Feng was one of them. With just this level of illusion and you want to affect me? My heart is like a mirror, I see through all the haze. My heart is like a blade, I cut through all the illusions. Break! 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 Luo Feng's consciousness was like lightning, roaring and shaking the skies. The land and skies crumbled and the illusion broke, revealing the original island scenery. It was a white sandy island and on it were trees and plants, which looked silent and beautiful. And Luo Feng stood on the beach of the island. In the distant ocean, there was darkness. In the distance, a white shade floated and appeared. Another deeper island had appeared, only after passing the first level would the next island appear. I really wish to see what kind of illusion can stop me. Luo Feng rushed into the sky, becoming a beam of light and heading towards the 6th island. Right, Luo Feng had just passed 5 islands of the fantasy ocean continuously. 5 islands, they hardly even affected Luo Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 488, Fantasy Ocean. Chapter 488, Fantasy Ocean. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. At the deepest parts of Fantasy Ocean, within the 21st island, sat a golden-armored, black-scaled old man. He was the manager of the Fantasy Ocean. The old man with a face full of black scales opened his eyes and gazed far away. With a dazed look, he said, "A universe level 9 punk is actually passing the 7th island so easily? Even many sector lords can't pass this island, yet he is passing it that easily." Looking at his details. Luo Feng. True Yen Emperor's disciple? True Yen is good at teaching disciples. However, consciousness and willpower cannot be taught. Let's see how many islands this pink can pass. If he passes the 9th island, then that's impressive. Even many pinnacle of sector lords cannot pass that. The black-scaled old man smiled. He looked into space and watched Luo Feng's progress through the Fantasy Ocean. After a while, he passed the 8th island? The black-scaled old man's eyes were filled with shock. With a swoosh he stood up. He really passed the 8th? Fantasy Island's 21 islands was actually very similar to passing the 21 levels of the Heavenly Bridge. However, consciousness and willpower were from within and were hard to train. A student-level punk, in terms of willpower alone, may not be weaker than a sector lord. Of course, consciousness strength would be much weaker. However, just willpower alone was hard to gauge. However, the Fantasy Island alone tested both of them and not just willpower. His consciousness strength definitely cannot compare to a pinnacle sector lord. The black-scaled man's eyes were filled with shock, saying solemnly, "It's extremely tiring for him in Fantasy Island, but obviously his willpower has compensated quite a bit for that. His willpower is sturdy. His determination and willpower is immovable. Actually, they are even stronger than the pinnacle of sector lords." 9th island. The black-scaled old man's eyes were nervous. 9th island was named as one of the limits of a sector lord. Very few sector lords can pass this. This Luo Feng, a universe level 9 punk, how can he possibly pass this? It's impossible. 9th island, the mountain rocks and sand were all white. The trees and plants were lush in this island. Luo Feng stood at the peak of the island's 300 to 400 tall mountain. His body upright, eyes cold, gaze like a blade, there wasn't any hint of worry or hesitation. Within a few seconds, the illusion and pressure began to completely engulf Luo Feng. Rumble. Luo Feng felt as though a large mountain had just crashed on his consciousness. This was purely the consciousness strength alone. Even for many sector lord pinnacle warriors, their consciousness would immediately be knocked and they would feel dizzy. In that blurry state, one would unwittingly fall into the illusion and lose. Just like how some strong-willed people of Earth would never sign their life or property away. However, after a few punches, kicks in that weary state, they wouldn't even know if they end up actually submitting and signing the papers. One theory. First, heavily damage the consciousness. Once one was in a blurry state, unleash the illusion. Rumble, almost like a mountain crashing on his consciousness. Luo Feng immediately felt the tremor. He saw the land started to swirl in front of him, as he started to feel dizzy. Heart like a blade. Gather. His consciousness let out a roar. His state of mind, which was in a state close to desperation, immediately reconstructed and his mind was clear again. Willpower was the general. Consciousness was the soldier. The strength of one's consciousness included one's spirit energy, mental strength, and so on. As one's strength grew, it would naturally grow. For example, if a sector lord released his spirit pressure, he could easily kill a star traveler or star level. Even if his willpower was normal, his immeasurable strength was simply too much. Luo Feng's consciousness strength was the Golden Horned Beast Domain Lord level 6. The Golden Horned Beast was much stronger than the same level humans. It was comparable to a Domain Lord level 9 or even a Sector Lord level 1 human. Luo Feng's consciousness strength had already reached the pinnacle of domain lords. Right now, he was under the attack of a sector lord pinnacle pressure. Luckily, his willpower was incredibly sturdy. With a powerful general, his consciousness solidified. He could withstand the attack and not crumble. If his consciousness level was at the universe level, he would have instantly crumbled. If the soldier is too weak, no matter how strong the general was, it was still useless. Since the soldier wasn't too weak, and the general was extremely strong, he still stood a chance. Luo Feng, Little Hai battled with someone at the Ganwu dojo and was killed by his bodyguards. The scene changed, and while Luo Feng's consciousness was hit, he fell into the illusion. Su Xian's expression was filled with worry as she shouted. That illusion even invaded his memories, attempting to meld with it. What, Little Hai? Luo Feng was shocked. Heart as cold as a mirror, even when a few specks of dust fell, the mirror would still reflect clearly. Luo Feng immediately felt unsettled after being affected by the illusion. The illusion is after all just an illusion. Break. Luo Feng's consciousness solidified and immediately broke through the obstruction, cutting and slicing through the skies. However, this caused the illusionary world to only slightly tremble. This slight tremble alone made Luo Feng smile coldly. His consciousness was like a blade, as quick as lightning. It produced tens of millions of blades. Rumble, it immediately caused the illusionary world to produce an unstable tear. After which it crumbled and the surroundings revealed the scene of the 9th island once again. In the distance a blur of white appeared, the 10th island. 10th island. Luo Feng immediately flew over. The black-scaled old man who was located at the deepest parts of Fantasy Ocean, in that 21st island, revealed a look of shock. What strong consciousness and terrifying willpower. It's been extremely long since I've seen such willpower. With such willpower, if he doesn't reach the end of his lifespan and fall, he would become an absolute warrior. To actually enter and attempt Fantasy Ocean, it represented one's talents were extremely high. With high talents and exceptional nurturing, an absolute genius with incomparable willpower usually only had two paths. Failing at the end or becoming an absolute warrior. In the past, Bolin only made it to the 7th island before failing, and Rongjun failed at the 6th. These two already had terrifying willpower. But this Luo Feng, the black-scaled old man, choked and cleared his throat. This level of terrifying willpower will be very helpful during dangerous life or death situations. As long as there's a threat of survival, unless he meets with an impossible situation, he'll definitely become an absolute warrior. This news, I have to inform the higher-ups immediately. The black-scaled old man's expression was serious. Their more valuable one was, the more the virtual universe company would pay attention to them. Creating the Heavenly Bridge, Fantasy Ocean and Undying Altar, all these were to pick out the most exceptional of geniuses. The Undying Altar was the least emphasized of the three, mainly because almost all of the pinnacle sector lords could reach perfection in control of their bodies. As for the Heavenly Bridge in Fantasy Ocean, many Undyings and even universe country leaders would still attempt them. Hence, the Heavenly Bridge in Fantasy Ocean were more heavily emphasized. 10th Island. Luo Feng's gaze focused and his consciousness condensed, like a mirror and blade. It was incredibly sturdy. The 10th Island's illusion was accompanied by a terrifying amount of pressure. Rumble. Almost like the skies crumbling down on him, the pressure smashed into his consciousness. Within an instant, Luo Feng's consciousness crumbled. 10th Island was a failure. No matter how strong one's willpower was, against a normal Undying's consciousness strength, it was like an ant being squashed into nothing. An excellent general can control 10,000 soldiers to move. With a bit of strategy, these soldiers can be controlled just like the extension of one's arm, finally killing the enemy general and their million-strong army while protecting their own. However, if the enemy had over 100 million soldiers, which covered the land and skies, almost like an endless ocean, that same general, no matter how exceptional he was, he would still die without a doubt. Fantasy Island Core Island 21. The black-scaled old man wrote a letter seriously, sending the detailed news of Luo Feng's progress and emphasizing heavily on how his willpower was terrifyingly strong. Who? The black-scaled old man finally relaxed after sending it out. Following the old rules, I'll inform True Yen Emperor and Jade Emperor. The black-scaled man wrote a simpler version of the report and sent it to these two. According to the rules, Luo Feng would eventually become an underling of Nine-Blade Knight. Hence, the details of his growth had to be constantly recorded and sent to Jade Emperor, who was under Nine-Blade Knight and in charge of such management. And True Yen Emperor was Luo Feng's teacher. He had specially requested the black-scaled old man to send progress about Luo Feng to him. The black-scaled old man gazed into the distant space, saying softly, "Even against tough situations, troubles, difficulties, big enemies and so on, one's willpower can't be that terrifying. And the greater the hatred, even though one's willpower will be strong, they will become easily susceptible to illusions. Such a terrifyingly sturdy willpower, only through special circumstance and situations can it be produced." The black-scaled old man exclaimed. Indeed. For Luo Feng to reach this step, he had indeed met with special circumstances. First reason was that he had been driven since young to become a warrior and often battle in life or death battles. Second reason was that he had sacrificed his life during the swallowing beast incident. However, the possession was successful. The feeling of such rebirth seemed to have changed his willpower tremendously. The third reason was that due to the golden horned beast's blood and soul influence, it caused Luo Feng to be extremely cold. And with guidance from Hong and Thunder God and the knowledge from thousands of years of Chinese culture, along with the inherited mental state training from his ancestors from these thousands of years, it allowed him to reach a perfect mental state like that of a mirror. Luo Feng had always recognized the importance of mental state training. Ika's death, along with that letter, plus the 30 years of study, all had resulted in Luo Feng's mental state rising to yet another level. It had finally reached the level of heart like a blade. Heart like a mirror and blade, creating a willpower that was so powerful it couldn't be moved. Luo Feng was oblivious to the fact that Watchman of Fantasy Ocean had sent the news about him to the upper management of the Virtual Universe Company. He returned to his own study in his villa at the Absolute Beginning region. Fantasy Island and Heavenly Bridge, I've already reached my limit for these two. Within a short amount of time, I won't be able to make any progress. Luo Feng sat at his desk and looked at the screen of his laptop. Now then, I'll have to choose a mission to train myself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 489, Training World. Chapter 489, Training World. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng grabbed the mouse and opened the management folder, which had options for life, study and training. He picked training from the 3 options. Training mission danger level is separated into 5 levels. Luo Feng looked at the screen and frowned. Which level should I pick? Looking at the 5 levels on the screen. Safe, mortality rate 0%. Normal, mortality rate 10%. Difficult, mortality rate 20%. Dangerous, mortality rate 50%. Impossible, mortality rate 90%. This is the first time I am taking on a mission. I have no knowledge about it. Luo Feng thought. I cannot pick randomly, and picking the impossible level would be too irresponsible. If it was Wuka or Rong Jun and the others, they would be prudent and pick the difficult level. Then Luo Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. I'll pick the dangerous level. Dangerous level, the second highest of the 5 levels, had a mortality rate of 50%. The ones picking the missions were all the most exceptional geniuses of the 1008 universe countries. Even though all of them had enough wealth to buy treasures and trump cards, many didn't dare pick too hard of a level the first time. Normally, only after acquiring enough experience would they pick the dangerous level. Even so, the mortality rate was still 50%. This showed just how dangerous it was. I'm different from them. I have my two great clones, which are even stronger than this body. Luo Feng thought, if I don't pick a more dangerous mission, there would be no challenge. Even though he was confident, he still needed to be prudent. He didn't dare pick the most terrifying impossible level. 90% mortality rate. This was truly impossible for the moment. Those who dared pick that were all fully prepared and incredibly confident. Yet, 9 out of 10 still died. The surviving ones were probably very lucky. This was the impossible level. Luo Feng gently tapped and chose the dangerous level missions. D. A screen appeared with red warning words. Warning! Warning! Your Majesty, Luo Feng is doing a mission for the first time. According to the records and calculations history from the Virtual Universe Company, those picking a dangerous mission as their first mission have a mortality rate of 78.2%. Please choose wisely. If you wish to continue, please confirm. Otherwise, please cancel this and accept another mission. Luo Feng frowned. Picking the dangerous level as their first mission had a mortality rate of 78.2%? There's definitely a way to survive the mission, since the impossible level exists above it. The survival chances of the dangerous level are definitely bigger. If I can't even pass the dangerous level, wouldn't that be a joke? Luo Feng didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed the selection. A new glossary appeared on the screen and on it were detailed introductions. Dangerous level mission. Many core members would usually choose this after much experience and preparation as the mortality rate was still 50%. Similarly, since the danger level was high, the awarded points would be more shocking too. Below are the dangerous level missions. One-Way Sea-Ka Planet, Virtual Universe Company Primal Secret Region. 2-7 Flames Palace, Virtual Universe Company Heaven and Ground Secret Region. 6 Green Demon World, Virtual Universe Company Last Phase Secret Region. 9 Dragon Pagoda Planet, Virtual Universe Company Absolute Beginning Secret Region. 18 9 Star Ocean, Hujack's Dojo Hujack's Secret Area. 29 Prison Battlefield, Universe Mercenary Alliance Glory Secret Region. 36 Blood River World, Virtual Universe Company Absolute Beginning Secret Region. 186 Flame Ice Continent, Universe Galaxy Bank Black Hole Secret Region. The list was filled with a blur of missions. There were a total of 186 missions that he could accept, and all of them were within secret regions. These were controlled and remodeled regions from the 5 Great Leviathans. The 186 secret regions were where the missions were located. 186? This Dragon Pagoda planet is in the Absolute Beginning region? Luo Feng gently tapped the 9th mission Dragon Pagoda planet and took a look. Universe Secret Region. The small ones were similar to a galaxy or the Milky Way. The big ones were similar to a star sector, or even like the size of the Ganwu Universe country. How many planets were in the Milky Way galaxy? How many galaxies were there in the Ganwu Universe country? Hence, in the vast and mysterious universe secret regions, new continents may be produced in the voids of the regions, or even some special planets. Anyway, these special territories within the secret regions, many people could never calculate even with their entire lifespans. Dragon Pagoda Planet, a planet produced within the Absolute Beginning region. Over countless years of being engulfed in universe energies, it resulted in many powerful dragon clans forming within the planet. There were some powerful thunder dragons proficient in flesh and blood battles, some humanoid dragons proficient in spirit attacks, or the golden dragon which was a fusion of the two. Luo Feng looked at the detailed introduction of the planet. The introduction was very long. And the Dragon Pagoda training mission was all about hunting dragons. Become a dragon hunter. Challenging indeed. Luo Feng muttered. The strongest within the Dagon Pagoda is akin to a pinnacle sector lord, while the weakest are at least universe level. one has to be extremely cautious while hunting. The moment a strong dragon discovers you, that wouldn't be hunting anymore, but rather being hunted instead. Luo Feng looked at several missions and was shocked at the many places. Blood River World was also located within the Absolute Beginning secret area. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The best choice for this first mission was one within the Absolute Beginning region. Otherwise, just flying to the other regions alone would take a very long time, and there were a total of 5 special sectors within the dangerous level missions. Luo Feng was leaning towards Blood River World. Blood River World was a floating vast continent within the Absolute Beginning region. A universe secret region is usually produced from the universe evolution, and this Blood River World is a powerful world that was produced within during the early stages of the Absolute Beginning region. Its ancientness far exceeds the most ancient universe country. Within the Blood River World, there live countless powerful humans. They've formed their own language, culture, and training culture. They heavily respect strength. The detailed introduction for Blood River World was very long, and Luo Feng read on nervously. Such a mysterious world. There are even aboriginal undyings. Luo Feng looked with shock. What a pity, because it's within the universe secret region, with large amounts of cosmic dust obstructing the way, it made the undyings unable to accelerate to light speed and engage in universe travel. Hence, even the undying remained as aboriginals on Blood River World. Blood River World had a diameter close to 1 light-year, which was about 9 trillion kilometers. Such a vast surface had allowed their population to reach a huge number. Also, since the universe origin laws were circulating within, the strong were like clouds. A reminder. The people of Blood River World hate outsiders. Hence, to accept this mission, one first has to not bring any technology-related items along. As for the few special spirit and genetic weapons, unless Blood River World already has them, they cannot be brought as well. One also has to follow the attire of the normal people of Blood River World. If one's looks are too peculiar, he would also have to undergo physical alteration to fit in with the look of the people of Blood River World. Blood River World's language differs from universe language. One has to learn the language before entering. Luo Feng laughed and nodded. Luckily, the humans of Blood River World have tens of thousands of races. My looks are considered normal. As for weapons, with the study of origin laws, it doesn't make a difference whether I use a blade or spirit weapon. About language. With my consciousness speed that's comparable to a quantum computer, I should be able to learn it in half a day. Luo Feng finally decided on choosing Blood River World. Although it was an ancient world over 1 trillion years old, this was a place with a new culture, and had humans as the leaders of the planet, unlike the other missions with different and strange things with those secret areas. Blood River World's mission was at dot. 1. Acquire 1 Blood River Crystal. This was a Blood River World specialty, as Blood River Crystals can be found nowhere else in the universe. A successful mission equals 10,000 points. 2. Acquire the title Blood Warrior and the Blood River Medal. A successful mission equals 100k points. Reminder, 99.5% of those who take this mission complete the first one. As long as one of the 2 was completed, it would represent that the mission is a success. D. Please confirm the acceptance of the Blood River mission. Acceptance successful. Please fill out the departure time. The Virtual Universe Company will arrange for a ship to send you to Blood River World. Luo Feng smiled at the mission. There were 2 reasons why he chose this mission. First reason was because of its unique culture and its unique training culture. The second reason was because it gave a large amount of points, amounting between 10k to 20k. Very few missions had 2 choices of missions, and the second mission of Blood River World actually reward 100k points when completed. My God! How much was 100k points? Only passing the 11th level of the Heavenly Bridge gave 100k points, and Luo Feng was stuck at only the 5th. As for the 11th? It would take at least another 1,000 years. Blood Warrior title, Blood River medal? Maybe it's very difficult, however I still have to try. Luo Feng smiled. After receiving the mission, he began to do all sorts of preparations. Nanshan armament is one of humanity's 9 godly weapons. The Blood River world has no such materials to make it. Hence, when I enter Blood River world, I cannot take it out. The Gold Shadow Blade 2 is the same way. I'll custom make a sharp Blood Shadow Blade. Luo Feng custom made the Blood Shadow Blade and a 6-edged shield. The materials were all available on Blood River world. As for Cloud Contact Vine? The Cloud Contact Vine was a plant lifeform, and it was rare within humanity's 1008 universe countries. There's no such thing on Blood River world. I'll temporarily let the Masha clan clone wear it. Luckily, Blood River world has the space ring. I'll order some armor, helmet and boots. Luo Feng swiftly made preparations. He first had to make sure that there weren't any stark differences between him and the native people. As the world was huge with tens of thousands of different human races, as long as he wasn't too peculiar, it naturally wasn't too much of a problem. However, if anyone took out a laser gun in Blood River world and was discovered by an absolute warrior, sector lord or undying, that would mean certain death, as Blood River world had no such technology advancement. Blood River world language? Luo Feng spent 3 days and with a consciousness speed comparable to a basic quantum computer, he learnt 18 types of Blood River language. Everything is prepared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 490, Blood River World. Chapter 490, Blood River World. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Absolute beginning region. Thick mist shrouded the entire space. A huge ice planet had many broken star fragments orbiting about it, and Luo Feng's quarters was one of them. Hey, what do you think His Majesty is preparing for, since he is buying so many things? There were so many universe ships flying in these past few days. Who knows? Anyway, he has large amounts of wealth, he can buy anything he wants. A few universe soldiers stood guard about the villa and chatted while patrolling. Shut up all, don't discuss about His Majesty. In the distance a domain lord captain turned and shouted while directing the movers carrying the boxes. Yes. The guards all immediately stopped talking. Only then did that captain turn and continue with his instructions. You all, place those huge boxes over there, right? These large boxes should be put here. They are very important, be careful and lift them gently. Within the entire villa, many boxes filled with different items were actually being arranged, taking up close to over 10 kilometers of area. The nutrition cabin was placed within Luo Feng's study. Within these 3 months, Luo Feng had been bathing within it all the time. The nutrition cabin slowly opened, a nude, fit, black-haired youth emerged from the almost clear nutrition liquid, stood up and immediately stepped out. The surface of his body immediately rose in temperature as it dried the remaining liquid. Following that, a dark red simple clothing immediately appeared and covered his body. My body is currently at Universe Level 9, and my spirit reading is at Universe Level 9 as well. Luo Feng flexed and exerted some strength. The solid muscles of his flexed with energy, causing the space around to tremor and explode. How weird. This nutrition cabin. Luo Feng turned to look at it. Within it was still a lot of the valuable liquid that he hadn't finished. In about 3 short months, I rose straight to Universe Level 9, essentially from the point of evolving to reaching a point of feeling full and completely satisfied. Luo Feng's body strength had already reached saturation, unable to increase anymore. Unless he broke through to Domain Lord level, which will allow his body to evolve more. An evolution in the basic essence of his body would be the only way to raise its strength further. Of course, if needed, Luo Feng was able to immediately raise his body to Domain Lord level. The only issue was that his internal world was currently only Domain level 6. Hence, he was unable to evolve further directly to Domain Lord level 9, and could only bear with it for now. As Luo Feng walked out from his building, the waiters and guards who were busy with their work in the villa were all shocked. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Everybody bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty!" Sector Lord Ao Duo also became a beam of light and flew over, bowing respectfully. Luo Feng looked at the large amount of shipments and laughed. "So many goods these past few days, Ao Duo, sorry to trouble you." "No problem," Ao Duo replied. "Have all the goods arrived?" Luo Feng asked. "Your Majesty's orders have all arrived, everything is here," Ao Duo replied respectfully. Luo Feng nodded and his eyes gleamed as he saw the large amount goods that took up over 10 kilometers. The goods that he spent 860 mixed elements on were all here. As he knew the points were extremely valuable, he tried not to use the points as much as possible. 860 mixed elements. This amount was available for him due to the dividends he got from Ping Hai Company, especially from that huge investment. Of course, the main thing was the money remaining within the company to generate even more funds. Since Luo Feng himself had close to 1,000 mixed elements, he ended up using 860 of them at one go. With these, the golden horned beasts deities of the world's second level will have some progress, Luo Feng thought. These goods before him included the cloud contact vine's many nutritional items. These were the things that he prepared before heading to Blood River World. However, the most important things were still the materials for the golden horned beast's training of deities of the world. Training deities of the world had extremely high requirements. The weaker one was the easier it was to train. The first level of deities of the world was completed by Luo Feng in Primal Chaos City. This was because the golden horned beast was weaker back then. That and because Luo Feng was able to purchase many valuable materials to complete it. Many golden horned beasts only completed the first level throughout their entire lives. The second level required extremely rare materials. However, it was a pity that he was not able to afford some of the materials. This time, he spent 860 mixed elements, of which over 830 of them were used for the training materials for the second level, and this was still only the cheaper portion of the training. As for the special materials, even the treasure trove didn't have it. When it came to the expensive parts, Luo Feng couldn't afford them. The effects of deities of the world are intrepid, however the requirements are too harsh. The second level requires the Kenluo Sea's feathers, that alone requires 12 million. As for some items, they might as well not be in the treasure trove. Luo Feng thought, it was no wonder this technique was so hard to train. The cost for the second level to complete was extremely huge. At least, as he was only a small figure within the virtual universe company, Luo Feng still couldn't see the end in sight. Phew! Luo Feng raised his hand and had Babata keep all the items in his storage space. The many items required at least 10 kilometers in space. However, in truth it didn't take up that much space, at least with Luo Feng's current status, buying a larger space ring was easy. Second day. Luo Feng wore black armor and boots, and carried a 6-edged shield and a blood shadow blade. These were all custom made for his mission on Blood River World. As the cloud contact vine and quantum computer on his arm didn't fit the regulations of the world, he passed them to the Masha clan body to wear. Of course, Babata hid within his storage space according to Luo Feng's instructions. Babata, you are forbidden from showing your presence in any way on Blood River planet. The most you can do is mentally communicated with me. Damn, I've been with your teacher through so many life or death situations, relax. Babata said. Luo Feng stood in the villa and looked at the skies engulfed in mist. Rumble, a universe ship descended from the distance on Luo Feng's star fragment. Your Majesty, be careful on your mission. Ao Duo advised respectfully. Luo Feng nodded, becoming a beam of light and flying over. Good luck, Your Majesty. Over 100 guards and 1,000 staff members all said simultaneously. The distant Luo Feng had already entered the universe ship sent by the Virtual Universe Company and quickly vanished with the ship. Dark Universe, this fish-shaped universe ship was swiftly progressing. Your Majesty, we are heading to Blood River World. Our speed has already reached 36 times light speed, will arrive in about 19 hours. A purple short-haired, beautiful-looking lady with a furry tail who appeared very serious explained to Luo Feng. After 19 hours, I'll inform Your Majesty. Until then, you can rest. Thanks. Luo Feng nodded. After which Luo Feng sat in the sofa beside and poured himself a glass of wine. As he was tasting it, he also sent a thread of his consciousness into the virtual universe to practice the blade technique, Illusionary 7 Blades. Currently, every blade was already completely ingrained into his consciousness. Even so, amongst the 7 blades, his most proficient was still the Dutchman's pipe. Maybe it was because the Masha clan was proficient in assassination, or the fact that long periods of time spent on this training move had made his comprehension of it the deepest. Hence, even Luo Feng's Earth Bodies 2 was the most proficient in the Dutchman's pipe. As he was recapping the blade work and movement, 19 hours passed quickly. Your Majesty, will begin universe travel quickly and return to the actual universe. The purple short-haired lady said coldly. Simultaneously, the ship's control room resounded with the countdown of the universe travel. After 10 seconds, the entire ship shook slightly and became stable again. The ship had finally arrived. External simulation. The lady ordered. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as the surrounding scenery morphed and revealed the external world's virtual simulation. So beautiful. Luo Feng was shocked. What appeared before him was the external world, which was covered in mist. It also contained all kinds of space debris, making it even more mysterious. However, in the distance was an incredibly beautiful palace that was floating in space itself. This palace is called Heaven Erosion Palace. A few of our Virtual Universe Company Absolute Warriors are studying within. They are also in charge of watching over Blood River World. The purple-haired lady introduced. Within the palace not far away, there's a large empty sector. It has enough space to allow a universe ship to accelerate to universe travel. Heaven Erosion Palace, Watchtower? Luo Feng was shocked. Right. The lady nodded. The moment anyone flies out from Blood River World, they'll be discovered. If it's our people, they will naturally be safely taken in. If it's an aboriginal from Blood River World, naturally they won't fare too well. I'll send you there right away. Once you exit this ship, it isn't too far away from Blood River World. Your Majesty, Luo Feng will have to rely on your own ship. The dark purple-haired lady said. Your Majesty should have brought your own ship, right? This point was mentioned in the training mission manual. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Hua! The cabin door opened and Luo Feng, who was dressed in a completely black armor and boots while carrying a shield and blade, flew out of the ship into space. Heaven Erosion Palace. Luo Feng stood there, staring at the distant palace. With a wave, a silver pyramid ship appeared. It was the automaton ship he had acquired on Earth. This ship was definitely a very exceptional ship. Whether it was mobility or defense, it was not bad. Ship exterior simulation, simulate a normal meteorite fragment. Luo Feng entered the silver pyramid and ordered. Yes, master. The exterior of the ship morphed and quickly became a gray normal-looking meteorite fragment. Looking like nothing within the space, it quickly accelerated and headed towards Blood River World. Standing in the control room, Luo Feng looked ahead. In the distance was an incredibly vast continent floating in space. It was completely shrouded in clouds and the atmosphere. This was Blood River World. Another 3 hours before entering the outer atmosphere. Luo Feng nodded. Blood River World had welcomed another outsider. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 491, An Arrow to Save a Person. Chapter 491, An Arrow to Save a Person. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Blood River World was a place where the strong are like the clouds, and it even had undyings. Luo Feng looked at the world closing in. I have to be extremely prudent and definitely not reveal my identity. However, it's strange. With the virtual universe's strength, clearing out the entire Blood River world should be very simple. Since they easily have such power, why did they instead choose to build a heaven erosion palace to observe from space, and not dominate the world? Luo Feng was suspicious. This wasn't much like the attitude of a large power in the universe. This isn't up to me to bother about. Luo Feng shook his head. 3 hours later. The automaton ship with an appearance of that of a normal meteorite finally entered the atmosphere of Blood River World. I cannot proceed further. With a thought, he flew out of the ship's cabin door and had Babata keep the ship in his storage space. Blood River World, there are a total of 18 cloud layers. While looking at the mission's introduction, it had a general introduction of the entire world. Blood River World's atmosphere had a total of 18 cloud layers. The higher one headed, the greater the pressure would be. Only universe levels could use their bodies to pass through all 18 layers. However, the aboriginals of Blood River World at most fly up to the 18th level, not daring to go any further. Because they know that the clan outside the heavens would kill all of the Blood River aboriginals as soon as they left the world. There hadn't been anyone that had survived leaving the 18 layers and returning alive. I don't have to worry in space outside the cloud layers. However, in these cloud layers, I might meet some aboriginals. Luo Feng's full body of black armor and boots, with the blade and shield on his back, was very accurately similar to the looks of a normal Blood River World warrior. From the 18th layer, he followed the terrifyingly strong gravity and madly plunged downwards. What strong gravity? With such strong gravity, only star levels would be able to fly in this. Luo Feng calculated within. The magnetic field within a star traveler's body cannot combat this strong gravity pull at all. So. Luo Feng became like a shooting star plunging down from the 18th layer. His speed was rising as he went lower. Finally, he controlled and maintained a normal speed of descent. After 15 minutes of descending, he finally broke through the first cloud layer. Before him, the scenery of Blood River World finally unfolded. Hua! Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim with shock. Right below him was an endless vast mountain range and forest. With his gaze, he was able to determine that this ancient forest had an area of at least 10,000 kilometers. At its edges one could see little silhouettes, those were the cities. The ancient forest and mountain range welcomed a guest from the heavens. While descending into the forested mountain range, this black silhouette's energy ripples immediately split apart the tree branches and leaves. He eventually slowed down and gradually landing on the rotten leaves on the ground. What terrifying gravity! For the normal people of Blood River World, to be able to withstand this pressure means that they should at least be at Star Traveler level. Luo Feng stood there and calculated in his head. The air here is produced by the universe energies, hence the air has shocking strengthening effects on the body. No wonder this Blood River World has so many strong warriors. Living in a universe secret region has caused their bodies to be extremely strong, and also made training easier than outside. However, because they are within a secret region, their fate had already been sealed. Even if they became undying, they were unable to leave the secret region to explore the vast universe. Unless the Undyings joined the virtual universe company. Luo Feng thought. However, the rotting smell and stench of this ancient forest is hard to bear. At this time, about 2,000 meters away from Luo Feng, a thick bent tree that required 20 people to hug around was wrapped with a jade-green snake that had a human face. This weird being's face had no nose, only eyes and a mouth. She was staring through the tree's vines at the silhouette 2,000 meters away. Sela! A piercing sound seemed to pierce through Luo Feng's ears. Simultaneously, a 60 m long jade-green snake person became a blur of light and appeared beside Luo Feng immediately. That mouth opened wide fiercely and a 3 to 4 m diameter black hole opened, attempting to swallow Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned, with his eyes like a blade. He looked at the ferocious snake person creature. This creature was as tall as at least a 20-story building. Luo Feng was nothing but a dot compared to it. However, when Luo Feng looked over, that snake person's expression turned to that of shock and fear. Humph! Luo Feng snorted coldly. Rumble! That being lost all its strength in mid-air. Due to the initial inertia, it smashed into the trunk of the thick tree, before falling hard on the ground. Once its huge body landed, from the human face seeped out dark green blood from its eyes, as it lay there motionless. These are what the aboriginals of Blood River World call the wild beasts? This is nothing but a beast with a power level around star level 5 or 6. Luo Feng thought. It must have been suicidal to look for me. Luo Feng had purely used his consciousness strength to pressure it, in an instant crushing it and causing it to faint immediately. Luo Feng's consciousness was extremely strong, as it was comparable to that of a Pinus domain lord. Consciousness pressure, this was the most obvious difference amongst those with great power. If he had used it to pressure a universe level, the most he could do was make that person feel uncomfortable. However, against a star level that was 2 levels below, with just one gaze, it caused it to immediately crumble from within. A random wild beast already has star level 5 or 6 strength. Living in a secret region really must be blessed by heaven. Luo Feng looked in the distance. I first have to leave the forest and head to the nearest city. Only once I head to a city will I be able to quickly look for the Blood River Crystal. Blood River Crystal, it was a special treasure product of this world. So, Luo Feng left a blurry image and immediately vanished into the distance. At the edge of the mountain range forest, a team was heading forward. Young master, it's your first time venturing out to the wild beast forest. Don't get careless. Just exploring around the outer edges, killing the outside beasts and training will do. A strong and sturdy matured man about 1.8 m tall said with his dialect. His armor revealed his thick arms and his face was covered in beard, while his brown eyes were filled with essence. Thunder uncle, with you around, what's there to worry about? Within the team, a youth dressed in silver armor, with a purple engraving on his forehead, laughed happily and said. This youth casually carried a black bow, and on his back was a quiver with arrows. That strong and sturdy man couldn't help but smile. But with a sudden sniff, his expression changed and he said softly, everybody be careful, this should be the territory of the Mangu Beast. Mangu Beast? The expressions of the guards within the team became serious, however they were still relaxed. Against these wild beasts they couldn't be careless. This was a saying passed from long ago in Blood River World. However, no matter how powerful, these guards were still clear about one thing, as long as their team was careful, killing these beasts was easy. Mangu Beast? Leave it to me. The youth was very excited. Young master. Thunder Uncle frowned. No problem. The youth had already drawn an arrow from the quiver. He lifted his bow and got ready to fire. The team approached carefully. After a while, when the team moved past the plants and trees, they saw a black-armored skinny youth with a shield on his back by the river. His hands held barbecued meat, which he was enjoying. At this time, a huge gray blur silhouette was heading over from the distance. This caused the entire team to jump with a shock. And the skinny youth sitting by the river seemed to detect something. He turned his head to look at the dim-witted huge gray silhouette. Looking for death. The team witnessed the scene. All the guards all knew that this stupid youth that had stumbled into the wild beast forest was definitely a punk without any experience. Otherwise, why would he stupidly look at the mango beast that was attacking? A true warrior would firstly prepare ahead of time and would have moved to a favorable terrain. At least, not sitting idly by. Mango beast is a sky-level wild beast. Thunder Uncle roared. Shio! A black light immediately pierced through the air and hit the gray silhouette. That gray silhouette let out a cry of pain and immediately twisted and landed on the ground. It was a furry bastard. The only thing was that it only had one claw. However, that claw was as huge as its entire body. An arrow was lodged in its body and red blood spurted out from the wound. So, the moment it landed, it let out cries of pain and angrily rushed towards the team. Shio! That silver youth's expression grew serious. The purple engraving on his forehead slightly glowed with light. His hand was like a phantom, as it swiftly drew another arrow and fired. However, the mango beast, which was prepared this time, twisted its body and waved its sharp claw, knocking that black light away. Roar! That strong and sturdy man brandished 2 axes from his waist and his arms fiercely crossed. Rumble! It seemed as though one axe appeared in mid-air, slashing past the body of the mango beast. After which, the single axe disappeared and that strong and sturdy man had already reached 10 m behind the mango beast. Pa! The mango beast immediately fell from mid-air, splitting in 2 halves as fresh blood flowed from its organs. Thunder Uncle sure is powerful, too powerful. The silver-armored youth clapped excitedly. Don't get careless in the future. The mango beast has 2 trump cards. One is its claws, and the other is its poison breath. This mango beast has already reached sky level. If it gets close and releases its gas, that would be troublesome. The strong and sturdy man lectured, simultaneously instructing his guards to extract the materials and essence of the beast. Yes. The other guards immediately laughed happily and went to gather. The silver-armored youth walked towards the distant black-armored youth and smiled and waved. With a tone that was proud of his own age and experience, "Brother, where are you from?" At this time the silver-armored youth felt a sense of being a hero and savior. From his point of view, if it wasn't for his arrow, that black-armored youth would have died. Thanks. Luo Feng looked at the silver-armored youth, smiling and nodding. That mango beast before only had a power of star level 1 or 2. Its sneak attack was long discovered by Luo Feng, and he was preparing to turn and destroy it. But who knew that the passionate silver-armored youth would attempt to save him? However, even though the people of Blood River World worshipped strength, they still had these innocent youths. Looking at this excited silver-armored youth before him, Luo Feng felt a great sense of anticipation towards Blood River World. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 492, Swallow Mound. Chapter 492, Swallow Mound. Translator, translation_nation. Editor, translation_nation. After a while, Luo Feng left the ancient forest with this team. No trouble at all. I guess I've trained enough, we can return. We'll go together, it'll be safer that way. The silver-armored youth was very excited as he thought about it. This black-armored skinny youth before him was obviously one with less experience, and if he went out to explore by himself he might die. Since he was returning to home, they might as well bring him along. The feeling of saving someone feels good. The silver-armored youth thought. Ah, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Naku, and you? The silver-armored youth smiled and looked at Luo Feng. I'm called Feng. Luo Feng replied. Feng? The silver-armored youth nodded, exclaiming, good name. Big Brother Feng is obviously older, I'll call you Big Brother then. When we return to our Swallow Mound city, if you have time, I'll show you around. I grew up in the city after all. Swallow Mound? Luo Feng smiled and nodded. According to the Virtual Universe Company's information, even though it was pretty detailed, however, Blood River World was after all too vast a world. There was no way for it to explain everything. It could only give a brief introduction of everything. At the same time, if they explained too much about many of the secrets, it wouldn't have the same training effect on the core members. According to the information, in Blood River World, the natives' strength was separated into ground level, sky level, clouds level, domain level, world level, undying spirit. It actually coincided with the universe's star traveler level, star level, universe, domain lord, sector lord, and undying level. And the cities of Blood River World were mainly separated into territorial cities or world cities. The territorial city was the core of a territory. Every leader of these territories were definitely a domain level, domain lord. The world cities were the core of the world, and the leaders of these were definitely sector lords. In the vast Blood River World, every world city had a diameter of hundreds of millions of km or even billions of kilometer. The population ranged in the trillions or more. In Blood River World, there were over 10 million world cities. Above these world cities there were even the Undying Palaces. The Undying Palaces are high in ranking and they normally didn't interfere with the normal matters of Blood River World. It looks like the place that I descended belongs to the Swallow Mound territory. Luo Feng thought within, Swallow Mound Territorial City should be a core city within the surrounding 10 million kilometers and the city leader is most probably a domain lord warrior. I require Blood River crystals. However, the information given by the Virtual Universe Company never explained anything about the crystals. It only states that the crystals were treasures of the world. Any idiot would know they were treasures. The Virtual Universe Company already called this huge continent Blood River. Wouldn't the Blood River crystal be extremely important? Luo Feng calculated within. The Blood River world had long had their own word system. Once I enter the city, there should be some books in the city that I can buy. I'll find out the details of the crystals through these books. Through enchantment and several techniques, he could interrogate others. However, asking them wouldn't be as detailed as reading the books. A territorial city with an area of 10 million km would definitely be advanced and would have what he needed. In advanced places, currency is definitely important. The materials I got from hunting the beasts should be worth quite a bit. Luo Feng long had a plan of what he needed to do. He was an outsider after all. His identity had to be kept secret. Since he had just entered Blood River World, it was better to remain low profile. This was also why when he first landed in the forest, he didn't fly straight towards the city, as hunting and acquiring materials in the forest could get him some money. And that 10,000 kilometers area forest could only be considered a normal wild beast forest. The beasts were at most star level 8 or 9. There wasn't a single universe level. The silver-armored youth chatted with Luo Feng, as the tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle and the other guards all stared at them. This dumb little punk must be extremely lucky to have our group of brothers protect him. The young master is too kind. If it were me, I couldn't be bothered. Hee brothers, speaking about it, just now we saw this Feng turn stupidly around at the mango beast flying over at him. His face was filled with shock and fear. I can't help but laugh at that scene. I really don't know how this stupid punk dares to enter the wild beast forest. Luckily we were only on the outer regions and haven't met any powerful wild beasts, otherwise he would have become their shit long ago. The guards chatted behind. Shut up! The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle ordered. The group of guards immediately stopped. Be careful, even though we are already on the way back, there's still thousands of km to go. There's usually bandits about. Captain, with you around, which small bandit would dare approach us? Yeah, that will be suicide. The tall and sturdy man glanced at Luo Feng. Towards this stranger that they saved along the way, he remained wary. The young master's kind heart made him helpless. Because he was very clear that this was a world that favored the strong. All sorts of scheming, backstabbing and slaughter happened all the time. Having a kind heart was disadvantageous to the young master in such a world. The master spoils the young master too much. He wants to wait till the young master matures before letting him taste some hardship. The tall and sturdy man shook his head. In the vast flat land road ahead, a blur of people were cheering and swiftly progressing. It was Luo Feng and the silver-armored youths group, who were heading back as they were chatting and cheering. As they maintained their speed at 1,000 km per hour, to the ground-level fighters, it was very relaxing. Look, ahead it's our Swallow Mound territorial city. We are only about 1 hour away from it. The silver-armored youth gazed ahead at the large blurred silhouette of the city. He spoke with the native tongue and dialect. Although Luo Feng too used the same dialect, the accent however was not as precise. Rumble. Luo Feng's little team that was progressing felt ripples coming from the ground. As they looked back, they saw a vast black shadow swiftly rushing towards them. Everybody else couldn't see with their eyes, however Luo Feng could see with one glance it was a huge team chasing them. They all rode different types of beasts. These tamed beasts, some were huge while others small, some had wings on their backs. Among the differences, the one thing they had in common was that their speeds were extremely fast. Tamed beasts? Luo Feng could recognize in one glance some of the beasts were similar to those he had hunted in the forest before. Let's make way. The tall and sturdy man communicated to the others. Immediately the team headed to the side of the road. The large team with hundreds of beasts ran over swiftly. The beast's hooves and sharp claws pierced into the ground, causing dust to fly all over and immediately settled back down again due to the strong gravity. Ha, isn't this young Master Naku? An ear-piercing laugh resounded like a tornado about. The large team that rushed over suddenly stopped and simultaneously tens of them flew over to where Luo Feng's team was. In the blink of an eye, these fighters had already reached before them. The leader of this team was a tall and handsome youth. He was riding what seemed like a tiger dressed fully in armor, however it was at least 10 m long. The leader was looking at Naku, his face proud and satisfied. Yu Feng. The silver-armored youth's expression changed. TSK, is the genius archer afraid? The tall and handsome youth's expression slowly turned cold. With a snort, you didn't expect me to catch you outside the city, right? Young Master Yu Feng. A booming voice resounded. The tall and sturdy man took a step forward, gazing at the tall and handsome youth's group and saying seriously, my family's master and the Yu family have some connections and relationships. I hope young master you won't do anything rash. I'm speaking right now, did I say it was your place to speak? The tall and handsome youth angrily roared and his expression pained. Get lost. Yu Feng, you shut up. The silver-armored youth roared. Pure and kind Naku, haven't you grasped the situation yet? Outside the city, your father cannot come save you. The tall and handsome youth's expression was struggled. The muscles in his face twitched and his eyes resembled a venomous snake staring coldly. I haven't forgotten how you humiliated me half a year ago, but... Beside them, Luo Feng frowned. The enemy's party was obviously superior. The large group behind this Yu Feng was made up of just the 10 underlings alone. There was 1 star level 9 and 9 star level 7 or 8s. And this side? Naka's strongest warrior, that Thunder Uncle, was only a star level 6 or 7. We are in big trouble. The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle was worried within. The warriors in this team have about half of the Yu family's strongest. So many strong warriors following a little kid out seems strange. Captain, what do we do? Captain, behind that young master there's the dripping blood blade warrior, who is one of their 3 strongest in the family. He's a sky-level pinnacle warrior. Just him alone would be enough to decimate us. The team was flustered. The silver-armored youth's eyes contracted. He stared angrily at the young master on the beast and roared, "You Feng, whatever you have, just bring it at me." Ah, just like a true warrior. What a presence. The tall and handsome youth snorted and laughed, following which his expression changed and he roared, "Men, teach a good lesson to this group of people. However, don't kill them. Yu Feng ain't that vicious. Also, grab the Naku and tie him up. I want to bond with him well." Yes. The group of warriors on the beasts replied together. Hua! The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle along with the other guards all brandished their weapons together. The young master on the beast laughed coldly. "Whoever resists, kill immediately. Of course, don't kill young Master Naku. After all, he's my good brother that I grew up with. Go!" Immediately the group of intrepid warriors flew from the backs of the beasts and headed towards Naka's little team. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 493, Armor. Chapter 493, Armor. Translator, Editor. Luo Feng stood beside that silver-armored youth and frowned. He had just landed in Blood River World, he didn't wish to cause a commotion. Ha ha! Kill anyone who resists. That group of warriors all laughed madly and flew over. Especially the skinny man dressed in a blood-red armor carrying 2 dark red blades. He gazed at the guard team of the silver-armored youth, his gaze focusing on the tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle. On this side, the tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle and the guards had ugly expressions. They wanted to retaliate but didn't dare to. The silver-armored youth Naku could only grit his teeth with rage. Rumble! The group of warriors flying over along with Skinny Man suddenly all stopped. Get lost! Almost like Thunder God's roar, the 10 before them felt it reverberate within their minds. Like a terrifying pressure descending on them, they all felt a sense of pressure they couldn't resist. It was the type of pressure that was about to destroy them. Get lost! Get lost! Get lost! That roar resounded within their minds. The group of warriors immediately descended from mid-air and didn't attack. Let's go! The skinny man gazed at the silver-armored youth's team and ordered. Let's go! The youth too shouted, staring at the silver-armored youth Naku. Looking at the previously arrogant and proud team suddenly turn and leave, Naku and his underlings, even Thunder Uncle, were all left stunned and suspicious. Why have they left? This. They are just leaving? The guards couldn't believe they had just escaped this crisis. Impossible. The silver-armored youth stared wide-eyed. "You Feng, that bastard isn't that kind to just let me go. There's a strong warrior secretly helping us." The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle said softly, and he was very sure of it. Strong warrior, . The group of guards including Naka looked curiously at the tall and sturdy man. "Thunder Uncle, you say there's someone else?" The silver-armored youth was suspicious. Thunder Uncle nodded, emphasizing, "There are 3 possibilities. The first one is the master, he's always spoiled you. He may have arranged an absolute warrior to protect you secretly." At this, the guards around all nodded. Even Naku, who was suspicious initially, started to believe him after a while. The second is that a mysterious absolute warrior is helping us secretly. Thunder Uncle said, "The third one is that someone from the Yu family's team is helping us." The first and second made sense, but you said someone from the Yu family is helping us? Naku was shocked. "Captain, that can't be." The group of guards couldn't believe it. Haven't you discovered? The 10 that headed over here before alone had Dripping Bloodblade and the 9 great guards. The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle emphasized. Looking at the distant large team, the team had more than 100 people, but just the 10 were that strong. Of the rest of them, there should still be many other powerful warriors. If it weren't something important, they definitely wouldn't have sent out so many strong warriors. Who knows, within the team was the true leader of the group. Thunder Uncle said seriously. They had urgent matters to do. Having such altercations while they had matters to do was the worst thing they'd wish for. That leader may have been dissatisfied and ordered all of them to return. Makes sense. The group of guards nodded. Thunder Uncle is very impressive. The silver-armored youth Naku complimented while laughing. However, I'm still curious as to the large number of strong warriors, and many of the warriors were from other powers. Such a strong team, what were they doing? Thunder Uncle frowned. Even if the family leader came out, he wouldn't bring so many warriors. Right. Must be something very important. Yu Feng was swiftly taking his men to rejoin the large group. Third Uncle, just what warrior was secretly helping them before? Aren't you a match for him? Yu Feng looked at the skinny man beside him. That skinny man was one of the Yu Feng family's top 3 warriors. With the name Dripping Bloodblade Yu Yen Ta, he was a star level 9 absolute warrior, strong even amongst those of the same level. The skinny man Yu Yen Ta's eyes twitched as they were filled with fear. He said, Yu Feng, that secret warrior was extremely strong. If he didn't control himself not to kill anyone, I'd already be dead. What? Yu Feng's eyes stared wide. My God. Yu Feng was a land-level, star traveler, warrior. So, he could definitely feel the danger. However, his third uncle was the sky-level, star-level, pinnacle warrior. If even he felt that the enemy could easily kill him without even making a move, then that secret warrior must be terrifyingly strong. Just what level was that person? Cloud level? Yu Feng shook his head. Even a cloud level wouldn't be that strong. Cloud levels aren't that strong. A cloud level couldn't simply just use his consciousness to pressure us and make us unable to resist. The skinny man Yu Yen Ta nodded, saying, I estimate, the secret warrior should be a domain level. Looking at how he could immediately pressure the group and not kill them, his control of his pressure is very precise and controlled. He must be pretty powerful even amongst the domain levels. Domain level? Yu Feng was stunned. Swallow Mound had an area of 10 million, with a population in the trillions. Swallow Mound's leader was a domain level, domain lord. At this level, he was already an absolute being within Swallow Mound territory. There wasn't any family that could mess with him. He could simply make a move and destroy the families. That punk Naku, how did he find such a powerful being to protect him? Yu Feng couldn't believe it. Yu Feng! Your group, hurry and return to the team, don't waste time. Yen Ta, we are using our full force this time. Don't you know the importance of what we are doing? You even went to waste time with that little kid Yu Feng? Humph. An old voice resounded within their minds. Uncle, we have matters to report. Yu Yen Ta communicated. Speak. Uncle, when we went over to teach the Na family young master a lesson, we discovered one thing: there was a terrifying domain-level warrior behind that Naku. Domain level? That firm old voice suddenly stuttered. Yes. How much guarantee do you have it's a domain level? That old voice couldn't believe it. Have you made a mistake? 99% sure. To be able to use only consciousness pressure to make us all crumble and unable to resist, only domain levels could do that. Yu Yen Ta reported respectfully. Who is it? The old voice asked nervously. A domain level can completely change the power hierarchy within a territory. If it's a powerful domain level, domain lord, then then he would be able to even get rid of the current leader and acquire the God Palace's recognition. At that point, he can immediately become the new city leader. Not clear, maybe he was hiding within his team, or he was somewhere we couldn't see. He was way stronger than us. Hence, I couldn't be sure. Yu Yenta said. We have to sort this out clearly when we return. But, first let's return to the city. Yes. The vast team from the Yu family swiftly progressed. A possible domain-level warrior alone had made the upper echelons all flustered, as messing with a domain level was simply suicide. About 800 kilometers outside of Swallow Mound City, the vast road pierced right through the large mountain. This mountain was split in half, forming a canyon. It seemed like a normal enough canyon. At this time, there were silhouettes walking at the peak of the mountain that was split apart by a strong warrior. There were a total of 13 people. All of them were dressed in armor, wearing helmets, revealing only their eyes. On their backs they carried one or two axes, or single huge axes. Their armors were made up of black, blood red, and gold colors. Big brother, they've come. The Yu family team is here. The one leading was huge in stature. Dressed in gold armor, his blood-red eyes gazing through the helmet, filled with cold, roaring, "Brothers, go, grab the goods." Rumble. 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 13 silhouettes rushed from the peaks like bullets, fiercely shooting downwards. When the 13 silhouettes swiftly descended, they immediately aroused the attention of the vast team flying over. The leader of the team was an old man with a black beard. He raised his right hand, roared, "Stop!" The vast path ahead had only the 13 silhouettes. 13, like 13 devils standing there. 13, the black-bearded old man's face went pale. 13 acts. At the forefront of the team, the skinny man beside the black-bearded old man, Yu Yenta's expression went pale too. Why have they come? It can't be. Within Swallow Mound territory, there were a few strong heroes who were extremely powerful. Much stronger than these business families. For example, this 13 acts was made up of 13 powerful warriors with similar interests that formed the group. There were no underlings in the group, just these 13. However, just which family actually dared to mess with Swallow Mound's 13 acts? What was it based on? Within these 13 axes, there were 3 cloud levels and 10 pinnacle sky levels. Domain level, domain lord, that was the dominating strength in the entire Swallow territory. Controlling the entire territory. Cloud level, universe level, these were considered the pinnacle fighting strength within the territory, as they were very powerful. What do we do? What do we do? We cannot lose these goods. The large Yu family was shocked. Lords of the 13 acts, whatever orders you have, please speak. The black-bearded old man was apprehensive within. His appearance, however, was still strong and proud as he shouted. "You family?" A soft voice resounded from the 13 demons standing before them. The leader said, "Hand over the armor from the ancient ruins, we'll spare your lives." The black-bearded old man stared. "Run!" The black-bearded old man's expression was struggling as he communicated to his team. Rumble. The entire team seemed like they were prepared. Immediately the group of sky levels, star level, madly rushed in all directions. Large amounts of the ground level swiftly flew and fled too, be it climbing the mountains or following along the path backwards. The skinny man Yu Yenta too followed the pack backwards. "Yenta, quickly go to where that Na family punk is. If that domain level being is there, our Yu family still has some hope." The black-bearded old man roared and communicated to them. "Yes, uncle." The skinny man replied. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 11, Chapter 494, Kill Them. Chapter 494, Kill Them. Translator, editor. When the 100-man team of the Yu family madly fled, the leader of the 13 acts, his blood-red eyes flashed with violence and he shouted, "Kill all of them, don't spare even a single one." Ha, understood. They can't get away. 9th and 13th brother, it's up to you too. Including their leader, the 13 axes swiftly became a blur and chased down the stronger fleeing members of the family. The two black-armored men laughed manically as they extended their arms. Immediately, blurry beams of light shot in all directions. When Luo Feng was a student level 9, he could already control 10 flying blades. As for now, if he didn't require strength, he could control thousands of little golden blades easily. Of course, if he required strength, he could only control about 10. These 2-star level pinnacle warriors both immediately shot out 100 little thin flying axe-like assassination weapons. Each of them were about half the size of a palm and 1 millimeter in thickness. A blur of flying axe assassination weapons covered the skies and shot in all directions. Ah! No! Quick! The large number of warriors fleeing all immediately went mad, as their surrounding comrades were being sliced through their heads by the flying axes. As they pierced right through, fresh blood spewed everywhere with brain matter and heads falling all over. In an instant, the entire canyon was stained red, almost like a nightmare scene. The large group of ground-level, Star Traveler, were simply massacred. In a few seconds, The entire Yu family in the canyon had less than 20 people left. My God! The black-bearded old man was paralyzed on the ground. His face was stained with the blood of others, and his eyes were staring wide-eyed. Shie! A little flying axe weapon as thin as a cicada's wing left a dazzling silhouette in mid-air and later pierced through the old bearded man's head, almost like slicing tofu. There's nothing. It isn't here. This old bastards has a space wristband. However, it doesn't have the armor we want. From the 13 acts, the two who controlled the attacks swiftly checked the important bodies. Among them, they found only one space item, however it didn't have the item they wanted. The ones who fled are the most important, those 10 have fled from the canyon, but no worries, Big Brother is chasing them. He's caught up. Shie! The two became a beam of light and swiftly caught up with crowd. On the wide road, about 10 people were fleeing as hard as they could. Quickly! Their faces were filled with fear, especially the center tall and handsome young Master Yu Feng. His face was ashen. He was extremely nervous and communicated worriedly, third uncle, carry me and flee, bring me along with you." However, the strongest among the group, third uncle Yu Yenta, had long fled far away, not caring about him. "Ha, you think you can run?" In the distance a gold-armored demon god tore through the skies and caught up. His laughter resounded loudly within the ears of the 10 of them who were fleeing. Behind this gold-armored silhouette there was one more who was swiftly flying over. "Go and die." The gold-armored demon god silhouette dived down, and simultaneously the genetic energy of the cloud level, universe level, smashed into the ground fiercely. A ripple started to spread in all directions, exploding within the 100m area. A universe level's genetic energy with its terrifying strength had reduced the surroundings to nothing but waste. Screams of pain and shriek sounds could be heard in the air. "No, no, no!" Yu Feng howled in fear. However, his body seemed to be hit by countless assassination weapons, immediately becoming like a sieve. Even his head had rubble piercing through, after which it exploded and left nothing but a mess. Young Master Yu Feng was dead. Na ku. Before dying, Yu Feng stared wide-eyed. He had hoped so badly that he would be able to reach Naka's team. At least with that being there he stood a chance of survival. However, it was a pity that his speed was too slow. At this time, there was only one person left in the fleeing Yu Feng family. It was one of the 3 strongest in the family, reaching the pinnacle of sky level. Dripping blood Yu Yen Ta. Even within the 13 acts, he would be ranked about 4th or 5th in strength. He had fled along the road from the beginning with the highest speed he could muster. He didn't care about Yu Feng. Because he knew, if he lost that armor, the Yu family in the city would be done for too. Back then I shouldn't have agreed. The treasure within the ancient god ruins isn't something our Yu family can take. I hate the fact that we were too greedy, simply too greedy. While flying as fast as he could, he cursed within. Back then, when the Yu family saw the benefits from success, their greed exceeded their fear. Hence, they decided to gamble this time. Yes, this was a gamble. Ha, dripping blood, you still wish to flee? A voice immediately reached Yu Yen Ta's ears. Yu Yen Ta looked back. In the distance a gold silhouette was rushing over, causing Yu Yen Ta's expression to grow even uglier. Amongst the 13 acts, the head, number 3 and 7 were the 3 he least wanted to meet. This was because these 3 were cloud level, universe level, the other 7 he still had enough confidence he could beat. Na Ku! Na Ku! Yu Yen Ta fought hard to increase his speed, staring into the distance. Suddenly there stood a 10-man team, of which there was the familiar silver-armored youth Na Ku. This caused Yu Yen Ta's eyes to immediately glow with hope. As his face flushed red, he roared loudly, "Young Master Na Ku, save me!" Luo Feng and that team had distanced themselves close to 200 kilometers from the Yu Feng family team, and Yu Yen Ta was after all just a pinnacle star level. Even the Blood River world's gravity was so strong that a star traveler couldn't fly, however Yu Yen Ta's speed could still reach up to 8 kilometers a second. If it were in space without gravity, a star-level pinnacle could reach up to 150 kilometers per second. The gravity of Blood River world was shocking, and because of that Yu Yen Ta's speed could only reach 8 kilometers per second. Close to 200 kilometers in distance, he had flown for 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, the large Yu family team was decimated. "Young Master Na Ku, save me!" A roar filled with genetic energy immediately resounded in the surrounding land and skies, causing the team that was rushing back, Luo Feng and Na Ku and his group, to be stunned. They turned their head to look over. In the distance, 2 silhouettes were approaching. One ahead of the other, they were swiftly heading towards their team. Especially the golden silhouette behind, had long released his large aura all about. It's Yu Yen Ta, and behind him is the leader of the 13 acts. The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle deduced from a look. Revealing fear, he communicated, "Everybody listen up, do not ever mess with the leader of the 13 acts. Young Master Na Ku, don't ever go help Yu Yen Ta. We cannot help him. Rather, it would be suicide to help him at this point." Na Ku's face too was pale. Leader of the 13 acts? Within Swallow Mound's 10 million kilometers area, this was definitely a person that was highly reputable and deserving of respect. "Save me!" The skinny man Yu Yen Ta's face was filled with fear as he rushed towards Naka's team. However, Naka's team stood there not even moving. Obviously they didn't wish to intervene. Rumble. From behind, a terrifying energy wave rippled over. Not good. Yu Yen Ta looked behind. That gold-armored demon god wielding an axe had already waved it and was slashing towards him. The huge axe swing had formed a high-pressure ripple, a slash ripple visible to the naked eye was rushing towards him, causing Yu Yen Ta's eyes to flush red as he waved his blade hard to stop it. Dang! Yu Yen Ta was knocked onto the ground from the ripple. His entire body was shaken so hard his bones were broken. Yu Yen Ta stared wide-eyed, blood leaking from his mouth, following which his head fell and there was no more sense of life. Rumble. Rumble. In the distance 2 silhouettes landed. "Big brother, did you find the item?" The 2 tall and sturdy man shouted. "It should be on him." The leader looked at Yu Yen Ta's corpse on the ground, and immediately grabbed his arm. He turned back to look at his brothers, third and seventh brother. It's a space wristband. The two who had just massacred everybody else looked, as their eyes gleamed. Luo Feng and Naka's little team stood there, not daring to move or flee. It's exactly like what the information depicted. Blood River world favors the strong. Massacres can be seen everywhere, even punks with high statuses are killed just like that. Luo Feng glanced at the distant Yu Yen Ta's corpse, shaking his head quietly. At this time, silhouettes continued to appear from mid-air. The 13 acts have arrived. The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle's eyes were filled with shock. 13 acts, the legendary 13 acts. The silver-armored Naka's eyes had a sense of both excitement and nervousness. These were legendary figures. Killing the powerful team from the Yufeng family was simply like killing chicken. These were the true strong warriors. Absolute warriors. The not-too-distant leader of the 13 acts frowned. Why isn't it here? What? It's not there. Big brother, the space wristband doesn't have the armor? Have you all checked everybody else? The leader looked at his brothers. The other 12 all replied, they don't have it, we've all checked. Only one person had a space item and it didn't have the armor we want. Just now the dripping blood was calling for them to save him. The leader in the gold armor said as his blood-red eyes looked at the distant group, causing Naku and his group to immediately feel fear. The leader frowned. They may be the same group with the Yu family, only separated into the early and later groups. Big brother, we'll kill and then look. Why think so much about it? The leader nodded. Kill them. To the 13 acts, killing a bunch of rich family teams in Swallow Mound was simply like stepping on ants, that's simple. In the continent of Blood River, it didn't matter where you stood or what you had. If one had a big fist, that was the law. We have no relationship with the Yu family, don't kill us. Spare us. Including that tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle, the group of guards all looked fearful. Even the simple and full of fighting spirit youth Naku looked fearful and shocked. So troublesome. Luo Feng shook his head. There's 3 universe levels in this group, I cannot simply just pressure them with consciousness. I will have to personally make a move. The information was right, there are many times in Blood River world where one cannot help but have to kill others. Rumble. The 13 Axe group were initially just staring coldly at Naku's group. However, one of them was just about to unleash his assassination weapons. When all of a sudden, the 13 of them revealed a look of fear, because in an instant, before the 13 of them, one silhouette appeared, a black-haired youth in black armor. 13 images simultaneously appeared before the 13 of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 495, Blood Warrior. Chapter 495, Blood Warrior. Translator, Editor. How's that possible? Including the powerful leader of the 13 Acts, the 13 of them stared with fear, because the opponent's appearance was simply too strange. It was fast to the point of teleportation. However, even in fear, they all struggled hard to use their weapons. 13 images, 13 Luo Feng. Luo Feng's eyes grew cold, his gaze was like a blade, 13 images all looking at the 13 members. His blade flashed. 13 extremely beautiful flashes, infused with immense hatred. Naku and his group who were witnessing this scene, including the 13 Acts who were being attacked, couldn't help but get affected by the blade work. Their consciousness was getting enticed into the blade work itself. Shie. 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 13 flashes of the blade like surgical blades followed the outline of their helmets, immediately entering within and retracting. The continuous floating 13 flashes flashed and vanished. The images vanished too, and Luo Feng placed his blood-red illusionary blade back in its sheath, which was on his back. Silence. The 13 warriors stood there, motionless. The pure and innocent Nako, Thunder Uncle, along with the group of guards, were all still immersed within the blade work. Luo Feng couldn't help but shoot them a glance with a slight pressure from his consciousness, causing the completely immersed punks to awaken from the shock. All of them took a while to comprehend what just happened. Why are the 13 acts all standing there motionless? My eyes weren't deceiving me before, right? I saw, a guard said, clearly still stunned. Shut up. The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle communicated angrily. The guard immediately awoken. Dead, the 13 acts are dead. The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle communicated. Can't you see from the 13 armors and helmets traces of blood dripping down? Since you all still have some bit of strength, can't you sense that there's no energy coming from them at all? It's true, there are blood stains. No energy at all. My God, I didn't see wrongly, did I? That stupid one called Feng, know that powerful black armored guy casually made a move and simultaneously killed 13 people, and the 13 acts actually couldn't even retaliate? I just saw 13 black armored warriors simultaneously slashing. The blade work was simply captivating. The group of guards were completely subdued. Blood River World favored strength. And the blade work that captivated them made them tremor within. I was really stupid, so stupid. The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle's body was trembling slightly. The first time I saw this absolute warrior, he wasn't standing there stupidly looking at the mango beast. He didn't even think of the beast as an opponent. Even the 13 acts with 3 cloud levels, they couldn't even retaliate and were all killed. Much less the mango beast? That group of bastards still said he was stupid. Obviously it's purely us who are stupid. Right, before, when the Yu family and troops wanted to humiliate our young master, they were all scared away. It was definitely him who helped us. Without revealing a trace, he scared away people like dripping blood until they all fled. That's a true warrior, absolute warrior. The silver-armored Naka's gaze at Luo Feng was filled with burning madness. Absolute warrior. A true warrior. Absolute warrior. Naku muttered. The 13 acts easily killed someone like Yu Yin Ta. And he was a legendary warrior. However, Big Brother Feng actually killed the 13 acts with them unable to even make a move. And they are still standing there motionless, like they didn't even do anything. What kind of strength is this? Young master, this is a true absolute warrior. The training hermit. Thunder Uncle's face was excited, communicating, his impression is not bad. You go hurry and get close to him. To be on good terms with such an absolute warrior is most important for our Na family. Don't bother me. Naka didn't care about anything about the Na family at the moment. All he felt at this time was excitement. The excitement from meeting a legendary idol. Naku was nervous within, however he grit his teeth and walked towards Luo Feng. After killing the 13 acts, Luo Feng couldn't be bothered with the stunned guards. He was using his spirit energy to scan over the bodies of the 13 acts along with Yu Yin Ta. These 13 acts are wealthy, every one of them has a space item. Luo Feng's scan had confirmed. Controlling his spirit energy, be it space bracelets to wrist bands, arm guards, space belts, he took all the items from their bodies and kept them within his space ring. Let's see what's in them. Luo Feng flipped his hand and retrieved a bracelet, using his spirit energy to pry it in check. Feng, Big Brother Feng. An excited and nervous voice resounded. Luo Feng turned, looking at the flushed red-faced nervous and excited silver-armored youth Naku. At this time the youth took a deep breath, his eyes barely containing his excitement and worship. Big Brother Feng, are you the legendary warrior who remains low profile and constantly roaming about the continent, hermit? Hermit? Luo Feng was stunned, following which he nodded and smiled, I guess so. Ah. Naku was extremely excited, I heard that the hermits are low profile and powerful. They travel from world to world, constantly roaming, and their sights are extremely broad, having been to many mysterious places. Like the Blood Demon Ocean, Forbidden Mountains, Ancient God Ruins, etc. Have you been there? Luo Feng realized. The youth before him was worshipping him, asking if he had been to these places. However, just what were these places he was speaking of? He's been to the Dark Universe, Primal Chaos City, World Within a World, Absolute Beginning Secret Region, and even to the Virtual Universe Company's headquarters. However, the Blood Demon Ocean, Forbidden Mountains, Ancient God Ruins within Blood River World, he had never even heard of them. I haven't been there. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. Maybe there'll be a chance in the future. Naku was extremely excited. I heard that the Blood Demon Ocean is 800 worlds away from us. Even the leader of a world city would take very long to get there. Luo Feng was shocked within. The distance wasn't far, however there was no flying ship technology in Blood River World. One could only fly himself. With the high gravity, how long would it take to fly 800 worlds away? The world distance of the aboriginals of Blood River continent referred to the area territory of a world. Every world territory had a diameter of hundreds of millions of km up to billions of km. With such an area, even if one traveled 100,000 kilometers a day, it would still take 10,000 days to pass through one world. 800 worlds. How many years would that take? Luo Feng and Naka's team walked towards the distant and vast Swallow Mound City. He walked while checking the items left behind by the 13 acts. From the check, Luo Feng had some unexpected surprises. There's actually so much currency, the 13 acts are indeed wealthy. With these, it will be much more convenient. Luo Feng wasn't too excited about the money. What he was truly excited for was, there's actually so many books. Most of them were training methods and so on, but there was a large amount of books with common knowledge and information about exploring the continent, similar to encyclopedias. The techniques and skills, Luo Feng couldn't even be bothered with. Having seen the time-space scribbles thousands of techniques, Luo Feng could easily create skills that were better than these. It couldn't even compare. The training of Blood River World couldn't even compare in any way with humanity's sacred training land Primal Chaos City. Common knowledge, encyclopedias. Luo Feng randomly picked one and this book used a soft but sturdy material. On it were 3 words. Blood River Crystal. Before, I was still worried about not knowing any information on the crystals. Yet, right now I have a book that explains in detail. Luo Feng was very happy. The money didn't mean much to him. He walked while using his spirit energy to scan the book and swiftly read through it and understanding the detailed information on the crystals. Blood River crystals, the gems of the entire continent. It had incomparable mysterious energy. It was a treasure given to the continent by gods. Only the high and mighty undying shrines would occasionally give the worlds a Blood River crystal. Other than these shrines, no other power or person could create the crystals, even to the point of where they came from or how they are created. Blood River crystals can be absorbed into the body, producing an incomparably mysterious effect. As to its mystery, these books could only guess, not publicly explaining its effects. However, not everyone could absorb the crystals into their bodies, as it had high requirements on the warrior. Under normal circumstances, warriors who had massacred more would find it easier to absorb one crystal. The Blood River crystal was something every warrior from the vast continent sought. However, it was simply too valuable and rarely seen. In the vast continent, the Undying Shrines had set a rule: domain level, domain lord, warriors, only after absorbing one Blood River crystal will he have the right to dominate a territory. Normal domain levels have no right to become city leader. World level, sector lord, warriors, they too have to absorb one crystal to have the right to dominate a world city. Blood River crystals were rare and valuable, and absorbing them was even harder. Just one alone was difficult. Absorbing 2 would have 10 times the requirements on the body, 3 crystals would have 1,000 times the requirements. The further one goes, the harsher the requirements. There was a saying on the continent. A warrior who has absorbed 3 Blood River crystals would have incomparable mysterious powers. Such a warrior would be named a Blood Warrior. And the Blood Warrior can go acquire the Blood River medal from the World City. They were the pride of the continent. A warrior who has absorbed 10 Blood River crystals would be called a Black Warrior. He can go to the Undying Shrine to acquire the valuable Black River medal. The legendary Blood Warrior, it took countless years to produce one. Black Warrior? It was purely a saying. No one even knew if there ever was a Black Warrior. In the last trillion years, maybe there wasn't even one. So it's like that. Luo Feng closed the book and filled with glee within. No wonder acquiring the Blood Warrior title gives 100,000 points. And acquiring 1 Blood River crystal alone only gives 10,000 points. These two are obviously different in difficulty. He looked up. Ahead was the entrance of the ancient city that was 100 zhan tall. He had finally arrived at Swallow Mound City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 496, Pure Feather Family. Chapter 496, Pure Feather Family. Translator, Editor. As the center of a 10 million km area, Swallow Mound City's walls were about 300 m high. It was so long that one couldn't even see the end in sight. It was almost like an endless black mountain range. And the door of the city was close to 100 m wide and 200 m tall. A group of scaled armored fierce-looking soldiers stood there to collecting the entrance fee. Quick, pay up. You wish to enter without money? You must be looking to die. The group of intimidating soldiers carried either a large blade each, or huge axe, were yelling and shouting occasionally. With a glance, Luo Feng was able to determine that the aboriginals of Blood River World were indeed very strong. Even these soldiers were all Star Traveler 5 and up. If they were placed on Earth, any one of them would be considered to have a presence of a demon god. Of course, on Blood River World, they were only normal soldiers. Young Master Naku is here. Hurry and make way, let Master Naku enter the city. The intrepid soldiers were incredibly passionate, not even collecting the entrance fee from Naku and his team. However, that Thunder Uncle still smiled happily and brandished a black currency, for you and the brothers to have a drink. The leading soldier took it normally, becoming extra friendly. Wine, whether it was made through fruits or grains, consisted of millions of different types of drinks, all under the same name. I wonder what the wine of Blood River World tastes like. Luo Feng revealed a smile. After entering the city, Naka said passionately, Big Brother Feng, I'm very familiar with this city. Why not stay at my house for a bit? After a bit of rest, I'll bring you around the city to take a look. Even though this city is huge, there isn't a place I don't know. Yes, Lord Feng. Beside, Thunder Uncle too was all smiles, and behind him the guards all looked on at Luo Feng, not making a sound. To be able to instantly kill the 13 axe. What kind of person was he? In Swallow Mound, there were indeed quite a few powers capable of such a feat. However, for one to single-handedly kill all them, such an absolute warrior was countable by one hand. No need, we'll part here. Luo Feng said. He had already finished reading the details of the Blood River crystal. Hence, he had already formulated a plan on how to complete the mission. At the same time, Luo Feng didn't want to get too close to the Na family. After all, if he ended up staying with them, there would be trouble after. Part? Naku was stunned. Thunder Uncle's expression too was nervous, thinking, this absolute warrior is just leaving? Naka nodded, looking at Luo Feng. Big brother Feng, if I wish to see you in the city, will I be able to? Luo Feng looked at the silver-armored youth before him, smiling. Where's the best hotel in Swallow Mound? Flying Cloud Pavilion. The silver-armored youth said. If you wish to find me, then go there. Luo Feng smiled. Naku nodded. Following which Luo Feng turned and walked into the long path that seemed to stretch on forever. His silhouette became a blur and in an instant he had gone far away. Naku, Thunder Uncle, and the guards all watched the distant black-armored mysterious warrior who was carrying a blade and shield. Thunder Uncle said excitedly, in my entire lifetime, this was probably the strongest warrior I've ever gotten close to. Naku nodded. Let's go, young master, we'll go home. The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle said. The matters of this Lord Feng, it's best that we tell the old master. Especially about the Yu family matters, we have to tell him too. I feel that it's probably no small matter. Go, return home. Naku brought his guards and swiftly rushed home. Swallow Mound was simply too huge, a city with an area of 1,000 kilometers. Naku and his group took close to an hour to get home. Na family, they were considered one of the higher merchant families in Swallow Mound. As Swallow Mound territory expanded over 10 million kilometers in area, compared to the diameter of Earth which was only about 10,000 kilometers. Such a huge city naturally resulted in the population being huge as well. Also, the number of family powers too was vast, like the fish and shrimp in the ocean. Na family, Yu family, they were considered the middle-level families. Organizations like the 13 Acts were the upper powers. Na family mansion. Dressed in a beautiful black robe, the silver-haired man's expression was stunned. He was shocked as he listened to his son Naku and Thunder Uncle's story. Extremely powerful, Dad. You didn't see, the leader of the 13 Acts killed the Chuyen Ta like killing livestock, just one axe strike and he died. However, the 13 Acts against Big Brother Feng didn't even have any resistance. I only saw 13 silhouettes and 13 blade flashes. The 13 Acts couldn't even react before they died. Yes, old master, young master is speaking the truth. How can that be? The silver-haired middle-aged man Nabu calmed down after a while. To accomplish so much for the Na family business, he was careful and meticulous. This warrior, absolute warrior. Nabu looked on at his own son. Where is he, Madut? We split after we entered the city. I invited him to stay here with us but he didn't accept it. However, he said if we wished to see him we can go to Flying Cloud Pavilion. Naka said, his eyes gleamed, Dad, let's go there now. No. Nabu frowned and said softly, this absolute warrior chose to separate it after entering the city. Obviously he doesn't want to get too close to us. You tell me the entire story of how you met him in detail again once more to me. Yes. Naku immediately began his story. The more he listened, the more Nabu's expression relaxed. Finally he smiled. Father? Naku looked at his father. Ah, Kiki, you are lucky. Nabu smiled. From what you've said, it seems this mysterious warrior Feng doesn't like to slaughter. If he can avoid it, he wouldn't kill others. And he doesn't like to get too close to anyone, however he has a good impression of you. Otherwise he wouldn't agree to let you go see him. Naku replied excitedly, then we should go now. No, Nabu shook his head, you just split and now you want to rush over already? If you meet him right away, he wouldn't appreciate it. No rush, we'll wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll pay a visit to the warrior Feng. Alright, Lei Dong, accompany the young master back. Yes. The tall and sturdy Thunder Uncle brought Naku and left, leaving only Nabu in the room. The silver-haired Nabu's eyes gleamed like that of an old fox. He said softly, Feng? You family? What exactly did the Yu family do to even arouse the 13 Acts to rob and kill them? Swallow Mound City. Luo Feng wasn't in a rush to head to the hotel. He first took a good walk about the city, finding a random place to eat and drink, and to listen to the customers and their conversations. This way, he was able to understand more about the affairs within the city. Blood River continent didn't have a sun or moon. However, because of the movement of the 18 levels of clouds above, it made the continent shine and dim at different times. That became their day. One day on Blood River continent was about Earth's 7 days. In Swallow Mound City, Flying Cloud Pavilion was the most luxurious hotel. It had a diameter of 10 kilometers. This was bigger than some of Earth's county cities. Its interior was beautiful, and it could hold up to 500,000 guests. The crowd flowed in and out daily. With a large amount of people entering and leaving the country every day, the business here was very good. In the lobby of Flying Cloud Pavilion, there were 100 staff members stationed. Room. Luo Feng looked at the little young lady dressed in a black fur dress. We have the ground level, sky level, cloud level. Which do you wish to stay in? As for price, the wall there shows it all. The lady smiled and replied. Cloud level. Luo Feng muttered. Cloud level room 2, daily rate of 3 large currency. The lady within smiled. Luo Feng reached and took out a purple currency and threw it on the table. The lady immediately grabbed it and began to work on Luo Feng's reservation. The currency of Blood River World was shaped like little blades. The currency denominations were split into little blade, red, called little currency, middle blade, black, middle currency, large blade, green, large currency, and above that the most expensive purple blade, called treasure currency. One middle currency was worth 1,000 little currency. One large currency was worth 1,000 middle currency. One treasure currency was worth 1,000 large currency. In the luxurious Flying Cloud Pavilion, the most luxurious room was the cloud level. It required 3 large currencies a night, akin to 3 million little currencies. This was not a place normal people could live in. And Luo Feng, having killed the 13 acts, had acquired all of their wealth. This amount of wealth was much more than the Na family's and Yu family's fortune combined. This little bit of money didn't bother him at all. Lord, this way. A handsome youth dressed in staff attire respectfully led the way. Located in front of Luo Feng was a 3-story building with a flower garden and pond. Outside its yard were the words cloud level. Not bad. Luo Feng looked through it properly. After a satisfying nod, he sat in the living room chair and looked at the waiter before him. Whatever orders Lord has and whenever you wish to order them, please go ahead and call us. I'll be serving you for the days you stay in our Flying Cloud Pavilion. The young waiter said respectfully. This is the first time I'm entering Swallow Mound City. I want you to tell me which places here are special, what big figures and powers there are. Luo Feng took out a jade green crystal blade currency. The more detailed your information is, and if I'm satisfied, the better your reward will be. The waiter looked at the jade green currency and his eyes gleamed, saying, I've lived in Swallow Mound City for over 200 years, and stayed in Flying Cloud Pavilion close to 100 years. I have heard much. The waiter immediately began to tell an endless depiction of everything. He was extremely excited, revealing all the big figures and important people there are in the city. He spoke for 2 whole hours before ending. He did not even take a breath in between. Luo Feng listened and nodded. Very well, you've spoken well. Luo Feng's voice seemed to have some magic, causing the waiter's eyes to seem lifeless and dazed. Here's some reward for you, leave now. The jade green currency landed in his hand. Only at this point did he awake from the daze. In his mind, however, he couldn't remember anything about Luo Feng's questioning from before. One had to know, Luo Feng could already use the slave imprint skill. Hence, against this star traveler punk, it was as easy as sleeping. Thank you, Lord, thank you, Lord. The waiter grabbed the currency excitedly and left. Luo Feng closed his eyes. In his mind, everything the waiter had said before flashed through. His understanding of Swallow Mound City was much clearer now. Pure Feather family? Looks like, if anything, this Pure Feather family would have the highest possibility of having a Blood River crystal. Luo Feng muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 497, Ancient God Ruins. Chapter 497, Ancient God Ruins. Translator, Editor. The waiter's explanation was very detailed about the many families within Swallow Mound territory, the various organizations, sects, and so on. These powers were split into different levels: super, high, mid, lower, etc. Na family and U family, these were mid-level powers. The 13 Axe was considered a high-level power. In the entire Swallow Mound territory, there were 3 superpowers. They were the Rockwind family, the Pure Feather family, and the Hule family. The Hule family was a certain savage group, the Rockwind family was the city leader's family, and the Pure Feather family was the #1 business family. Blood River crystals, they are extremely valuable. These 3 superpowers have the highest possibility of having them. Luo Feng sat there, tapping on the armrest. As for the highest possibility among these 3, that would undoubtedly be the Rockwind family. The second would be the Pure Feather family. As for the Hule family, they are simply too far away, there's no need to go there. A domain-level, domain lord, needed to fuse with 1 Blood River crystal to acquire the recognition of the Undying Shrine, gaining the right to become a city leader. Hence, the city leader would definitely have already fused with 1 crystal. And as the most powerful in the territory, he'd have the highest possibility of having another. If one was the city leader, having already fused with 1 crystal, one would definitely try and get another crystal to fuse with once again. However, he is a domain lord. And I'm only universe level 9. Of course, my domain is itself at level 9 and I am proficient in space and gold origin laws. I have confidence in killing a normal domain lord at level 2 or 3. What I'm afraid of is that he's domain lord level 7 or 8. Luo Feng shook his head. Before finding out the exact details of his enemy, he thought it best not to mess with the city leader first. To be able to control Swallow Mound territory, that city leader wasn't good to mess with. The target then should be Pure Feather family leader. Luo Feng squinted his eyes, gleaming coldly. Although the plan has been set, the Pure Feather family was still one of the strongest families in the Swallow Mound territory. Within this family, there were many cloud levels, universe level, and even 1 domain level, domain lord, old man training. However, that was only from what the waiter had heard, whether it was true was still unknown. The second day, early in the morning, Luo Feng's spirit energy spread out through the space ripples. Through these ripples, he could feel the energy levels within 10 kilometers. Na Ku is here? Luo Feng opened his eyes. Na Ku, cloud level room 2. Luo Feng communicated. The Na father and son, after arriving at Flying Cloud Pavilion, were prepared to ask around as to where that mysterious Lord Feng was staying. Within Naka's mind, a voice resounded, Na Ku, cloud level room 2. Father, cloud level room 2. Naka said softly. How do you know? Nabu looked shocked at his son. Big brother Feng sent the message to me mentally. Naku said. Nabu, who listened to this, was utterly shocked. This mysterious Lord Feng was terrifying. Even without meeting them personally and from such a distance, he already came to know that they were there. Let's go. Nabu and Naku entered the Flying Cloud Pavilion. Even though the cloud level forbid others from entering, the Na family was a regional tyrant family, others would easily help them. When the 2 of them arrived at Luo Feng's room, they saw the black armored man standing in the yard. Big brother Feng. Naku shouted. Nabu greets Lord Feng. Thank you for saving my son's life. A silver-haired Nabu bowed respectfully. "Come in." Luo Feng smiled. In the living room, Luo Feng and Nabu both sat. Naka stood by his father's side. "Lord Feng, if it weren't for you yesterday, my son would have lost his life," Nabu exclaimed. "Last night, the entire Yu family was uprooted." Yu family, they too are a family that's deeply rooted here, yet because of that one mistake their entire family business was destroyed. Yesterday, my son was almost dragged into it. Just thinking about it makes me afraid. Uprooted? Luo Feng frowned. I just got the most accurate news," Nabu exclaimed and shook his head. The Yu family actually had borrowed a huge sum of money to get a set of armor from an ancient god ruin. They found the information about this by means of a secret channel. However, it was a pity that their team was destroyed yesterday. According to them, the armor was taken away too. The Yu family has no way to return such a huge sum, much less the interest. Hence, those that lent the money raged and killed the family and stole all their fortune. Even then, they were not satisfied. The ancient god ruins, what kind of place is that? Also, is a piece of armor that important? Luo Feng asked. Lord Feng doesn't know? Nabu was surprised. Big brother Feng, even I've heard of the ancient god ruins. Naku smiled. I only know that's an ancient battlefield, a vast and huge battlefield. Luo Feng said, I'm only curious as to why an armor from that battlefield is so valuable. From the common knowledge books from the 13 Axe space rings, Luo Feng came to understand several special places within Blood River world. One of which was the ancient god ruins. It however had very little information. Ancient god ruins, diameter 100 billion kilometers, vast and endless, ancient battlefield. The book didn't explain more. Nabu smiled, the ancient god ruins, most people only know that it's an ancient battlefield. However, me being a businessman, through my special channels, I have come to know of several secret pieces of information. I believe that Lord Feng knows about the outsiders? I do. Luo Feng nodded. The outsiders are extremely strong and powerful. Nabu exclaimed. In theory, any cloud-level warrior can fly out of the 18 levels of clouds to outer space. However, any warrior that flies out through space would be killed by the outsiders living in the space. We have no way to enter space. However, that's good too, as the outsiders find it hard to descend. Nabu smiled. I heard that every time they descend, they have to pay a huge price too. Luo Feng was shocked. A huge price? This happened very long ago, in an ancient period. Nabu exclaimed, at that time, the strong in Blood River continent were like the clouds, much more than now. And at the time, the outsiders descended. The powerful warriors from the outsiders clashed with the undying army from our side and the gods battled there. God battle? Luo Feng blinked. Our Blood River continent had heavy losses, as the ancient undyings all fell. However, even though the sacrifice was huge, we managed to chase the outsiders out. Nabu's eyes gleamed. After that battle, the outsiders never launched another huge invasion like before. And that huge battleground for the undyings back then became known as the ancient god ruins. Although it's extremely vast, it was indeed a broken piece of ruins. The youth Naku beside stood, his eyes gleaming. Large amounts of undyings forming an army, and god armies fighting each other. This is incredibly shocking. Luo Feng smiled. Ancient god ruins, Maybe large amounts of undyings had indeed battled there. However, to say that the outsiders were defeated, that was a joke. Not including the other powers, just the virtual universe company's knights or universe country leaders, any one of them would be able to easily destroy the entire Blood River world. The ancient god ruins have a large amount of the special weapons and armors from the outsiders. Also, some of the armors from the fallen undyings, even if broken, are still very valuable. Nabu said. And the killing aura in the ruins is extremely heavy. A few warriors who have weaker consciousness that entered would get taken over by the killing aura, and be driven completely mad. However, there are still many that enter the ancient god ruins looking for the treasures left behind by the undying. Also, people with strong killing auras absorb the blood river crystals easier. Hence, a lot of warriors do not care about the dangers within the ruins. Nabu exclaimed, anyway, the ancient god ruins is a terrifying place. It's the place that entices the most, and a lot of the strong warriors from our continent flock there. Ah? Luo Feng frowned. Killing aura? Blood river crystal? From the book he read before, the more one slaughtered, the easier it was to absorb the crystals. And Nabu said so too, the stronger one's killing aura was, the easier it was to absorb the crystals. Hence, countless warriors flock there. So, slaughtering is to raise one's killing aura. Luo Feng thought. This blood river crystal, just what kind of treasure is it? Why is it so that the strong one's killing aura is, the easier it is to absorb? Ancient god ruins. If I acquire a few crystals and I am not able to absorb them, I can go there to try it out. Luo Feng thought. The Na father and son's arrival made Luo Feng happy, because he came to know more information about the ancient god ruins. This was linked to whether or not he could become a blood warrior. Flying Cloud Pavilion, Luo Feng's place. Luo Feng entered the virtual universe. Even though he was currently on a mission, the training mission didn't conflict with his own study of the laws. Yuxiang Mountain, Absolute Beginning Region, Wuka's Villa. Rongjun, Luo Feng, I heard that you two have begun the training missions. Wuka looked at Luo Feng and Rongjun. What level did you two choose? Difficult. Rongjun said. Luo Feng you? Wuka looked at him, Rongjun too looked over. Dangerous level. Luo Feng said. At that moment, both of them were shocked. Wuka stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng, it's your first mission and you chose dangerous? That's too risky. It is dangerous indeed. In fact, I have a small problem right now. Luo Feng was helpless. Although I'm doing the difficult level, I don't even dare to be careless. Madman, you really are crazy. Rongjun smiled and shook his head. Even though a thread of his consciousness was in the virtual universe network, his actual self was in Blood River World Swallow Mound City planning his mission against the Pure Feather family. Firstly, he had to know what the leader looked like. This way, he can confirm his target. Next, he had to be clear about the mansion in which they stayed in. No problem. Luo Feng shook his head. Isham, I have to go. I'm doing something big today, I cannot be distracted. Good luck. Wuka said. Don't go losing your life to the mission. Rongjun warned. Relax. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled, following which he vanished and left the virtual universe network. Blood River World, Swallow Mound City, night. After 6 days of serious study and preparation, Luo Feng became a gust of wind and without a sound or trace left Flying Cloud Pavilion. In an instant, he arrived at a luxurious mansion that took up 10 kilometers in area. This was a mansion which was second only to the city leaders. Pure Feather family. The air shook, a silhouette appeared in mid-air outside the walls of the mansion. Of course it was Luo Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 498, Late Night Carnage. Chapter 498, Late Night Carnage. Translator, Editor. Luo Feng didn't wear his black armor today. Instead, he was dressed in a long black robe and stood empty-handed by the wall. Pure Feather family? Luo Feng smiled. Who? His entire being vanished into the wind, without a trace or sound, entering deep into the luxurious mansion. Pure Feather Mansion took up 10 kilometers in area. It was split into the outer mansion and inner mansion. The outer mansion were for lower or more ordinary members of the family, hence the security around there was more lax. However, it was obvious that the security around the inner mansion was tighter. Shwa! 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 A black-robed man took 3 simple steps. Within the dark vegetation, walls, walkways, 3 images appeared, and he had already reached near the inner mansion. The Blood River Crystal mission is one of the dangerous missions. It won't be that easy to acquire it. Luo Feng half squatted below a huge rock. His gaze swept the area and his spirit energy connected with the universe space, feeling the surrounding life energies. The energies within the inner mansion is obviously much stronger. Just the universe levels alone, there are quite a few. To wander in casually was impossible. So, Luo Feng was incomparably serious. As he unleashed his illusionary movement, his entire being became a silhouette in the dark night, almost like a tiger with wings, and he swiftly entered the inner mansion. Be serious, don't look like you are falling asleep. Captain, who would dare invade the Pure Feather family mansion? There's no need to be that serious, that. Not being serious is fine, however you still have to at least put up an act. Otherwise it'll be bad if you are discovered. I am saying this for your own good. A guard team was patrolling the inner mansion, the guards were walking and communicating. Who? From behind them, a blurry silhouette swiftly flashed past them, reaching deeper into the inner mansion. When Luo Feng used the illusionary movement, he was even harder to detect. Plus, he was following the flow of the universe space and dodged all the dark sentries. However, this had shocked Luo Feng, as the security was extremely tight. The second most powerful family next to the city leader's family was definitely no joke. Ahead is that useless advisor's living quarters. Luo Feng stuck to the stone pillar in the walkway. Almost like a shadow, his eyes were gazing coldly at the distant quiet quarters. Shwa! Luo Feng resonated with the ripples of the universe space, forming 3 peculiar arcs and entered the quiet pavilion. Pavilion second level. Dressed in a white robe, a pale skinny man sat at his study desk, thinking about something. There was definitely a large group of tacticians in these large families, as such business families favored these tacticians more. As for this white-robed man, he was the Pure Feather family's highest-ranking tactician, the most favored Yukachi. He held an extremely high position in the family. Just from his quarters being in the inner mansion and having such a big and quiet pavilion, one could see his status. Yukachi. A voice resounded. The white-robed man trembled. He turned to look behind him, where stood a black-robed, black-haired man. Master. The white-robed man bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with a burning loyalty. Luo Feng nodded. These past 6 days, in order to get every detail on the Pure Feather family, he planned carefully and studied from many angles, and did not just rely on the general information he got from the city's systems. He had also used soul control techniques on a few important people within the family to do a proper check. As for these soul techniques, his teacher, the master of the Yun-Mo planet Hu Yenbo, who specialized in the soul aspect, had great accomplishments in them. He could even do slave imprints. Naturally there were many other lesser techniques. And the Time-Space Scribbles first book too had many soul techniques. Against this white-robed man, he had only used a technique akin to hypnosis. I want to see your family leader now, are you ready? Luo Feng asked. Please relax, master, I am the trusted aide of the family leader, he has complete trust in me. Even if I wanted to see him late at night, it won't be a problem. The white-robed Yukachi was extremely confident. You lead the way. Luo Feng said. Yes. The white-robed Yukachi said respectfully, Master only has to follow behind me. Following which, he immediately went downstairs with Luo Feng following him. Creak. After opening the door, Yukachi brought Luo Feng about publicly. Walking along the walkways, they were extremely silent. Luo Feng could see a guard team in the distance walking over. The leader of the team looked at the white-robed man and smiled. Mr. Yu. Yu Keqi nodded indifferently. The guard team didn't even question who was the black-robed man and left. Yu Keqi communicated mentally, Master, please relax, because of the occasional important matters, I would have talks with the family leader late at night. I would also occasionally bring people to meet him. Even though I am usually instructed to bring these people, the guards don't know anything. Hence, there's absolutely no problem in me bringing someone along. Luo Feng nodded. They continued. One level after another. Luo Feng simply walked about openly from sentry to sentry. They didn't even have any reaction. No matter what, the two of them continued deeper into the mansion. The deeper we go, the tighter the security is. Even if I wished to enter here without anyone noticing me, it would be impossible. Luo Feng looked ahead at the vast surroundings. With just a glance, he was able to determine that there were at least 1,000 people patrolling. Obviously, they had already reached the family's core. Open the door. Yu Keqi shouted. Yes, Mr. Yu, please wait a moment. Immediately the guards opened the door. Under the surveillance of 1,000 guards, Yu Keqi brought Luo Feng into the core of the mansion. Master, this is already the core area of the family. The family leader, the important disciples and a few absolute powers, treasure troves, dojo etc. are all here. Yu Keqi communicated. The family leader's living quarters isn't far from here. At last, we've arrived to the front of the palace. Luo Feng carefully examined it. Ahead was a 500 m long and wide ancient wall, and within it was a 9-story high palace. Outside the palace stood 2 guards. Open the door. Yu Keqi said. Who is he? Of the 2 guards, the one on the left frowned and pointed at Luo Feng. He's someone the leader wants to meet. Yu Keqi frowned. Hurry and open the door. The leader didn't inform us of meeting anyone late at night today. The left guard continued to carefully analyze Luo Feng. He coldly said, and at this time, the leader has already begun to rest. The leader has long wanted to meet him, however there hasn't been a chance. Today I've managed to bring this lord over, of course I brought him here immediately. The white-robed Yu Keqi's expression was serious, ordering, are you willing to bear the consequences? Hurry and open the door. Luo Feng frowned, communicated, what's the matter? Master, normally these 2 don't even bother to stop me. However, they are acting a bit strange today. Yu Keqi replied mentally, he was suspicious too. Why aren't you opening the door? Yu Keqi's expression was ugly, roaring, what's up with you two? The 2 guards' expressions changed. One of them smiled embarrassedly and said, Mr. Yu, we 2 brothers don't actually wish to stop you. Only today, the leader just got his hands on, anyway, it's not convenient for guests. If he was disturbed, he would very unhappy. If he really wishes to meet this man, we brothers will pass the message? Ah. The white-robed Yu Keqi frowned and communicated to Luo Feng, Master, the leader is currently with a woman, what do we do? Enter. Luo Feng communicated. Under the effects of the soul technique, Yu Keqi couldn't reject Luo Feng's order. Looking at the guard, go pass the word. The leader meeting this lord is more important than screwing some woman. Okay. The 2 guards immediately opened the door and one of them headed in. Luo Feng stood outside and was looking through the open door. Leader, leader. The guard that went in shouted seriously within the palace. What's the matter? An enraged voice resounded. What's the matter? A sweet voice resounded. Family leader, Mr. Yu has brought someone over. He's saying that he's someone you've been wanting to meet. Leader, will you meet him? The guard asked. Mr. Yu has brought someone? Suddenly the large door on the first level of the palace rumbled open. A casually dressed barefooted tall and sturdy man in a luxurious nightgown looked out, his gaze landing on the black-robed Luo Feng. He immediately began to grow suspicious. Any more and the plot will be revealed. Luo Feng became a blur and rushed into the yard. Shwa! 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 9 black silhouettes immediately rushed down from the upper levels of the palace. Simultaneously, silhouettes covered the skies and lands, rushing from all sides of the yard inwards. The Pure Feather family leader, his position was incredibly high and mighty. How could he not have personal bodyguards? 300 bodyguards. 9 great shadow guards. There's actually 9 universe levels. A superpower is indeed a superpower. A black-robed Luo Feng had a cold expression on. His eyes were ice cold as his arms extended. The 300 guards and 9 shadow guards that rushed out were all originally holding battle blades or knives, or their own personal weapons, and were prepared to control them to assassinate Luo Feng. However, under Luo Feng's powerful spirit energy control, the 300 guards used their own weapons to pierce their own heads. No! The 300 guards and 9 shadow guards, along with the 2 guards at the door, stared with fear. However, their strengths weren't enough to control their own weapons. Shwa! With flashes of blades, knives, weapons. 311 heads were sliced off. Fresh blood floated in the darkness of the night. Only 3 people remained alive in the yard. The white-robed Yukichi stood there stupidly, and the family leader of the Pure Feather family had fear in his eyes. Only Luo Feng's black robe swished, expressionless. Shwa! In one step, Luo Feng had already reached beside the leader and grabbed him by the neck, like grabbing a little chicken. Following that, with just one step, his entire being vanished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 499, Pure Feather Tao. Chapter 499, Pure Feather Tao. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Pure Feather family was far more ancient than the recent Rock Wind family. The strongest warrior in Swallow Mound territory was coincidentally from the Pure Feather family. Pure Feather Tao. Domain Lord Level 6, he was the oldest in the family currently. He was also the strongest and the true person controlling the family from the shadows. He was the true man with power. Just like how the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had an emperor, with many generations of successive emperors. In truth, however, the person with the true power was the god leader of the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain. Pure Feather Tao was the man that was truly in control. A pavilion that was completely purple with 3 levels, and the entire staircase was built with wood that was dyed purple. Just the cost of this construct alone was more expensive than the entire Pure Feather family's other territories. 3rd level. A black-bearded middle-aged man dressed in a loose robe sat quietly on his bed with his eyes shut. Suddenly, a powerful energy ripple rushed from the northeast direction. Blood River World had other directions. East, south, west, and north were uniform. However, the absolute directions were different from Earth's. Pure Feather Tao's expression grew serious, immediately spreading out his spirit energy to sweep the area. Because he was a fighter, when compared to a spirit reader, his spirit energy was much weaker. However, when one reaches the Domain Lord level, sweeping with spirit energy was still an easy thing to do. Rumble. With the pavilion as the center, the torrent of spirit energy rippled in all directions, immediately sweeping the entire mansion and that particular palace. As he checked, his expression changed immediately. So, he rushed out from the bed and vanished. Within the palace that the family leader resided in, the smell of blood filled the air, as over 300 bodies were on the ground. Red and white stains the ground, it was disgusting to look at. And about the same time these 300 over people just fell, a bearded middle-aged man in a loose grey robe floated in the air above the palace. His eyes were raging as he looked down below. The palace's second-level window was open and through it a beautiful woman was peeking through. Ah! After spotting the blood that flowed like a river, the scene caused her to shriek. Humph! In mid-air Pure Feather Tao's expression changed. Rumble! Mud-yellow energy waves immediately engulfed the palace. Simultaneously, the waves wrapped itself around the white-robed Yukuchi and the lady that was hiding in the palace, dragging them into mid-air. Speak, what happened? Pure Feather Tao looked at the two, filled with rage. That beautiful lady's face was pale. However, Yukuchi only shook his head. I don't know. I just know that a black silhouette appeared suddenly, and after that I saw these over 300 people use their own weapons to kill themselves. And the family leader was taken away. Pure Feather Tao looked at the lady. Yes, it was Yukuchi. He brought someone to meet the leader only went out because of that. I don't know anything else. The beautiful lady shook her head. Pure Feather Tao looked at Yukuchi. Yukuchi, however, had a peculiar smile. Pang! His body violently exploded, the bones and other stuff that flew from the explosion pierced through the lady beside him. She stared wide-eyed at the 3 large holes in her chest, shouting, "Save me!" Almost all people on Blood River World were at least Star Traveler level, this woman too, hence even with holes in her chest, she hadn't died yet. So. From the distance, many silhouettes floated over. It was the family's strongest warriors and important figures. Elder, what's going on? Grandfather, what is this? The nurtured upper echelon of the family were all stunned as they looked at the large group of bodies in the palace. My God, amongst them there were the 9 Shadow Guards, those were the 9 great Shadow Guards, a formidable force in the Pure Feather family. 9 cloud levels. Go and look for me and bring back the family leader. Pure Feather Tao raged. Simultaneously, his energy wave exploded about, almost like a formless blade piercing straight through that lady, leaving nothing but a mess. Yes. The group complied. Actually, from seeing the over 300 guards who were all dead, they had already guessed that the outcome of the family leader was not good. From hearing the story, he should have been taken away. Bastard! With mud-yellow energy waves surrounding him, like a god in the night floating in mid-air, Pure Feather Tao was madly scanning the area with his spirit energy. He was a fighter, hence his spirit energy was more condensed and gentle. Its control and magnitude paled far in comparison to that of a spirit reader. However, to simply scan was not a problem at all. As the gravity of Blood River World was extremely huge, Pure Feather Tao's scan could only be spread up to about 80 kilometers. Where is he? Wrapped in the energy, he flew over for around 100 kilometers. In the dark night above Swallow Mound City, a mud-yellow light was swiftly flashing about, suddenly flashing to another region here and there, obviously searching the entire Swallow Mound City. Swallow Mound City, City Leader's Mansion. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a dark green engraving on his forehead walked along the palace's railings. He was dressed in a blood-red scaled armor. With his cold eyes, he was looking up at the sky, at Pure Feather Tao, who was searching all over Swallow Mound City, as he said softly, "This old punk, what is he raging about?" Hoof. To enrage this old punk this much, the Pure Feather family must have suffered a huge loss. His lips curled into a cold smile. He was the one with the most authority within Swallow Mound City, the city leader, Rock Wind Xiong. However, in terms of power, he was still slightly weaker than Pure Feather Tao. As for why he was able to become the city leader of Swallow Mound City, there were 2 reasons. One of them was because he had absorbed a Blood River crystal. The second reason was because he had special connections with the world city leader in that territory. Pure Feather Tao, however, even though he was stronger, he couldn't absorb the Blood River crystal. Hence, he didn't have the right to become leader. Go crazy until you die. That would be the best. Rock Wind laughed coldly, following which he gave an order to his underlings, go and check to see what exactly happened with the Pure Feather family. But yes. A soft voice resounded. The Pure Feather family had roots that extended extremely deep into the city. As for this massacre and abduction of their family leader, what level of stupidity was this? To enrage the elder Pure Feather Tao to such a state that he was searching the whole city personally, and also to activate the entire family and all its departments to madly search about. At the same time, the city leader's Rock Wind family, along with some other powers, all began to join in. The entire Swallow Mound city's undercurrent began to flow. The Yu family's Yu Yen Tao was a star level 9, his fleeing max speed had reached 8 kilometers per second. And Luo Feng, who was a universe level 9, with domain level 9, along with high comprehensions of the space origin law, could instantly accelerate and reach top speed. His instantaneous acceleration, even with the gravity of Blood River World, could reach up to 300 kilometers per second. When Luo Feng had grabbed the family leader back then, he wrapped him in spirit energy and immediately rushed into the skies, flying straight into the cloud levels. In the 15th level 30,000 kilometers away from Swallow Mound City, Luo Feng grabbed the family leader and finally stopped. What do you want? Pure Feather Chang's expression was pale. Having had his Dantian destroyed the moment he was grabbed, his soul was now under heavy pressure from Luo Feng's powerful spirit energy. Why are you asking me? Luo Feng immediately grabbed the space bracelet from Pure Feather Chong. Naturally, that space bracelet had his spirit imprint. However, Luo Feng's spirit energy became like a long pike and forcefully broke through the spirit imprint seal, causing Pure Feather Chang's face to go even more pale. Quite wealthy. Luo Feng held onto the bracelet, carefully examining the items within. You want money? No problem. However much you want, you will get. Just don't kill me. Pure Feather Chong said. You are a spirit reader, you can make me forget everything here and I won't even remember your appearance. Luo Feng frowned. Within the space bracelet, there were no Blood River crystals. Pure Feather Chong. Luo Feng looked at him. The family leader Pure Feather Chong at that point didn't even behave at all like the Na family leader. He suddenly felt enticed and hypnotized by the gaze of that black-robed youth before him. 1 second later, his gaze grew dark, and he looked at Luo Feng with passionate respect. Master. Luo Feng stood in the clouds. Looking at Pure Feather Chong before him, he said, let me ask you, do you know who has Blood River crystals? Does your Pure Feather family have any? Yes. Pure Feather Chong said without hesitation. Where are they? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. With my family's elder. Pure Feather Chong replied respectfully. Elder? Luo Feng frowned. He had heard of a powerful domain lord within the family, however he hadn't really confirmed that before. Yes, the strongest in the Pure Feather family, also the strongest in Swallow Mound City. Pure Feather Chong said, the Blood River crystal is with him. However, even though he acquired that one, no matter how he tried, he couldn't absorb it. Hence the city leader position landed in the Rock Wind family's hands instead. Your family elder is stronger than the city leader? Luo Feng had heard from him. Yes. Pure Feather Chong said respectfully. The city leader just became a domain level over 100 years ago. According to the elder, he can only be considered to be within the early stages of the domain level. However, my family elder is in the later stages already. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. From the looks of it, the city leader was about domain lord level 2 or 3. After all, he had only broken through over 100 years ago. Normal people breaking through required them to slowly absorb the energy. To go from level 1 to 9 required a very long time. Even in the universe, only the most elite of geniuses could receive nurture like Luo Feng's, as there was no need to waste time in such quantity-related training. Other than your family's elder, who else has the crystals? Luo Feng asked. The ones I can confirm are the elder. Another is the general of the Swallow Mound Army, Rock Winzon. Pure Feather Chong said. Rock Winzon, he is the younger brother of city leader Rock Win Xiong. He's on good terms with me. Back then he even took out a crystal to show off to me, saying it was something his older brother gave him to absorb. One is with your family elder, another is with Rock Winzon. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 500, Investigation. Chapter 500, Investigation. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Under the influence of the soul technique, the Pure Feather family leader answered everything honestly. There wasn't any hint of concealing anything. Very good. Luo Feng stood within the clouds and asked, do you know if anyone else has the crystals? The process of becoming a blood warrior required one to first acquire 3 blood river crystals and absorb them successful. Only then would they truly be considered to have become a blood warrior. Once Luo Feng knew of the blood warrior and even the legendary black warrior, he naturally had some anticipation within. He wanted to first become a blood warrior and maybe later a black warrior. Even though in Blood River World, the black warrior was but a legend, since such a legend existed, there was a possibility of it happening. And obviously, with Luo Feng's personality, he wouldn't give up without trying. Everyone all regarded themselves as special and different. Luo Feng was the same, only that he knew himself better than anyone. Master, I can confirm that the family elder and the general of the Rock Wind Army have the crystals. The rest, I'm unable to guarantee. Although, there are some rumors. Pure Feather Chong replied respectfully. Rumors? Luo Feng frowned. Yes, it is about our city leader Rock Wind Xiong. Even though I am unable to confirm if he has the crystals and how many he might have. Pure Feather Chong said, I can say with high possibility that the city leader Rock Wind Xiong definitely has at least one that he hasn't absorbed. Luo Feng looked at Pure Feather Chong. Rock Wind Xiong has an illustrious background. His teacher is the world city leader of this side of the world. Pure Feather Chong explained. He succeeded in absorbing one crystal a long time ago. He had to wait till he broke through to domain level, after which he quickly became the city leader. And after that, he secretly gave his younger brother one crystal, but to warriors, having more crystals is a good thing. After absorbing one, they would want to absorb another. Since he could give his younger brother one crystal, that means that it wasn't too hard for him to acquire more, at least there's a way for him. Pure Feather Chong said confidently, and with Rock Wind Xiong's selfish personality, to be able to give his younger brother just one means he would at least have one more prepared for himself. I suspect he probably even has more. Luo Feng nodded. It made sense. After which, Luo Feng immediately killed Pure Feather Chong and took care of his body. In the dark night, he returned to Swallow Mound City's Flying Cloud Pavilion. Pure Feather family was deeply rooted within Swallow Mound City. Its roots went far deeper than the Rock Wind family. If they were to be angered, the entire Swallow Mound City would definitely feel their wrath. Pure Feather family mansion, in the first level of that 3-level purple wood pavilion, Pure Feather Elder Tao squinted his eyes in his seat. The rest of the upper echelon of the family along with his grandchildren stood obediently at his sides. Within the large hall knelt 10 people, and outside of the hall knelt a 100. Grandfather, these are all the sentries and guard leaders from Yukuchi's mansion. They all personally saw Yukuchi bring a black-robed man. An old man with white hair, one that looked even older than Pure Feather Tao said respectfully. Speak, what did that black-robed man look like? Pure Feather Tao closed his eyes and said indifferently. No idea. The old man shook his head. Pure Feather Tao revealed a look of rage. He stared hard, his gaze was shooting out visible light beams at the old man. The 100 of them all saw the black-robed man, however none of them can recall his appearance. The old man continued, back then, they didn't feel anything special about it. Just that this black-robed man was very normal and there was nothing special about him. However, now when they try and recall, his face appears blurred out in their memories. Other than him wearing a black robe, they can't recall anything else. Pure Feather Tao turned to look at the group kneeling. Elder, we cannot recall, we really cannot recall. We truly saw his face back then, however now no matter how hard we try, we cannot recall. I even stared hard at him then, however now. The group of sentries all said fearfully. Pure Feather Tao was shocked. These sentries and guard leaders were all pinnacle sky levels, star level 9. To be unknowingly influenced by a warrior, even a universe level spirit level would find it hard to do. One had to have a much stronger spirit energy and consciousness level and control to reach such a level. When did such a warrior appear in Swallow Mound City? Pure Feather Tao pondered. However, the fact that he was so careful in entering here means he isn't a match for me. If he was stronger than me, he wouldn't have needed to be so careful. Just barging in would have done it. Listen well. Pure Feather Tao looked coldly at the family's upper echelon in the hall. Our Pure Feather family's family leader has been taken away under our surveillance and from under our noses. We don't even know if he's alive or dead. This is a humiliation to our family. We have to find this person, otherwise our Pure Feather family will be mocked at by countless people in Swallow Mound City. Go look. Check every suspicious person properly. The culprit's strength is at least at pinnacle cloud level, it might very likely be in the domain level. Check from all pathways, see which mysterious warriors have appeared. Remember, even if you found him, don't make a move. Immediately come inform me instead. Pure Feather Tao looked at the group. Even if Chong hasn't been killed, he's not fit to be the leader anymore. This search for the culprit is the test I am giving you all. Once this matter is concluded, I will pick the new family leader. Go now. Yes. The group of upper echelon's eyes gleamed brightly, they all replied simultaneously and swiftly left. Time to do their best. To become the new family leader, these upper echelons would all unleash all their hidden strengths to quickly check all the secret information about the mysterious warriors, or suspected mysterious beings. This way, all the information and news was quickly being gathered. Second day, daybreak. Rumble, 10,000 black-scaled armored soldiers rose to the sky. It was almost like a black cloud flying over, with a huge tall and sturdy dark red-scaled armored leader. His appearance was very similar to the city leader Rock Wind Xiong, only with more madness and violence in his aura. His entire being seemed wild and savage. Pooey. Rock Windjan sat on a green armored snake, spitting unhappily to the side. That no good Pure Feather Chong, getting abducted away and still asking us for help. Big brother is too much too, asking me to help out. However that Pure Feather Chong. I wonder who he actually messed with, to actually get taken away from his own mansion. Hearing this makes me happy. Rock Windjan mocked softly. The two deputy generals beside twitched their faces as they heard this. This general of theirs controlled the Swallow Mound army, yet he did whatever he pleased. Him and that Pure Feather Chong were good friends. At the same time, they were a couple of scoundrels who wreaked havoc as they pleased. Scoundrels indeed. Pure Feather Chang's death made this Rock Windjan happy instead. And he wasn't rushed or slow, as he waited for daybreak to bring the army in to search. General, ahead is Flying Cloud Pavilion. One of the deputy generals said respectfully. Rock Windjan glanced and said indifferently, Flying Cloud Pavilion is the best hotel in Swallow Mound City. With the culprit's level of strength and status, there's a high possibility he would stay there, but General, if that person truly wanted to make a move on pure feather chone, he probably wouldn't stay in such a place, but rather somewhere more secure and secluded. The other deputy general said softly. Pa! Rock Winjan slapped the face of that deputy general, causing fresh blood to fly. His entire body and the wild beast below him were both shocked. Idiot! Rock Winjan glanced coldly at him. If I say Flying Cloud Pavilion, then it is Flying Cloud Pavilion. Don't you know how to put on a show? Do you think we'll really find the culprit for the Pure Feather family? That deputy general nodded, not daring to make a sound. What an idiot! If you say such stupid things again, I'll have to change my deputies. Usually you seem pretty smart. Has your brain knocked into a wall today? Rock Wind rubbed his chin and looked up. Looking at the distant Flying Cloud Pavilion, go, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Get all of the cloud-level guests and the warriors you think are strong within to all come out. I want to take a look at all of them. Yes. That deputy general who was slapped complied loudly. Immediately, he brought his underlings, a 10,000-strong army, to rush into Flying Cloud Pavilion. Flying Cloud Pavilion's area had a diameter of 10 kilometers. The sudden entrance of such a big army caused a huge ruckus. Owner, it's not that I'm not giving you any face, but you too should know what happened. The general has given the order to get all of your cloud-level guests and any guest you think may be powerful warriors to all come out. That deputy general sat high above on the wild beast and said. The large group soldiers stood behind him. Understood. We'll comply. That fat small-eyed owner gave the order and his large group of helpers led the way. Cloud Level Room 2, in a quiet pavilion. Luo Feng was dressed in a simple robe and was reading a book. It had been half a night since the incident, but according to Earth's time, it had been 2 to 3 days. That pure feather Chong was just killed by me. Right now the entire city is in an uproar, however, it doesn't affect me. I'll wait till tonight to make a move on Rock Winjan. Luo Feng made his plans while reading the book. Multitasking was very simple for him. Suddenly noise resounded from outside, roars and shouts. Quickly! Come out! Lord, it's an order by the Rock Wind General. Lord, please do me a favor and come out. Quickly! That way, quickly! The outside was getting noisier. Luo Feng frowned when he heard this. He had long guessed that Pure Feather Chang's death would stir a huge commotion, however he didn't expect them to come to Flying Cloud Pavilion so early in the morning. The footsteps outside swiftly got louder and louder. Suddenly the yard door was heavily pushed open and 10 soldiers immediately rushed in. Led by a waiter, they walked into the pavilion. The waiter saw Luo Feng within and said apologetically, Lord, the Rock Wind General has given the order to look for the culprit. Lord, you should help out. Quickly, come out. Quickly. The group of soldiers rushed straight in, shouting at Luo Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 501, Night Investigation. Chapter 501, Night Investigation. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Close to 1,000 people with various attributes such as people with expensive clothes, or strong auras, or those who were cold and proud, and the cloud-level guests of the Flying Cloud Pavilion along with those suspected of being a mysterious powerful warrior were present there. Luo Feng looked far ahead amongst the crowd. The Flying Cloud Pavilion owner was at the side discussing with a tall and sturdy intrepid-looking general by the side. Luo Feng could feel from his aura that the general should be a universe level 9. Rock Wind General, they are all here. The owner said. Rock Wind Zhan snorted through his nose, following which he gazed coldly at the crowd. Rock Wind Zhan? Amongst the crowd, Luo Feng was happy after he heard it. He was still prepared to figure out how this Rock Wind Zhan looked like, so as not to attack the wrong person. And now, he could see him clearly. Last night, which one of you broke into the Pure Feather family mansion? Rock Windjan shouted coldly. The group of close to 1,000 unknown people remained silent, not making any sound at all. And Rock Windjan, who sat high above on his green armored snake, gazed at everyone below. Suddenly he pointed at a black-robed cold-looking man in the distance, shouting, "That black-robed bastard, bring him along later." Yes. The two deputy generals at the side complied. General. The black-robed cold-looking man's expression grew ugly, shouting, "General, I'm from the Luanyang area. Don't give me rubbish." Rock Windjan laughed coldly. "With your strength and your dressing, I have no choice but to suspect that you were the culprit who broke into the Pure Feather family mansion." "Ishum, that tall punk with messy hair, bring him too, that skinny punk hiding at the side too." "You." "Him. The one in the white robe. That blue-haired one." Rock Windjan continuously chose 10 people. These 10 were all very strong, as most of them were in the pinnacle sky level. There were even 2 universe levels. And that black-haired youth, his strength is strong enough too. "Bring him." Rock Windjan pointed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng frowned, as there were no scanning devices in Blood River World. They based their deductions purely on energies and auras. As for Luo Feng, he used his willpower and consciousness strength to control and hide his strength, deliberately releasing one that of a pinnacle star level. He didn't expect to still get chosen. All right. A total of 58 have been chosen. The culprit might very likely be within these 58. Take them all away back to the prison. Rock Windjan waved his hand. Luo Feng didn't resist and followed the other 57 with the army. In terms of strength, Luo Feng knew that he could easily wipe out Rock Windjan and the others. Because of his confidence and this guarantee, he was very relaxed. Until the critical moment, there was no need to massacre so many of them publicly. What's up with this General Rock Wind? Is this how they catch a killer? Coming over to our Flying Cloud Pavilion to find a group of guests and randomly picking from a crowd, that's called finding a killer? You idiot, Rock Wind General is from the Rock Wind family. The Pure Feather family was humiliated, hence the Rock Wind family are all extremely happy. Why would they seriously look for the culprit? If they really wanted to look for him, they would have begun their search last night. Why would they wait till now? It's purely just for show, just an act. However, the 58 sure are unlucky. Within Flying Cloud Pavilion, many were discussing Swallow Mound City, General's Prison. Luo Feng and the others were forced into groups of 5 or 6, and were separately crammed into cells. These cells were built by special stones from Blood River World, and were able to exist under the universe energy flows and strong gravity here. Hence, these two were more sturdy than other stones. They were strong enough to block attacks from even a sky-level, star-level, warrior. We sure are unlucky. I have to go meet my family leader tomorrow. How can this be good? Luo Feng's cell had a total of 6 people, of which a fat one dressed in expensive clothes sighed and shouted loudly. The others from different cells all heard him clearly. Big trouble, big trouble. The fatty didn't stop sighing. Shut up. Smelly fatty, lower your voice. The people from other cells all began to jeer and shout within. The fatty looked outside at the soldiers approaching, raising his voice and sighing again. If I don't see the Wang family leader, my business would be ruined. I would incur huge losses. So unlucky, purely a disaster from above. After shouting a couple more times, under the jeers from others, he finally stopped. Luo Feng stood silently within the cell, watching things unfold. Several of the guards and soldiers within the prison began to mutter. Brothers, the general captured these 58 back for show. He didn't even interrogate them. He even sent a bodyguard over to tell me that after interrogating just a little, if there's no problem, just let some of them go and leave some in the prison. Everything is just for show. A guard said softly, "Did you hear that fatty shouting? He seems to be some sort of businessman, and is in a rush to meet someone. We should get a hefty sum from him." It's an opportunity. After all, it's all just for show, it'll be fine with some of them gone. The group of guards watching the prison all began to laugh and mutter amongst themselves. After which they ordered, "Go and grab that fierce and shouting fatty and bring him over. We'll interrogate him well." "Yes, Lord." The group of soldiers immediately brought the fatty out. Within the prison, the fatty that was leaning against the door looking outside revealed a smile as he saw the group of soldiers running over. One of the soldiers ordered, "The Lord has ordered for us to interrogate you well, grab him." Following which they opened the door and grabbed the fatty. The fatty turned back to the other 5 in the cell and said, "Sirs, I'll be leaving first, see you all." Following which, he followed the group of soldiers and left. After a while, a soldier ran over and shouted, "The Lord has interrogated him and found him not suspicious at all, he's been released. The rest of you 57 better answer properly. Those that don't, be prepared to stay in this prison for a while." Following which he turned and left. The fatty has gone. Answer properly? What answer properly? Isn't it simply bribing them well? I know, that fatty purposely shouted that way before. You know this only now? Stupid. Discussions and noise resounded within the cells. The guards who were hiding in the distance heard the discussions and all of them began to smile. They then ordered, "Bring them one by one, we'll interrogate them properly." Interrogate? It was simply just forking over a sum of money, just seeing whether it was enough. When they interrogated Luo Feng took out 1 purple blade currency, immediately making the guards' eyes gleam. Their attitudes immediately became friendly, and quickly released Luo Feng. Broad daylight, Luo Feng strolled out of the general's prison carefree, and followed the pathways out of the mansion. Evening, the sky had gone dark. Luo Feng, who was at a restaurant eating and drinking alone for a while, finally left and walked amongst a crowd in Swallow Mound City's pathways. It's almost time. Last night, I caught pure featherchone. Then tonight, I'll go catch rock Winjan. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I'm really looking forward to the Blood River Crystal? Just what is it like? It is even mysterious enough to gain the attention of the Virtual Universe Company. As he had been brought to the general's prison earlier in the day, Luo Feng was very familiar with the general's mansion. It's no wonder the Rock Wind family is considered a new upstart family. This general's mansion, in terms of security level, isn't even 1/10 of the pure feather families. Luo Feng walked within the mansion. Almost like walking in his own yard, his silhouette floated about. With a flash he went from side to side, shaking his head. I can feel a total of 3 universe-level warriors. With his familiarity of the universe space ripples, he could feel 3 strong auras. And one of which Luo Feng was familiar with, because he had met him during the day. It's Rock Winjan. Luo Feng smiled. Schwa. His silhouette floated swiftly as he passed the fake mountains and the walkways, finally landing within a 3-story luxurious palace within the mansion. Breaking through to the domain level is so hard. I've done everything my big brother has told me to do in terms of training, and I've done them well. Why have I still not broken through? Big brother must definitely be afraid of me reaching the domain level, and turning into a threat for him. Rock Rinjan was topless. He was wearing an open long robe. While walking along the stairs, he had many thoughts on his mind. When he reached the 3rd level, he casually looked up and prepared to enter his study, however suddenly his body shook. His eyes were filled with a sense of disbelief. In front of him stood a simply dressed black-haired youth's silhouette. Rock Winjan immediately went into battle mode, simultaneously calling guards to help him. However, no matter how shocked he was still confident. He thought that because he was a cloud-level pinnacle, universe level 9, warrior, the person before him couldn't be much stronger than he was. Also, delaying a while would be enough for his big brother Rock Windshone to rush over. Hua! Luo Feng, who was initially standing at the distant window, immediately appeared before Rock Windshone in what seemed like teleportation. This was extremely fast, far exceeding that of a regular universe level 9's max speed. Shie! His hand formed a blade, fast as lightning. No, Rock Windshone's hands had brandished a huge blade. He was prepared to use it as a shield to block. However, Luo Feng's palm blade was almost like an illusion, swiftly stabbing through his stomach, after which he pulled it out. Only after this did the shield slowly come. Everything was mysterious and like an illusion. There was just a simple flash. Illusionary 7 blades, Dutchman's pipe. With Luo Feng's strength in his domain and origin law comprehension, against such weak techniques with domain only level 1 or 2, no comprehension of any origin laws and only at universe level 9, it was simply a massacre. Rock Windshone held onto his stomach. There was a blade wound there, and fresh blood flowed out. It was purely from Luo Feng's palm blade. Rock Windshone looked with fear at Luo Feng. His dantian was destroyed. And his spirit was under the powerful pressure of Luo Feng's spirit energy. Hence, he couldn't even use any spirit energy now. How do you do, Rock Wind General? Luo Feng smiled and looked at Rock Windshone. Rock Windshone's mind flashed back at Flying Cloud Pavilion. That scene, right, this black-haired youth, wasn't he from the 58 people he had picked? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6. Volume 11, Chapter 502, Beautiful Blood River Crystal. Chapter 502, Beautiful Blood River Crystal. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. It's you! Rock Windshone stared wide-eyed. My God! He was only acting and pretending to catch a few punks to satisfy the Pure Feather family. He didn't expect to actually catch such a terrifying character. Rock Windshone's eyes gleamed, shouting, Pure Feather Chong, you abducted him too? Right, he's already dead. Luo Feng smiled. Dead? Rock Windshone's expression was ugly. Pure Feather Chong is already dead. This man before him would most likely kill him too. What to do, now that his dantian was destroyed, he had no energy within. And on top of that, his soul was being suppressed by the enemy's powerful pressure. He wanted to resist and communicate with others to cry for help, but he had no way at all to do so. What could he do? Rock Windshone's expression was ugly, he was in a mess. What can I do for him not to kill me? Rock Windshone looked at the black-haired youth before him. Speak, whatever you want, I'll do it. Give me 10 Blood River crystals and I won't kill you. Luo Feng stood there and smiled. Can you do that? Rock Windshone couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. 10 crystals? Even my big brother cannot take out 10 crystals like that. However, I have one here, which I can give you. Please spare my life. Even though his dantian was destroyed, he was still alive, since the most important part of a human was his soul. As long as the soul was fine, the body could recover, and the lost energy could also be retrained. No, one is not enough, it has to be 10 crystals. Luo Feng shook his head. You are playing with me. Rock Windshone was anxious and angry. Right, I'm just playing around with you. Luo Feng said indifferently, go and die. Rock Windshone immediately roared madly. Save me. His powerful body made his roar thunderous and booming. The sound waves rippled in all directions, however they were all blocked by a formless powerful spirit energy barrier. This spirit energy blocked off everything, not even a whisper could escape. What's the point of struggling? Luo Feng slapped Rock Windshone's forehead. His genetic energy pierced into his head, causing his brain to become nothing but a mess. Rock Wingzhan was dead. Just what is the Blood River crystal like? Luo Feng scanned through his body, and immediately found the space item. With no banks on Blood River continent, all of the warriors here mostly stored large amounts of their treasures in their space items and carried them on their bodies. This was because it was safest there. As long as they don't die, they wouldn't lose their treasures. And if they did die, the treasures wouldn't mean anything to them. This space ring isn't bad. Luo Feng grabbed the space ring and his spirit energy immediately rushed in, prying it open and checking the contents inside. So wealthy. He had about 10 times more than the 13 acts. Luo Feng was still smiling initially. However, the more he searched, the more he began to frown. There were large amounts of currency within, along with some valuable weapons and treasures in many boxes. However, his initial scan didn't pick up any Blood River crystal. The appearance of the crystal was something he had seen before in the common knowledge books. There's no way he doesn't have it. What if it's not on his body? No way. Luo Feng searched again carefully, especially within a box of gems. There were many crystals within. Luo Feng split his spirit energy into 1,000 threads and individually inspected each of them. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. With a flip of his hand, a round black crystal appeared in his palm. Looking at this crystal before him, Luo Feng shook his head. This Rock Wingzhan, he even disguised the Blood River crystal and threw it in with the rest of the gems. Anyone who doesn't search properly with spirit energy would have missed it. Chi, the black round crystal in his palm, was attacked by needle-like spirit energy. It immediately began to split open. Very quickly, the layer of black broke and it finally revealed the Blood River crystal within. Blood red. Blood red in color, the color of life. It was a long triangular crystal, transparent and blood red, glowing slightly, with a formless ripple about it. It gave off a faint feeling of a heart beating, ripples that beat after another. Blood River crystal. Luo Feng looked at the triangular transparent crystal in his palm. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful." Who? He waved his hand and Rock Wingzhan's body on the floor vanished, followed by the blood stains and smell of blood in the air all vanished as well. Very good, within a short time, no one will ever know that Rock Wingzhan is already dead. Luo Feng smiled. I think that they would have thought Rock Wingzhan must have headed to somewhere else. Warriors secluding themselves or disappearing for 1 or 2 years was a very normal thing. Even though he was a general, disappearing for 3 to 5 days wasn't a thing to be suspicious of. So, Luo Feng became a blur and rushed out from the window, disappearing hundreds of km away in an instant. The entire palace was silent. The large amounts of soldiers, staff and guards within the general's mansion all didn't know that their general was already dead. At the same time that Luo Feng had killed Rock Wingzhan and acquired the Blood River crystal. Within Swallow Mound City Leader's mansion. Come, drink. Ha, Rock Wind Jr. We haven't seen each other in so long, and you've already become a city leader. Your seniors are really happy. Drink, drink. Within the living room, a group of beautiful women were dancing. 3 men were laughing loudly and drinking their wine, one of which was Swallow Mound City's person with the most authority, city leader Rock Wind Xiong. The other 2 were dressed in gray standard armor. Senior, I've only become a city leader. How can I compare to you? You've become a special envoy of the Undying Shrine. No matter where in our continent, who would dare disrespect you? Rock Wingzhan laughed loudly. It's nothing. The handsome middle-aged man laughed. Senior, you and Special Envoy Mo, for what reason have you 2 rushed over from the Undying Shrine for? Rock Wingzhan asked curiously. The handsome middle-aged man and Special Envoy Mo beside glanced at each other. Envoy Mo spoke, Brother Rock Wind, it's not that we don't want to tell you, it's just the Undying Shrine's rules. Hence, we cannot disobey. Actually, we rushed over this time is mainly because of your master, also the leader of the World City. We cannot say anything else. As it is something regarding your master, I arranged for old Imo to come along as well. Since we passed by your place, naturally we had to come pay you a visit. The handsome middle-aged man smiled. I've missed you too. Rock Winjan exclaimed, speaking of which. When Rock Winjan was accompanying his two friends and chatting, he didn't even know that his younger brother had already died. 300,000 kilometers away from Swallow Mound City, in the wilderness, Luo Feng Saturday. 1 Blood River Crystal. Luo Feng grabbed the Blood River crystal and stared at the incomparably mysterious crystal. One of the dangerous level missions was to acquire this one crystal to get 10,000 points. I can use it to exchange for points or I can absorb it. What should I do? Without a doubt. Luo Feng began to grin as his finger became like a blade, slicing his left palm. Shie! A slash wound opened and fresh blood flowed out. Luo Feng took a deep breath and placed this triangular blood river crystal within that wound. This was the absorption technique from the books he had read, and during his time in the city he had heard others discuss. Almost everyone in the entire Blood River continent knew this. Although the method was simple, doing it was hard. Is it going to be difficult? Luo Feng looked at his palm. The beautiful and glaring crystal touched and began to fuse with the wound. Especially when it first touched the wound, immediately a formless peculiar energy burst forth from the crystal. Almost like a wild beast that had been suppressed for too long raging and rushing into Luo Feng's body. The originally confident Luo Feng's expression changed, he began to struggle. Damn! Luo Feng grit his teeth. Rumble! A formless, incredibly brutal and powerful willpower descended on him, fusing with his consciousness. Kill! Kill! An endless stream of wild shouts to kill roared within his mind. That formless, brutal and powerful willpower was clashing time and again with his own. It was purely a test of willpower. Willpower differed from each other. Consciousness was something that was linked to the strength of one's spirit energy. Willpower, however, was reliant completely on one's belief and strength. A student level's willpower could potentially be as terrifying as that of a sector lord. Just this level of willpower and you want to attack me? Within his mind Luo Feng thought, return to ashes. Rumble. Luo Feng's incredibly strong willpower was like a huge mountain, immediately smashing down on the roaring outside willpower influence. At the same time, Luo Feng thought curiously, consciousness pressure, use consciousness to attack. How can pure willpower invade my body like that? How strange. Not good. Rumble, as its willpower was smashed by Luo Feng's, the Blood River crystal's true peculiar energy was unleashed. That red crystal's threads began to madly invade Luo Feng. Luo Feng's body couldn't help but begin to shake and tremble. Luo Feng's facial muscles were spasming uncontrollably. The layers of skin contracted and condensed at times while splitting open and bleeding at another. His arms expanded even more violently, and his veins were more visible than ever. It looked almost like transparent crystal pathways, and occasionally purely gold. His muscles kept changing. Pain. Extreme pain. What's going on? Just what is this Blood River crystal doing? Luo Feng roared within. He could feel the temperature in his body reach unbelievable heights, almost like it was about to be burnt to ashes. However, in an instant it would drop to shocking lows. It became so cold that he couldn't even feel his body. Chi, Luo Feng's 10 fingernails extended, almost like metal fingernail blades. After which it swiftly retracted back and his 10 fingers began to change. Even the bones were changing within. His entire hand began to resemble claws, and first started sprouting out around them. Not just his fingers, even on his arms, legs, feet, and face, the black fur grew all over. At that moment, Luo Feng looked like a Sasquatch. However, a few minutes later the fur quickly retracted and vanished. Chi. Black scales began to pop out from his arms, fingers, legs, feet, and even his face. His entire body became huge and powerful. Just what is this blood river crystal? My God! No matter how strong his imagination was, Luo Feng would never have expected anything like this to happen. And the process of absorption was still going on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 503, The Mystery of the Blood River Crystal. Chapter 503, The Mystery of the Blood River Crystal. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Nighttime, the wind was like blades blowing strong in the vast wilderness, and hiding in the wild grass was a faint silhouette. The robes on his body were already torn into shreds, however below the shreds was a strong body with skin that was emitting white energy. Inhale. Luo Feng took a deep breath while sitting cross-legged. His chest sank in and the stomach expanded, almost as though there was a large balloon within his stomach. This balloon then shifted upwards and his stomach contracted and his chest expanded. After which, the huge bulge separated into 4 portions, heading towards Luo Feng's 2 arms and 2 legs. Bulges appeared through his skin. It was incredibly peculiar. Exhale. Luo Feng let out a long breath before opening his eyes. I've finally made it through. Luo Feng was shocked within. Pain? Under immense pain, Luo Feng could endure almost anything easily. However, the absorption feeling earlier, it was something he really didn't like. Because, besides the extreme pain, the most uncomfortable thing was that Luo Feng's own soul and consciousness couldn't control his own body, but losing the ability to control his body, this was a feeling he had never felt before. No matter what, this type of feeling is finally over. Luo Feng tore off the shredded clothes and carefully examined his body. No matter what angle he looked at least from the exterior, there didn't seem to be any difference at all, compared to before the absorption of the crystal. During the absorption itself, his body constantly morphed into things he had never seen before. It shouldn't be. Luo Feng frowned. I'll test it. Luo Feng gazed into the distance, spirit energy. Rumble, the distant wilderness big piece of land that was at least 10 million tons immediately floated up. Also, with the spirit energy wrapped about the entire piece, there was no leakage at all. Under Luo Feng's control, this mountain of mud flew in mid-air and in a round arc about. No difference. When it come to invasiveness, emptiness, flexibility, toughness, my spirit energy has no difference from before, my consciousness and willpower has no difference either. Luo Feng shook his head. The piece of land revolving in the dead of night immediately fell from the air and smashed back into the crater from before. My soul wasn't affected, how about the body? Luo Feng frowned, suddenly throwing out a punch. Rumble. With that punch, a high-pressured shockwave was formed, causing an explosion in air. The terrifying ripple cut through the grass, completely clearing out a few km an area around him. No difference? Luo Feng squinted his eyes. Ripples of energy vibrated all over his skin, all the strength in his muscles was immediately sent to his right hand, which was formed into a fist. Luo Feng had transferred all his strength into that instantaneous explosion, resulting in that ear-piercing explosion as he punched. I felt it, I felt it. Within the depths of my cells, there's a change. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with a sense of glee. This is an evolution of life? Every time a flesh and blood life form breaks through, there would be an evolution. Breaking through to Star Traveler, to Star Level, to Universe Level, the rest of the leveling was simply quantity-based training. My body is still Universe Level 9. I haven't broken through. However, my bones, muscles, and every cell within has had some change. Luo Feng was excited and anxious within, because every evolution from each breakthrough from Star Traveler to Sector Lord level, none of the 5 breakthroughs were normal. The books had said the evolution was mysterious, and this wasn't exaggerated at all. However, The changes deep within his cells, even with Luo Feng's spirit energy, he couldn't fully deduce them clearly. There's no other way, I can only gradually get used to it. I will have to learn to feel it, and slowly understand its changes. Luo Feng thought, following which he looked at the night sky. So, he rushed up and immediately broke through the cloud levels until the 12th level. I'll investigate the mysteries of my body's changes here in the clouds. Luo Feng brandished a blood shadow blade and practiced in the clouds. Swallow Mound Flying Cloud Pavilion, Luo Feng's quarters. Even though he had continuously killed two prominent figures in Swallow Mound City, Luo Feng was still carefree in training in his quarters. As he was worried he might destroy the pavilion, hence he purposely used spirit energy to create a barrier around, and he trained within. Any ripples his fists caused were completely blocked by this barrier. He could train both his spirit energy and train recklessly within. Mysterious. Mysterious indeed. He could already feel the initial changes of the Blood River Crystal's mysteries. He was very excited. Suddenly, he stopped and looked through the window outside. There were two people walking over, Nabu and Naku, father and son duo. I'll take a break now. The gleeful Luo Feng walked to the first level. At the same time, Nabu and Naku had just walked into the yard. Lord Feng. Come in. Luo Feng smiled and sat down. He lifted a wine glass and poured a glass of Blood River World's wine for himself and was sipping. A chill permeated through his entire body. He smiled comfortably. Why have you rushed over here so early? We heard that Lord Feng was taken into General Rockwind's prison. This kid was so nervous that he jumped up and down after. So I accompanied him to visit you in the prison, only to find out that you had already left. The silver-haired Nabu smiled, hence, today we thought we'd come pay you a visit early. Lord Feng, if you have any troubles or matters in the future, please call us. Even though I may not be able to solve some big issues, however, when it comes to most trivial matters in Swallow Mound City, I'm able to help you settle them. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled, however there's nothing much now. Naku. Naku replied, his expression wasn't too happy. What's the matter? Luo Feng smiled. Nabu could see this mysterious warrior was in a good mood today. He smiled and explained, this kid, he's having some trouble in the relationship department, hence he's sulking today. Relationship troubles? Luo Feng laughed loudly. Naku, you've fallen out of love? What's falling out of love? Naku looked up at Luo Feng. It means you like someone but she doesn't like you back. Luo Feng lifted the glass and sipped happily. Right. Nabu smiled beside, rubbing his son's head. His son, however, dodged unhappily. Nabu laughed, the other party doesn't like him. Actually, speaking of which, Naku did give a new lease of life to that girl. Just thinking about the matter makes me want to laugh. New lease of life? Luo Feng was shocked. Father. Naku was unhappy. Nabu just smiled and explained, my son has had a kind heart from young. He likes to bring his guards to bars and other places, to listen to stories of other strong warriors. He worships these heroes, hence he acts like these heroes sometimes. Almost like robbing the rich for the poor, he would give his family's money secretly to the poor. One of the poor families only has a mother and a daughter. My son has been secretly helping them since she was young. After that, she grew up and got older. I don't know how, but my son actually fell for that poor family's daughter. Luo Feng starred. Helping the poor, helping till he actually falls for the poor family's girl. Naku was blushing. Not just that. My son has always been secretly giving money to the mother of that girl. Funding the girl, Nabu shook his head. When that girl actually tried to enter one of the sects in our city, my son immediately gave a large amount of money secretly to that mother. And just like that, that poor family's daughter, from a poor little girl, she became a genius warrior of that sect. Secretly, My son had been supporting her for 12 years. What happened after that? Luo Feng was curious. My son secretly liked that girl, hence he too joined that sect. Nabu shook his head. It's a pity, just yesterday, he went to confess and was rejected. Ah? Luo Feng laughed happily. Naka looked angrily at his father. Your father cannot speak a few words with Lord Feng? Nabu stared at his son. Naka could only look down, his ears all red. And not just that. Nabu said, if things still aren't interesting enough, just as my son got rejected and walked towards the exit, his spirit dejected. That girl's mother actually came to the sect to visit her daughter. Seeing my son, this gets exciting. That mother actually hugged my son and expressed her gratitude. Ah? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. That girl ran over. Seeing the situation, she was extremely curious and asked her mother about this benefactor. Her mother told her the truth, saying how my son had been helping them all this while. Nabu laughed loudly. At this, the girl was stunned, and she couldn't even believe it initially, saying Naku wasn't even 20 years old, and it doesn't make sense, because the support started over 10 years ago. Her mother said, back then, a little rich kid under the protection of guards secretly gave them money, and she had watched as the little rich kid slowly grew up. Nabu exclaimed, who would have thought a little kid's playful attitude actually produced such a scene? What happened after? Luo Feng laughed and asked curiously, how did that girl react to Naku? That girl had backbone, she was very grateful. Nabu said, she told my son directly, I'm willing to repay my debt to you for my family as your slave, even if you wish, I'll marry you. Ah? That's a pleasant surprise. Luo Feng laughed. It's not over. Nabu laughed loudly. My son asked her modestly, do you like me? That girl said, my mind is set on the martial arts, and there's no one I fancy. However, the debt I owe to you, I have no other way to repay. Nabi said, after the girl finished, my son said directly, I, Nako, will never force anyone. If you don't like me, then I won't force you. After which, this son of mine, he turned and brought his guards away with him. Ha, as Naba finished, he couldn't help but laugh loudly once again. Interesting, interesting. Luo Feng laughed too. Father. The youth Naku was blushing red, angry and embarrassed. Not bad, Naku, not bad. Luo Feng laughed and complimented. Naku gripped his fists and said seriously, I won't force anyone. However, there will come a day that I will make her like me. He said that as he looked up, filled with resolve. Good resolve. Luo Feng couldn't hold back his laughter anymore, and laughed with Nabu once again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 504, Longing for Blood River Crystal. Chapter 504, Longing for Blood River Crystal. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng continuously studied the effects of the absorption of the Blood River Crystal for half a month. Only 2 days had passed on Blood River continent, before finally getting a good grasp on its overall benefits. Its mysterious energy permeated deep into one's cells, creating a change that occurred from the very essence within to trigger evolution. It caused every cell to be infused with a mysterious special energy. This wasn't genetic energy, wasn't spirit energy, it was something unknown. He only needed to drive this energy. Humph. Standing topless in his pavilion's second floor, with a snort, he controlled his body's every cell. As he did that, the countless connections from before immediately triggered that unknown energy. Suddenly, a blood-red engraving that seemed simple yet incomparably magical appeared on his chest. When it appeared on his skin, Luo Feng's perception of the world was completely different from before. How wonderful! Luo Feng closed his eyes. Gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, light, time, space. Before his absorption of the crystal, many of the universe origin laws, along with the two laws space and gold with which he had some achievements in, still felt like a blur. This was completely unlike the golden horned beast or the Masha clan body, whose comprehension was still higher. However, when he triggered the unknown energy and the engraving appeared on his chest, everything cleared up. Even his control of the laws became somewhat easier. Nightmare, Luo Feng waved his blade, chilly flash of the blade made hearts tremble. World's End, countless and endless flashes, it could stop 10 million enemies. Hatred, a brutal and incredibly savage flash, it could cut through anything obstructing it. Illusion, almost like a drunken warrior randomly waving his blade, yet it also resembled countless blades waving about. Pensive, a blur's silhouette accompanied the blurry flashes of the blade. Burial, the final and most savage attack, it made hearts tremble in fear. Dutchman's Pipe, a dance in the face of life and death, hoping it to bloom before death. Luo Feng didn't use his genetic energy to unleash his blade work in the pavilion. His spirit energy formed a protective barrier, at least it guaranteed that his attacks wouldn't damage the construct. This wonderful feeling. Luo Feng opened his eyes. Blood River Crystal, it's heavenly. The Blood River Crystal's uses were similar to the Masha body. Even if the Masha body's comprehension was lower, it could still unleash a shocking amount of power. Also, it made his comprehension of the space laws easier. After absorbing the Blood River Crystal, it wasn't just space laws, his feeling for the laws of the gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, light, space and time all felt quite a bit clearer, or it could also be said that after the absorption, his relationship with the universe laws was much closer and easier to feel. Since it was easier to feel, it resulted in the Earth body's comprehension speed to rise. As his relationship with the laws gets closer, when he unleashes an attack, the power would be amplified one-fold. If the Earth human body can only use the 100-thread movement, with the same amount of comprehension, the Masha clan could unleash the 10,000-thread movement. It's a pity. The Masha clan unleashing space techniques has 10 times the power. However, with the absorption of the crystal, it only increased by 20 to 30%. Luo Feng laughed. I can't be too greedy. The Masha clansman is after all the strongest assassins in the universe, they couldn't be joking about that? As heavenly as the Blood River Crystal was, it raised his comprehension for all the laws. And when unleashing these laws, his powers all rose greatly as well. By absorbing one Blood River Crystal, his power grew by 20 to 30%. Blood Warrior? Black Warrior? Luo Feng pondered. Since there's such a saying of the Blood Warrior and Black Warriors, I think, after absorbing 3 crystals, there'll be a special change. Absorbing 10 will have an even more shocking change. Blood River Crystals. I have to acquire them now, the more the better. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The Masha clansmen were born with certain skills, and absorbing more Blood River crystals could help him get to a point like a Masha clansman being. Of course, the more Blood River crystals he absorbed, the harder it got. Otherwise, the Black Warrior saying wouldn't just be a saying anymore. Tonight, I'll go take care of the city leader. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. He's the one in Swallow Mound City with the most crystals. Swallow Mound City, General's Mansion. City leader Rock Win Xiong stood looking gloomy on his balcony. Behind him were 8 high-level officers. Speak, where's the general? Rock Win Xiong said softly. I've ordered for him, yet he didn't even reply? I've even come looking for him and he's not here, just where did he go? His scoundrel friend Pure Feather Chong is already dead, where is he? Back then, Rock Win Zhan and Pure Feather Chong were indeed the two that played about madly. They did all sorts of crooked activities, they were too numerous to count. Among the two, one was the Pure Feather family leader while the other was Swallow Mound City's general, who in Swallow Mound City would dare mess with them? City leader, we don't know either. When it comes to the general's disappearance, we all don't know. Right, I think the general snuck out to play, hence he didn't tell us. The 8 high-ranking officers all replied. That bastard. Rock Win Xiong was enraged. Give the order. The moment anyone finds the general, tell him to get over here to me. Yes. The 8 officers replied respectfully, after which Rock Win Xiong vanished. Only at this time did the 8 relax. Muttering and discussing amongst themselves, what's going on? Previously, when the general went out to play, I've never seen the city leader that furious before. It's only been 2 to 3 days so far, he's even disappeared for half a month before, and that's considered normal. No idea. However, from the looks of it, the city leader is extremely angry. The general is in trouble this time. The general was in tragic trouble indeed, because he was already dead. Late night. Luo Feng stood in his own study of the pavilion. He was dressed in black armor and boots, even bringing a helmet and mask. He carried behind him a shield and blood-red blade. City leader Rock Win Xiong, he is close to Domain Lord level 2, and someone who has absorbed a crystal before. Luo Feng thought. Even though in domain and origin laws, I far exceed him, he is still after all a domain lord. I cannot be careless. Against pure Featherchong, Luo Feng wore only a black robe. Against Rock Win General, he wore a simple normal robe and was very casual. Only this time. He was fully prepared. He even donned a mask. Because Luo Feng was very clear that unless he used the Masha clan, by simply relying on his human body alone, this would be a tough battle. There's no meaning if the battle isn't tough. The more I fight higher levels, the more interesting it will be. Luo Feng smiled. With a flash, he vanished without a trace from the pavilion. Swallow Mound City Leader's mansion, the security was tight. A blurry silhouette was moving through and it was very hard to detect. Swiftly heading towards the city leader Rock Win Xiong's mansion. Considering that Rock Win Xiong was the strongest within the city leader's mansion, naturally he didn't use cloud levels, universe level, and sky level, star levels, as bodyguards. Illusionary manual, it's more proficient in assassinations. And I'm after all only a universe level 9. If I use force against him, I will be at a disadvantage. If I can assassinate him, it would be beautiful. Luo Feng gazed at the distant palace. Through the universe space, he could feel that there was a familiar energy within. It was Rock Win Xiong's energy. So, Luo Feng wielded the blood shadow blade and instantly vanished. Within the palace, the tall and sturdy Rock Win Xiong sat in his study desk, and on it were many reports. Humph. He couldn't help but smack the table and stand up. He was walking about in the study, frowning. My senior and envoy Mo, it's rare that they pay me a visit. I originally wanted to introduce them to my little brother. I didn't expect this bastard to disappear, and I can't even find him. My senior and Mo have been here for 3 days and are about to leave. If I can't find him soon, the next time my brother gets to meet envoys from the Undying Shrine would be a very long time from now. Bastard, what a bastard. Rock Win Xiong got angrier as he thought about it. Entertaining the envoys for the past few days, has it been easy? Everything was top-notch and best. Rock Win Xiong's feelings for the skies and ground were very sensitive. He was able to feel an energy about, immediately roaring, who is it? Rumble. With Rock Win Xiong as the center, countless lightning bolts shot in all directions. It strangely shot through the palace without any hint of harming anything within, forming a huge spherical-shaped lightning barrier around a 1-kilometer area. A few soldiers and staff were all extremely afraid, however after discovering the lightning ball didn't harm them, they still ran out with fear out of the area. Xiao. A flash of a blade immediately lit up within the palace, almost like a huge sickle slicing straight at Rock Win Xiong. Only at this time could he barely make out a warrior dancing with his blades, completely covered in black armor. Get lost. Rock Wind Xiong roared. A large purple sledgehammer appeared in his hand. It rumbled as he swung it. Pa! The attack infused with lightning and thunder swung forward, causing the black-armored person to dodge it. This mad energy was like countless arrows shooting in all directions, causing rumbles and explosions to erupt all about the palace. At this time Rock Wind Xiong's eyes were gleaming with lightning. Holding a huge sledgehammer in each hand, he rushed forward within the palace. Indeed a domain lord level 2, with a level 9 domain and one who has entered the gateway of the Thunder Laws. Luo Feng spit out some blood as he dodged. However, in the blink of an eye his body recovered, his gaze fixed and was once again as cold and collected as before. I'll use speed. Kill him. Shwa! A roar had just erupted from Rock Wind Xiong's mouth. However, in an instant, an incredibly condensed golden domain was unleashed. Space and gold laws combined, melding with the terrifying domain formed in the universe space. This gold domain was a golden wave with gold properties, which fused with the universe space and immediately pressuring and destroying that thunder domain. Simultaneously around Rock Wind Xiong's body, 100 black-armored warriors appeared. Every one of them wielded a 6-edged shield and blood shadow blade. Absolute Domain, Time-Space Scribbles number 2891 Technique, Messy Void Kill. Luo Feng roared within. Space Origin Laws. Wielding the two purple sledgehammers, Rock Wind Xiong was shocked at the scene. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 505, Dishonorable. Chapter 505, Dishonorable. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Rock Wind Xiong, his teacher was a world-level, sector lord, who controlled the surrounding 1 billion kilometers area, Xiong. Even though the strong were like the clouds here in Blood River World, a sector lord was still a very terrifying existence. Rock Wind Xiong, being under Xiong, had very high perspectives and vision. With just one look, he understood that this mysterious warrior was a genius person with high achievements in space origin laws, able to produce up to 100 images. Just a universe level 9 and so powerful. It's simply too. Rock Wind Xiong understood that if such a genius were to be discovered by the Undying Shrine, he would definitely be treated as an absolute elite and nurtured. It's a pity that he's the enemy. The more terrifying the enemy, the better it is to eliminate him earlier. Rock Wind Xiong stood on the ground with the sledgehammers in his hand, motionless. And Luo Feng, who had unleashed his close combat Messy Void technique, was suspicious. He is after all a domain lord too. Just based on his pure genetic energy and explosive speed, he could very likely survive my attack. Why isn't he moving? While suspicious, Luo Feng began to grow wary within. Hua! 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 Over 100 peculiar blade techniques melded with the spread-out gold domain, causing the space around to follow the blade work. In an instant, there was nothing but flashes of blades, almost like the entire space was a dance floor. It was completely pressuring that Rock Wind Xiong. While pressuring him, it shrank more. The blade work condensed on him too. Rock Wind Xiong was trapped within. It was almost like he was trapped in a little house, and was being slashed at by large amounts of blade flashes. This technique from Time Scribbles didn't have a name. Messy Void was a name he gave it himself. Ha ha ha, a loud laugh resounded. Rock Wind Xiong stood his ground, almost as though he was admiring Luo Feng's performance. Rise! Rock Wind Xiong's lips curled into a smile. Simultaneously assassination weapons rose from all around him. At least 1,000 of them completely covering Rock Wind Xiong. Every one of them under the flashes of lightning gleamed like dazzling metals. The arc blade edge was terrifying. What? Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. He had initially wanted to rely on speed to kill him, however how could he compete with the speed of spirit weapons? That was suicide. Go. Rock Wind Xiong waved. Immediately the blur of countless weapons covered the skies and shot in all directions. Even though the 100-thread movement was very shocking, making one unable to accurately deduce the person's position, however, with countless weapons shooting in all directions, it definitely spelled trouble. Although, using such quantity would diminish the power. However, the enemy was Domain Lord level 2. Any one of those weapons could easily kill a normal universe level 9. Dang! Dang! Luo Feng's movement was unpredictable, however the number of weapons shot at him was simply too many. Wielding the 6-edged shield, he continuously blocked 10 of them. Even though he managed to deflect them away, they still affected his movement. Ha! Rock Wind Xiong's laugh continued. The rest of his dancing weapons all curved and simultaneously headed towards Luo Feng. The air trembled and split apart, as up to a 1,000 assassination weapons shot at him. Luo Feng's expression grew heavy, his eyes were staring coldly at Rock Wind Xiong. A formless consciousness pressure fiercely smashed into Rock Wind Xiong's consciousness. Rock Wind Xiong felt a pain in his head. The 1,000 assassination weapons controlled by his consciousness were immediately affected. Without the help of his spirit energy, the weapons swiftly slowed down due to the high air resistance and gravity. They still followed their course and shot towards Luo Feng, he however easily dodged them. Weapons capable of twisting and turning, compared to dumb straight shooting weapons, naturally were much easier to dodge. Shwa! Luo Feng dodged the weapons. Shwa! Luo Feng rushed at Rock Wind Xiong. Go and die. Luo Feng had already reached him. The blood shadow blade in his hand had already become an incomparably resplendent flash, cutting straight at Rock Wind Xiong's chest. Killing a universe level and killing a domain lord were two completely different things. From student level to universe level, the soul was definitely within the consciousness. Hence the control chip could at most control up to a universe level. The highest slaves a slave trader could sell was a universe level. When it came to domain lord, however, the soul was in the Qi Dian. This was also named the life core. Like Luo Feng, his Qi Dian and internal core had fused into one. Hence, his core was incredibly sturdy. This also meant that eventually breaking through from this internal core would thus be very hard. To kill a domain lord, one had to destroy the life core. However, this life core could be stored in any part of the body. It could be within the head area, consciousness, at the dantian, or even in the arms, chest, etc. anywhere. Hence, to kill a domain lord, the first thing was to determine where the life core was located. Due to the consciousness attack earlier, Luo Feng had determined the position already. Dang! A gold light hit Luo Feng's blade. Trouble! Luo Feng's expression changed, he could see the gloomy and mad Rock Wind Xiong. Luo Feng's consciousness was considered Domain Lord Pinnacle, and Rock Wind Xiong too was Domain Lord level. Even though it was weaker than his own, it was still at Domain Lord level. That one attack only managed to shock him temporarily. Consciousness pressure, only when the level difference was huge, would the effect be obvious. Rock Wind Xiong looked angrily at Luo Feng. Simultaneously around him were 3 gold lights that surrounded his body and then shot at Luo Feng together. So troublesome. A fighter against a spirit reader would naturally be at a disadvantage. But to meet a spirit reader a few levels above me, Luo Feng knew that he couldn't win anymore. No matter how strong his comprehension of the origin laws were, and how powerful his movement was, as long as there was an army of different types of spirit weapons that attacked, there may still be a chance. However, if the opponent was a few levels above, how could he battle? Even the golden horned beast, before training techniques like deities of the world, just using its natural talents, it could at most fight it out with an opponent 3 levels higher, and destroy humans that were 2 levels higher than itself. Xiao! 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 3 golden lights as fast as lightning were shot out. Luo Feng's speed, no matter how fast it was, he still couldn't dodge them in time. One beam shot through Luo Feng's throat, piercing right through, and simultaneously the pressure from the shot caused his head to become a mess. Pu Tong. Luo Feng fell. What terrifying consciousness, just who is he? His consciousness is even stronger than mine, and his comprehension of the laws are so high. Rock Win Xiong walked towards the body. He looked at it and was shocked. What a pity, a universe level 9 actually dared to come assassinate me. Such an attempt is just suicide. Let me see just who it is. With a thought, he ripped apart the mask and lifted the mask to reveal the youth's face. How are you? The youth suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat apologetic. Rock Win Xiong's eyes looked down. His chest had already been stabbed by a blade. It had pierced straight into his life core. It was a pity that his life core was but a normal human race's core and was nowhere as perverted as that of a golden horned beast. Actually, countless human races' cores were weak and fragile. How could they possibly compare to the golden horned beast, which was born with an internal world? When the golden horned beast reaches domain lord level, its internal world spanned over 100,000 kilometers in area. This was much larger than Earth. And a normal human domain lord had just begun to nurture an internal world. To truly expand the world, one had to wait until sector lord level. To be able to support such a vast internal world, how could the internal core not be sturdy? A domain lord level 6 golden horned beast, even a powerful domain lord level 6 would have trouble breaking its core. Just like back then when Hong and Thunder God entered the golden horned beast's body, immolating their souls using the pike and blade to attack its core, yet they couldn't break it. A pinnacle sector lord golden horned beast was invincible amongst the sector lords. After all, it had 3 powerful natural abilities, along with its inherited memories. However, even with all these heaven-sent benefits, there would be a downside. This is also why many generations of golden horned beasts were all getting stuck at the pinnacle of sector lords, unable to break through. Rock Win Xiong stared wide-eyed. At the same time, his body knelt down as fresh blood was flowing from his chest. You stand right in front of me without the slightest amount of vigilance. The moment I attacked you, you couldn't even react. Luo Feng stood up. His throat was already without a trace of the previous injury. He placed his mask back on, as revealing his identity may affect Nabu and his son Naku. Through his revealed eyes, he looked at Rock Win Xiong's body. I don't blame you. I don't think many people would have thought that a universe level, even with his consciousness destroyed completely, would still be alive. Luo Feng looked at the body before him, shaking his head. At first, he didn't want to use special abilities to kill his opponent, and wanted to rely only on his universe level 9 abilities to fight it out. However, he didn't expect Rock Win Xiong to be a spirit reader. His final assassination felt a little dishonorable. It's a pity that I didn't bring the Nanshan armament. If I had the Nanshan armament, my strength would have been multiplied, and I would have a guarantee in killing him. Luo Feng shook his head. My earth body really isn't suited for close combat. Following which Luo Feng swiftly scanned the body and found his target, the space item. That's it. Luo Feng quickly discovered an inlaid decorative plate on his waist, and immediately took it down. This metal plate was the storage item. I hope there's Blood River crystals in here. The more the merrier. Luo Feng immediately used his spirit energy to pierce into it and began searching. At this time, 1 kilometer area around the palace was in a complete mess. The palace was destroyed, the balcony was broken, stairways were reduced to nothing, especially in the most center. There was even Rock Win Xiong's body, along with the black armored warrior standing there coldly with the plate in his hand. Not bad. Luo Feng revealed a smile. There's 2 crystals. Rock Win Xiong had previously absorbed 1 crystal. Through various methods, he had acquired 2 more to probably increase his chance of becoming a blood warrior someday. Later he got 1 more, and gave that one to his little brother Rock Win Zhan. Killing and robbing, vicious indeed. A cold voice resounded around the space. Luo Feng turned to look. In mid-air, there stood two gray armored silhouettes and their expressions were ugly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 506, Envoys of the Undying Shrine. Chapter 506, Envoys of the Undying Shrine. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Late night, within the purple three-story pavilion of the Pure Feather family. Pure Feather Tao was sitting cross-legged with his eyelids drooping. However, he was pondering, my information cannot be wrong. Two special envoys from the Undying Shrine are in Swallow Mound City. However, Rock Wind Xiong, that bastard definitely wouldn't let me meet them, HM. This is troublesome, how can I contact the envoys? Rumble. A mad energy wave fiercely traveled from the northeast, causing Pure Feather Tao to immediately raise his head. His eyes were peering in the northeast direction, his gaze becoming two beams of light that shot through the pavilion's closed windows, destroying them in the process, revealing the beautiful scenery outside towards the east. A 1-kilometer-tall thunderball was floating within the city leader's mansion. Lightning flashed about and lightning snakes danced about. This scene caused Pure Feather Tao to be in shock. It wasn't just Pure Feather Tao. Everyone in Swallow Mound City was stunned, as there wasn't any construct 1 kilometer tall in the entire city. Hence when the thunderball appeared, especially in the dark night, it was extremely visible. Without any obstruction in the 100 kilometers area, almost everyone could see it. What's going on, for that bastard Rock Wind Xiong to unleash his domain? Did he need a powerful warrior? Pure Feather Tao was shocked, and fiercely rushed out of the house. Standing in mid-air and looking at the northeast direction, his expression changed constantly. Just who in Swallow Mound could make Rock Wind Xiong go all out like this? There are no other domain-level warriors, and with the presence of the two envoys from the Undying Shrine, who would be so deranged as to attack at this time. Don't tell me, he's even battling the envoys? As for the strength of the envoys, even Pure Feather Tao didn't know much about it. To become an envoy of the Undying Shrine, one had to at least be a domain level. As for if they were at domain level early stage? Mid stage? Late stage? Or at the pinnacle? He wasn't clear. Better be careful, I don't want to be dragged in. Pure Feather Tao carefully flew over, not daring to release any energy or aura, in case the enemy detected him and thought of him as an enemy too. He had to be careful. As Pure Feather Tao didn't have a backing, the moment he died, the Pure Feather family would be finished. Being old and not dying was important, and Pure Feather Tao was very clear on the importance of him being alive. Actually, the battle between Luo Feng and Rock Wind Xiong, at their level, it was usually settled within 1 or 2 seconds with tens of exchanges. During the entire battle, including Luo Feng's final stabbing, the thing that took the longest was his final blade attack, because he needed to wait for Rock Wind Xiong to walk over. The entire battle only took about 10 seconds. The air split, lightning shot in all directions, energies flew madly, golden energy waves glaring. The luxurious pavilions, flower beds, etc. were all immediately destroyed and scattered all over. The entire city leader's mansion was thrown into madness and fear. Pure Feather Tao, however, sneakily approached, as he wanted to be cautious. When he hid behind the collapsed palace and watched from far, Luo Feng had just taken the storage item. Storage item? Pure Feather Tao's eyes immediately went red. Rock Wind Xiong's countless treasures are within. Since he is the favorite disciple of that world city leader, he definitely had quite a bit when he became city leader. All his treasures are inside. And that black armored man, his energy doesn't seem that strong. Do I kill him? Pure Feather Tao gritted his teeth, staring hard at the distant black armored man. Hesitation. Second guessing. I will kill. Pure Feather Tao's eyes were red. If he didn't make a move now, when would he do it? Just as he was about to rush out, in midair 2 gray silhouettes appeared. The gray armor they wore was the proof of their identity as special envoys of the Undying Shrine. Also, the energy they emitted was terrifying. How powerful! These two are definitely stronger than me. Pure Feather Tao's expression immediately changed. These two are probably both at pinnacle domain level. His ambition and greed from before were immediately reduced to nothing. I'll keep watching and see if there's any chance to get anything. Pure Feather Tao hid his aura and hid. When one reached the domain level, Domain Lord, and one's core becomes that life core, Qi Dian, one could completely hide their aura within. The outside world couldn't detect it at all. Just like how several scanning devices could scan power levels, they could at most accurately detect from student to universe levels. As for Domain Lord and Sector Lord levels, they couldn't fully detect. Unless the opponent releases his aura. How powerful! Pure Feather Tao's eye muscles twitched. Dressed in black armor and boots, along with a helmet and mask, Luo Feng was fully dressed. These two, Luo Feng looked up at the two in gray armors floating in mid-air. These two were obviously enraged, since they willingly released their terrifying auras. At least Domain Lord level 7 or 8, or even a Domain Lord level 9. How troublesome. Yes. Simply just troublesome. Luo Feng had not wished to ever use the Masha clansman, mostly as a means to train himself. However, the moment his life was in danger, would he stupidly wait for his death? With the Masha clansman's strength, especially with its ridiculous space law strength unleashed, if he wanted to flee, these two had no way to stop him. Two sirs, must you make a move? Luo Feng looked at the two in mid-air. Ha, you've killed my junior. Are you implying I should simply let you go? The handsome middle-aged man roared angrily in the night. The auras of the two special envoys from the Undying Shrine were terrifying. I didn't expect this. The other man communicated mentally. Brother Yu, my apologies, I didn't expect this to happen too. Old Mo, it's not your fault, I was careless. The handsome man was bitter. During these 2 or 3 days these two had been entertained extremely well by Rock Wind Xiong. Especially tonight, because he had invited the legendary mermaid from the Demon Ocean to sing for them and entertain them. This mermaid belonged to the highest of women in Blood River continent. They could remove their tail and take on human form. The moment they touched water they could regain their tail again. All of them could sing extremely well, it was the most absolute pleasure. However, these mermaids could only be found in the Demon Ocean. Demon Ocean belonged to a terrifying region of Blood River continent. To actually catch a mermaid alive was incredibly hard. Hence, one single mermaid in the continent alone would result in many powerful figures fighting and chasing after her. They were envoys of the Undying Shrine, normally they wouldn't have much free time in their hands. Yet, this time they actually managed to see a mermaid. Naturally they didn't mind getting comfortable. When these two were extremely comfortable, they suddenly felt a large energy exploding in the distance. At that time, they were simply too lazy to move, because they believed that within this area, there wasn't anyone who would dare mess with the world city leader Si Yong's disciple Rock Wind Xiong. They believed that Rock Wind Xiong could settle it by himself. Later they felt that the energies were too strong and overpowering. Due to the rumbles and explosions, the two of them left their beds unhappily to take a look. By the time they reached their destination, Rock Wind Xiong was already dead. Within the city leader's mansion, the atmosphere immediately changed. You are not my targets. I'm too lazy to kill, so don't force me. Luo Feng looked at the two in mid-air, and immediately rushed into the sky. Trying to flee? In mid-air, the handsome man roared. He simultaneously communicated to the envoy beside, Old Mo, he killed my junior. So leave this matter to me. Help me by keeping any eye on him, I'm worried that this punk will suddenly find a way to flee. Please don't let him escape. Brother Yu, leave it to me. Relax. Envoy Mo nodded. Having been treated well and entertained by Rock Wind Xiong the past few days, now that he's dead, Envoy Mo definitely wanted to avenge him as well. Luo Feng rose into the skies, simultaneously the handsome man's killing intent rushed over. Luo Feng frowned. You are really forcing me. Since you wish to die, then I'll send you to hell. The Masha clansman within his internal world had already fully resembled Luo Feng. He was also wielding a blood shadow blade and dressed in black armor, shield. These were not considered high-level weapons at all in the virtual universe company, they were all custom-made for his stay here in Blood River World. As they were cheap, he had ordered 10 at the time. Should there be any breakage or faults, he could use another. Switch. Luo Feng thought. Shwa. The earth body Luo Feng swapped instantly with the Masha clansman within. The earth body entered the internal world while the Masha clansman remained outside. During the switch, Luo Feng was flying swiftly. So, it was impossible to see clearly what had happened. He hid his energy? Chasing him swiftly, Envoy could feel the black-armored warrior's aura go from a universe level 9 to suddenly nothing. I'm at a pinnacle domain level. Unless he is world level, he will die without a doubt. A blade appeared suddenly in Envoy's hands. He swiftly caught up with the black-armored Luo Feng. He shouted with rage, "You sure got guts. In this side of the world, only me and my brothers kill others. There's never been a time where we've been bullied. Go and die." Rumble. The Masha Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile. That incredible feeling within the universe space, it was like a fish in water, an infant in a mother's embrace, it was very comfortable. That feeling of almost being one with space made Luo Feng clearly sense the mad and powerful aura rushing from behind him. I guess he's really domain level 9. The Masha Luo Feng smiled coldly. Strongest assassins in the universe, along with my study of the 9 universe primal chaos tablet. I'll let you see my power. Masha Luo Feng closed his eyes. That mad energy rushed straight at him, and just as it was about to reach him. Shwa! The envoy's eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. His lightning-fast and powerful slash sliced the black warrior before him in half. However, after the slash, his expression changed greatly. Something is not right. There was no blood or any feeling at all from the black-armored warrior he had just slashed. He simply dispersed. Where is he? Is he so fast that I can't even feel him? Envoy was extremely terrified. Brother Yu, behind you. A fearful voice entered into Envoy's mind. Envoy spun around quickly. Behind him the black-armored warrior was looking at him. Simultaneously, he saw the flash of a blade. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 507, Masha Clansman Takes Flight. Chapter 507, Masha Clansman Takes Flight. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Attacking in close range, with the Masha clansman's speed, this special envoy had no way to defend at all. No! Envoy's handsome face was struggling. Simultaneously, his domain level 9 genetic energy was fiercely permeating through the gray uniform he wore. That extremely fast and sharp blood shadow blade slashed his body, but that gray uniform slightly shook and dispersed the attack throughout his body, leaving behind a slash mark on the uniform before quickly regenerating. So, Envoy quickly retreated. Beads of perspiration were dripping from his forehead, as he was terrified. Luckily I have this armor from the Undying Shrine. Envoy felt as though he had just escaped death itself as he looked with disbelief and fear at the black-armored warrior in the night sky. How can he be that fast? His speed is impossible. I can't even feel it. Yes, the Masha clansman was indeed fast. If measured against the absolute space level, it had reached the second level's countless changes. According to that level, it was the highest level in 10,000 thread flow. Unleashing it fully could produce 10,000 images in space. And Luo Feng's Earth body could only produce up to several 100, as the 100 thread flow had a special effect, hence he usually only used 100. During battle, more images weren't necessarily better. Like teleportation, once one reaches that level, there wouldn't be any images at all, but an absolute space first level arclight, second level countless changes. Even though it seemed like many images were formed when unleashed, the true goal was instantaneous explosive acceleration. Right now, the Masha clansman's instantaneous acceleration had already reached a terrifying level. Another level and it'd be teleportation. Of course, this was the hardest step. One could only imagine, its current acceleration was already that terrifying, much less this envoy. Even a Sector Lord warrior, his max speed could maybe exceed that of the Masha clansman. However, that instantaneous explosion would still pale in comparison. Unless that Sector Lord was close to the level of countless changes. Or he had reached a high level of comprehension in wind or light origin laws. Interesting. Masha Luo Feng stood in midair looking at the distant envoy and was staring at his gray armor. That is a genetic armor? Genetic armor from the universe? Yes. It was genetic armor. To actually be able to disperse my attack throughout his body, and after I slit it, it recovered immediately. And with that bastard pouring genetic energy in, it obviously has raised the armor's defense. Even though Luo Feng was an outsider, he was naturally clear on the armor's properties. He had the Cloud Contact Vine armor, which was even better than the genetic armor. Only thing was, he didn't dare use it. Otherwise, he would be recognized as an outsider and ganged up on by everybody. Naku's father was right. Those ancient god ruins really have items from when the Virtual Universe Company battled against the Blood River continent, having left its traces behind. And these should have been studied by the Undyings of Blood River continent, and they found out how to make a genetic armor. Obviously, their production amount is still very, very low. Luo Feng's mind thought of many things in an instant. As the thoughts crossed his mind, he immediately charged forward and once again reached that fleeing envoy's face. Too fast. Envoy communicated to his partner and shouted, "Old Mo, hurry and help me." Understood. From the distance, Envoy Mo swiftly flew over. However, Masha Luo Feng had already begun his second attack. This time it wasn't casual like the first time. He was truly moving the universe space around the blade, hence on the edge of the blade the space even warped. Masha Luo Feng stared coldly at Envoy who couldn't defend in time and was relying solely on the genetic armor to defend. Stupid. Luo Feng thought. Poochie. Like a kitchen knife slicing open a fish, the blood shadow blade was incredibly sharp this time. It immediately sliced open Envoy's chest and piercing in. The blood shadow blade released energy within in all directions and Luo Feng immediately discovered his life core within. Chie. The tip of the blade immediately pierced through the life core of the terrified in trying to flee Envoy. The moment it touched it, the core broke and Envoy stared wide-eyed. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. He couldn't believe that the man before him was actually able to pierce through his armor and kill him, even more so that he'd actually dare to kill a special envoy of the Undying Shrine. This blade of mine has the feeling of slicing space. Masha Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. His earth body relied on the Nanshan armament, and was unable to pass the Heavenly Bridge's 6th level. However, if the Masha clansman was the one doing it, it could easily unleash 10,000 thread flow. Its blade resonated with the universe space. This was enough to produce the Nanshan armament's 5th level space slicer effect. In fact, its power was even stronger. Passing the Heavenly Bridges, 6 and even 7 was fully guaranteed. After all, this was the strongest assassin race in the universe. What? Envoy who was flying over preparing to help his friend changed his expression. How can he cut through that armor with just one blade? Flee. Envoy, you didn't even hesitate. How can that black-armored warrior be that strong? In the distant city, Pure Feather Tao hid himself and his aura. While looking up, his eyes were filled with fear. The envoy he killed was pinnacle domain level. Even with the special envoy armor, he was still killed with just one slash. Pure Feather Tao stared. He's caught up. The black-armored warrior has caught up. Right, Envoy Mo was fleeing in the night, and Masha Luo Feng, who had just killed Envoy Yu, placed him in his space ring and simultaneously exploded towards the fleeing man. Trying to flee? A voice entered Envoy Mo's ears. No, you cannot kill me. I'm a special envoy of the Undying Shrine. I'm a special envoy of the Undying Shrine. Envoy Mo shouted back. Undying Shrine envoy? Masha Luo Feng was shocked. Yes, I'm a special envoy of the Undying Shrine. You, Envoy Mo stared wide-eyed, because that terrifying slash appeared again. The edge of the blade that warped even space around it, almost as though before this blade, even space could be sliced through, immediately killing Envoy Mo and breaking his life core. Masha Luo Feng waved his hand and placed his body in his storage ring, after which he looked down. Pure Feather Tao, who was secretly watching this scene, was discovered by the black-armored warrior. He was immediately shocked and terrified. How did he discover me? How? Pure Feather Tao was absolutely terrified. He didn't know. The Masha clansman had no soul or spirit energy. Hence the way it sensed others' energies and aura was different from flesh and blood life forms. Normal flesh and blood life forms rely on spirit energy to sense things. According to how strong the energies were, they would determine the location. The Masha, however, was a favored child of space. It could meld with space itself, just like how a spider could feel even the tiniest vibration within its webs. Masha Luo Feng was just that. Even though that Pure Feather Tao was a domain lord who was hiding his energy, theoretically speaking no one should be able to detect him. However, Luo Feng felt the ripples in space that Tao had made when he flew. Hence, he knew that the target had hidden himself after flying fast for a while. I have no ill intent. Pure Feather Tao's face went pale. You should be the elder of the Pure Feather family. Masha Luo Feng smiled in midair. It's unfortunate, but I require Blood River crystals now. No. Pure Feather Tao's expression changed. He immediately became a flash. His shocking speed even caused the air around to explode, the constructs about him crumbling. Masha Luo Feng shook his head. Hua! Immediately closing 10 kilometers in distance, leaving a trail of images behind and brandishing that blade, flashing once again. Just as Pure Feather Tao was trying to react fearfully, it had already pierced through his body and killed him. Following which he placed Pure Feather Tao's body in his storage ring and with a step, immediately disappeared 1,000 kilometers away. His Earth body's speed in Blood River World's conditions could travel 3,000 kilometers in a second. The Masha Luo Feng was more than 10 times faster. The commotion that happened in Swallow Mound City late at night was even noisier than broad daylight. Especially as many people squeezed in the vast walkways outside the city leader's mansion, countless eyes were looking at the mansion, where the army stood surrounding it. What happened? Who knows? I even saw a tall and terrifying lightning ball before. I saw it too. Look, the originally tallest city leader palace has been reduced to waste. We can't even see it anymore. A group of excited people in Swallow Mound City were discussing. They didn't even know. Within that night, 2 special envoys from the Undying Shrine, Swallow Mound City leader, and the elder of the Pure Feather family, were all dead. It could be said that there weren't any more domain-level warriors in Swallow Mound City. Masha Luo Feng tore through the air and pierced through the cloud levels. It's wonderful, this feeling of melding with the universe space. When can my Earth body reach such a level? Luo Feng was addicted to this. This feeling, where the universe space felt extremely clear, to be able to move through the universe space ripples and feel the living beings all about. Shwa! Masha Luo Feng stopped. At this time he was already close to 1,000,000 km away from Swallow Mound City, with just that bit of work. Swap. Even though he couldn't bear to do it, using the Masha body was after all a very dangerous thing to do, as there were large amounts of sector lords and undyings in this world. The moment he was too high profile and got noticed, everything would be over. It's better to stay low profile, and use only my universe level strength. He swapped back to his human body. Luo Feng suddenly smiled. Time to see what those envoys from the Undying Shrine and even Pure Feather Tao had on them. Just what surprise can they give me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 508, Unexpected Surprise. Chapter 508, Unexpected Surprise. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Within the Clouds. After swapping his bodies, he began to look through the 4 bodies in his space ring. Pure Feather Tao, Rock Wind Xiong, these two have the highest status in Swallow Mound City. Luo Feng separately took out these 2 space items and examined them carefully. Unlike Rock Wind Zhan, who purposely hid his, Pure Feather Tao and Rock Wind Xiong's storage items both had Blood River crystals. He had actually examined Rock Wind Xiong's earlier. 1, 2, dot. Luo Feng flipped his hand and there lay a triangular blood red crystal. The beauty was mesmerizing. It was the Blood River crystal. I got 3 of them at one go. Luo Feng smiled. If I successfully absorb another 2, I will become a blood warrior immediately. And I'd still have 1 more. This will be just enough to complete the first mission. The dangerous level mission had a total of 2 missions. One was for 10,000 points and another was for 100,000 points. From the looks of it, as long as everything went well and his absorption was successful, he would be able to get 110,000 at one go. The first thing is to absorb the crystals successfully. Luo Feng recalled his first absorption, and was not fully confident. Acquiring everything seemed pretty easy enough. However, for the virtual universe to deem them both as dangerous level missions, of course, these were aimed at the universe level core members. If Luo Feng was truly a universe level 9 without the Masha clansmen, then acquiring the crystals would have been extremely dangerous. Right. I still have the 2 envoys from the Undying Shrine. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I wonder if they have any Blood River crystals. It's hard to say. Luo Feng had already known earlier about Pure Feather Tao and Rock Wind Xiong's possession of the crystals. As for the envoys, he had no clue. This space bracelet of Envoyu, it's pretty big inside. Luo Feng carefully examined it as he was filled with anticipation. He suddenly revealed a look of shock and disbelief. It seemed impossible. No. It can't be. Have I really gotten so lucky? Shwa! Luo Feng flipped his hand. In it a black special wooden box appeared. Luo Feng held his breath and carefully opened it. The box was opened. Within it Blood River crystals were carefully organized and placed neatly. The box was almost filled to brim with crystals. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed from the sight, carefully counting them. 10? 10 Blood River crystals? Luo Feng couldn't believe it. Even if this envoy wanted to absorb the crystals to become the legendary Black Warrior, he would only require 10. Also, people with such ambition couldn't have not attempted to absorb one yet, and he's already a Domain Lord level 9 warrior. That envoy had indeed absorbed a crystal before. He actually carries 10 crystals with him. What a fortune for me. Luo Feng suddenly thought. My spirit energy scan earlier found a piece of paper at the bottom of the box below the crystals. Within the box, beneath the neatly placed crystals, there was indeed a paper. The material was of dark gold in color. On it were complex words. The words seemed complex, the details however were very simple. Xiyong, these are the 10 crystals you require. It's enough for the short term, use it accordingly. Remember what you promised me, I believe you are a smart person and won't deceive me. Just a short letter. Immediately Luo Feng, who was reading the letter, realized and laughed, so these 10 crystals weren't the envoys. But this Si Yong's. Si Yong, isn't he the world city leader? With a sector lord status, acquiring these 10 crystals should be an extremely easy thing to do. Even the domain lords could get their hands on a few crystals. Hence, for a sector lord to get 10 at one go, that seemed normal. Si Yong, your blood river crystals belong to me now. With a thought, Luo Feng kept the crystals into his ring. I already have 13 now. I wonder if the other envoy will give me another surprise. Luo Feng flipped his hand, a translucent ring appeared in his hand. This was Envoy Mo's storage item. Immediately, his spirit energy pierced in and began searching. With this search, my God! Luo Feng was startled. It can't be. It's like seeing a ghost. Luo Feng was shocked. Babada. Luo Feng's thought went into his storage ring to contact Babada. Babada asked lazily, "What's going on, Luo Feng? In this Blood River world without any technology, what do you need me for?" Wait a moment. Luo Feng thought, immediately taking out that unbelievable item from Envoy Mo's space ring. A 100 m diameter large item appeared within the clouds, a dark gray universe ship. Yes, universe ship. Babada, keep this ship within your storage space and study it for me. Just how long has this ship existed? Luo Feng asked. Universe ship? Babada was shocked too and kept the ship within his space. Wait a moment, I'll scan it. Night. Luo Feng stood along in the clouds, still very shocked. As the details from the virtual universe company had stated very clearly to never ever take out any technological items. The moment one is discovered, it would mean certain death. However, having discovered a universe ship from an envoy from the Undying Shrine space ring, this was too. The ancient god ruins, that was from how many trillions of years ago? A universe ship from back then couldn't be undamaged for that long, unless it was an E or F grade ship. However, that level of ship wouldn't land in a domain lord envoy's hands, and Luo Feng felt that this ship was very normal. Luo Feng, I've scanned it. Babada shouted. Luo Feng maintained his mental connection with Babada and asked, "What are the result?" I can confirm that this Blood River continent has had some advancement in the technological side. This universe ship should have been built less than 500,000 years ago, and it's very lousy. When it's compared to other ships in the universe, it would be considered an A grade. It would take extremely long to accelerate to light speed. Babada explained. Ah? Luo Feng frowned. Where did you discover it? Babada asked. Within an envoy space ring. Luo Feng said. Right, the armor that the envoys wore, they are genetic armor. Envoys of the Undying Shrine? Seems right, Luo Feng. You should know then when a sector lord breaks through to Undying, their soul will evolve. An Undying soul's brain and mental calculation speed doesn't lose to a quantum computer. The aboriginal Undyings of Blood River continent, if they acquire any remains from the warriors of the virtual universe company, like some quantum computers, universe ships, or others etc., they could very well study them. Babada explained. Luo Feng was shocked. Right, his own consciousness calculations was terrifying already. Hence, an Undying soul's calculations would definitely not be below a quantum computer. Maybe because of a lack of many materials on Blood River world, they are unable to make special machinery. Otherwise, these Undyings, with their analytical prowess, wouldn't find it hard to create and revolutionize the technology here. Or maybe, the Undying Shrine didn't wish for the continent's masses to get in on the technology. Or maybe, the virtual universe company was intercepting them secretly. Anyway, Luo Feng was too lazy to figure out everything. I've earned a fortune this time. Luo Feng immediately left the 4 bodies for Babata to dispose of and handed the 4 storage items to Babata. Babata, there's a whole mess of treasures and items in their storage items. I have no comprehension of the treasures of Blood River continent. Help me sort them and see if there's any other surprise. No problem, leave it to me. Babata was a living AI, his calculation speed far exceeded a normal AI. Even the undying beings, they didn't necessarily compare to his problem-solving speed. Thanks. In a moment I will contact you. How long do you think you will need to organize everything? Luo Feng asked. 5 minutes is enough. Babata answered. Very well. Luo Feng immediately rushed down from mid-air. Late night, within the vast wilderness, Luo Feng was within it practicing, simultaneously feeling the effects of the Blood River crystal. Back when he had absorbed the first one, it was indeed very shocking. The mysteries of the crystal, especially its fusion with the universe energies, along with its increase in power with origin-infused attacks, were very enticing. Also, the moment it's used, a blood-red engraving would appear on one's chest, similar to the one of the golden horned beast's scales. Only, this was simpler and weaker. Why do I feel that the mystery of the Blood River crystal doesn't stop at just melding better with the universe energies? The Blood River crystal should still have one more point. That was physical change. When I was absorbing it, I became an ape-man, then a scaled beast, and even like a robot after. The changes were violent, yet, when they ended, I couldn't do it anymore. Luo Feng frowned. However, I still feel that the crystal should still have more special properties. I'll probably know after absorbing the second and third crystal. Luo Feng connected mentally to Babata, ready to absorb the next crystal after communicating. Babata, how's the sorting of the items from the 4 storage items? Were there any treasures? Luo Feng communicated mentally. No treasures. However, there's something you should see. Babata emphasized. What item? Luo Feng was curious. Pa. Babata threw out an item. It was a gem-like item. This is a simple quantum computer communication tool. Babata said, just like the wrist communicator you use on Earth. Communicator? On a large continent like Blood River continent, even if the signal travels at light speed, which was 300,000 kilometers per second, from one end to the other side of the world alone is a trillion km, how will it reach the other place instantly? Luo Feng shook his head. They don't have the virtual universe network. This communication tool isn't an instant messenger, but made for distance communication. Even if the speed is slow, it's still faster than a person flying. Babata said, and the tragic thing is, Luo Feng, when you killed that handsome envoy earlier, the other envoy had recorded it and sent it to a person called Xiyong. Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. Damn! This was the disadvantage of technology. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 509, Decision. Chapter 509, Decision. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Xiyong was the world city leader of this side of the world. According to the universe levels, he was a sector lord. The Golden Horned Beast and Masha clansmen were only at Domain Lord level 6, and the Domain Lord and Sector Lord's biggest difference was the ability to unleash the strength of a world. They were able to control the world within them to allow their strengths to reach a shocking level, making the difference between a Domain Lord level 1 and Sector Lord level 1 extremely huge. Needing Xiyong right now would really be suicide. Luo Feng understood. Communicating to Babata, that Xiyong is the world city leader of this side, what do you think I should do next? Even though he had a plan already, asking Babata was still good. After all, Babata's experience in solving problems was much more vast. Flee, hurry and flee, the further the better. Babata said. Since he's the world city leader of this side, then the distance from the world city to Swallow Mound City should be about 100 million kilometers. At light speed, 300,000 kilometers per second, the message would have taken about half an hour for him to receive. However, if he uses his top speed to rush over. Top speed? Luo Feng frowned. 100 million km would still take a sector lord pretty long. Even the two domain lords had a ship, that sector lord would most definitely have one too. A universe ship barely reaching light speed in Blood River continent would allow him 3 hours to reach here. Babata said. However, when I killed the envoy, I was always wearing a mask. Luo Feng said. Don't rely on luck. Swallow Mound is after all only that big. How would you know if within this time someone else has already noticed you? Remember, as long as there's a hint of danger, do not risk it. Also, don't look down on any sector lords. Babata said. I have said what I needed to say, you can decide for yourself. You are saying that I may have been exposed? Luo Feng frowned. Leave? After finding out about Envoy Emo sending the footage of him killing the other envoy to Sion, Luo Feng immediately decided to leave. If he flew out of the 18 levels of clouds and sat in his automaton ship, who would be able to find him? Only thing was, even though he was safe himself, what about Nabu and Naku? If he was truly exposed, then these two would definitely be affected. The small Na family, against a raging sector lord, would instantly be razed into the ground. What about the Na family? Luo Feng asked. What Na family? Babata asked curiously. Luo Feng swiftly gave a brief summary of what happened earlier. That is troublesome indeed. The Na family's relationship with you, even though very few people know about it and it isn't noticeable, with the sector lord's ability, and this being his territory, checking and finding out wouldn't be hard. How about this way, Luo Feng, you can rush over to Swallow Mound City now and meet the father of the Na family. Let them decide for themselves if they want to leave with you or remain in Swallow Mound City. If they come with you, you can bring them both to a different side of the world. This continent's different sides of the world are just like your countries. They are competitive and at war. If they flee to another side, even Sion would not be able to find them in the vast sea of people. Luo Feng nodded, then let's do that. He couldn't care about absorbing the Blood River crystal at the moment. Taking care of it after the matters were resolved wouldn't be too late. So, Luo Feng tore through the skies into the clouds, swiftly reaching Swallow Mound City at a shocking speed. Swallow Mound City, the night was bustling with activity. Na Mansion. What's going these few days? First the elder of the Pure Feather family was dead, now even the city leader's mansion has become a battlefield. Nabu stood against the railing in the third story of his mansion, leaning and gazing at the distant city leader's mansion. Nabu, come in. A voice suddenly resounded. Nabu was shocked. Though he was shocked, he turned and walked in and saw a black-armored black-haired youth sitting there. Nabu was suspicious. This late at night, just what has brought this mysterious warrior to my house? Lord Feng. Nabu bowed. Wait a moment. Luo Feng sat there. Gee yeah. The door below creaked open and footsteps could be heard climbing the stairs. Very quickly, Nick appeared too and rushed into the house. Seeing Luo Feng, he said excitedly, Big brother Feng, you've come. Why have you called me to come over? Nabu was even more suspicious. Why has this mysterious warrior gathered them both? Time is of the essence now. I won't go through formalities with you two, I'll give you a quick summary of the situation. Luo Feng emphasized. Nabu was shocked, saying, Lord Feng, please speak. Luo Feng swiftly explained to them about the situation. Nabu's face grew paler as he listened, completely shocked. My God, the family leader of the Pure Feather family, elder, Rockwind family's general, city leader, even 2 special envoys, they were all killed by this mysterious warrior before them. This. Envoys of the Undying Shrine. This mysterious warrior was too terrifying, Nabu's face was pale, and little Naku was completely stunned too. These were all legendary figures. That's how things are, Nabu, you choose. Luo Feng emphasized. To remain in Swallow Mound City or allow me to bring both of you away. If you stay here, there's a high possibility of being exposed. Nabu frowned. Within his mind he calculated. Naka's mind was in a mess too. Luo Feng sat in the chair looking at the father and son, and felt rather guilty towards them. If it weren't for him, these two would probably be able to lead a very normal life. However, because of his arrival, the Na family was thus dragged into danger itself. Nabu gritted his teeth. Have you decided? Luo Feng looked at Nabu. Right. Nabu nodded. I'm prepared to remain here in Swallow Mound City, living my normal life. However, I wish for Lord Feng to take my son and leave Swallow Mound City. Father. Little Naka's eyes were red. He shouted, I don't want to leave you. Don't make a fuss. Nabu roared. Father. Little Naku was about to cry. Luo Feng quietly watched the scene. He could only remain silent. Lord Feng, it has to be this way. I believe it because my contact with you has been very minimal. Also, so what if we recognize each other? We've only met 2 or 3 times. It cannot be considered a deep relationship. That and the city world leader wouldn't necessarily be able to find out who the killer is. Nabu smiled. The most important thing is, I can't bear, Nabu's eyes were filled with sorrow. I can't bear to leave my family business. Luo Feng nodded. Nabu, for your safety, before I go, I will use my soul techniques to wipe your memory of tonight. Then even when others use soul techniques to interrogate you, they won't be able to find anything. That's good. Nabu nodded, following which a look of longing appeared on his face. Lord Feng, can you leave me in Kuku for a while? No problem. Luo Feng walked out of the house to the study beside and waited patiently. Luo Feng felt a bitter feeling within. Within the house, Nabu and Naku were saying their goodbyes. Don't cry. Nabu smiled and looked at his son. Father. Little Naku was crying madly. He had grown up being pampered by his father, however when it was really time to separate, he couldn't bear to leave. We must always look at things from different perspectives. Nabu looked seriously at his son. Kuku, there's always a good and bad side to everything. For us to meet Lord Feng this time, it may seem like a disaster since we have to separate, but you must understand, this Lord Feng could have easily left by himself. But he purposely came to look for us. What does it mean? It means he favors us, and he is apologetic about this. Fortune and misfortune are linked. This may be a disaster for the Na family, it is also a chance for our family to greatly rise up, Nabu's eyes gleamed. Blood River continent, every day tens of millions of people die and countless more risk their lives just to simply find a strong teacher. This Lord Feng is an absolute warrior. Didn't you hear, even the elder of the Pure Feather family, our city leader, and the 2 special envoys from the Undying Shrine were all killed by him. What terrifying level of power is this? On this continent, wealth is nothing. Only strength is real. Nabu looked at Naku. Kuku, you have hopes of becoming an absolute warrior of this large continent. In the future, you may even become the leader of an entire territory, controlling the lives of trillions of people. Naku was shocked. Remember. This is a great opportunity, grab it. Nabu looked at his son. After I die, I'll have the face to meet our Na family ancestors. Understood? HM. Naku's eyes were watery, yet he nodded fiercely. Very good. Nabu revealed a smile. He rubbed his son's head and gently hugged him, saying softly, "Your father's biggest worry is his son. Our Na family doesn't have enough military strength. Just like the Yu family, without any strength, they had to be uprooted within a night. I was worried about you. Your personality is different from mine. I was able to establish the business, but your personality, now it's okay, I don't need to worry anymore." Naku could only cry within his father's embrace. After a while, within the building, Luo Feng stood before Nabu, emphasizing, "I will wipe your memory of this night. After which, you won't even know where your son went. Go ahead, if I don't know, there's no way for others to know." Nabu smiled and nodded. Luo Feng nodded. Immediately a thread of spirit energy invaded Nabu's soul. Wanting to analyze and swallow one's memory was difficult. Normal soul-searching techniques was more troublesome, destroying, however, was easy. Simply wiping a part of a memory was extremely easy. This can even be achieved simply through hypnosis. That alone was enough to leave an imprint and seal the memory. As the disciple of the soul master Hu Yenbo, this level of surgery didn't have any difficulty for Luo Feng. After a while, what's going on? Nabu's head was in a blur. Looking around the empty house and finding himself sitting in his study, did I just fall asleep? Nabu had completely forgotten what happened before. He didn't even know that his son had already left Swallow Mound City with Luo Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 510, Leaving. Chapter 510, Leaving. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Night. Luo Feng brought little Naku and rushed into the sky. Naku couldn't help but look back down at Swallow Mound City, as tears were flowing from his eyes. "Naku, sleep, sleep, once you awake it'll be okay," Luo Feng gently said. His voice had an unbelievable amount of power. Naku could only feel his entire being drift into a blur as his eyes closed and he fell asleep. Now that he's asleep, there's less trouble. Luo Feng rushed into the skies, breaking through the many levels of clouds. In one breath he rushed to the 18th level. Any higher and he would leave Blood River World. With a thought, a silver pyramid appeared beside and Luo Feng carried little Naku into the universe ship. Within the control room, he placed Naku into a resting room for him to sleep in. Luo Feng then came to the control room. "This is Blood River Continent's map. Babata, help me take a look and tell me where the coordinates of the ancient god ruins are." Luo Feng's consciousness connected to Babata's. Babata quickly calculated, returning to Luo Feng the area of coordinates. That territory belonged to the ancient god ruins region. Even with any errors, it wouldn't be too far away. Let's head out towards the ancient god ruins. We'll proceed 16 billion kilometers and stop. Luo Feng gave the order to the automaton ship. Actually, the AI of the automaton ship was a subsidiary AI that Babata had created. Under normal circumstances, it could perfectly control the ship. However, when it was times of crisis, Babata would take over and control the automaton ship with the optimum control. "Yes, Master," the ship's AI responded. So, the ship soared through the clouds and swiftly flew in space. External simulation 100%. Luo Feng ordered. Immediately before him a simulation of the space outside showed. One side was space while the other was the outermost layer of clouds from Blood River World. The vast Blood River continent. Luo Feng looked at the continent from space. Yet no one dares to leave the cloud levels. The strength of the virtual universe company is too strong. Babata, help me prepare a file for nurturing Naku. I cannot accompany him, I can only arrange for the best for him. Luo Feng sighed. Babata's voice resounded in the control room. "This little matter, you have quite a few treasures on you, plus the many others the dead domain lords gave you. Nurturing a little punk is very easy." After a while, Luo Feng acquired a detailed nurturing plan for Naku. As Luo Feng sat in the automaton ship, it was swiftly flying in the space above Blood River World. A silver black-marked disc-shaped universe ship with a diameter of 180 m appeared in the 16th cloud level above Swallow Mound City. Hua! The leader of the group was dressed in black armor. His blue hair was floating about and his eyes seemed vast and boundless. Behind him were 4 purple armored men and women. They all hid their strength, revealing only domain lord level power. "I wish to know, just who has such guts to kill my disciple in my territory?" The blue long-haired black-armored man's eyes were like lightning, shooting down below. Even the cloud layers below split apart from his gaze, allowing him to easily see the tiny Swallow Mound City below. "Let's go down," the blue-haired man said coldly. "Yes." Behind him the 4 purple armored domain lords followed respectfully. These 5 shot down like lightning, and the floating universe ship behind them vanished. After a short period of time, within the city leader's mansion, even though a part of it was already destroyed, the city leader's mansion was even larger than the pure Feather family mansion. Hence, a large portion of it was still perfectly undamaged. In one of the palaces, whether it was Swallow Mound's families, sect, army, information system, and so on, all the department heads and brains had all arrived. Silence. The palace was completely silent. That formless pressure caused the group of prominent figures to perspire from their foreheads, and kneel respectfully on the ground, because they knew the man before them was the world's city leader. The leader of this side of the world. "Your city leader Rock Wing Xiong is dead." The blue-haired black-armored man sat above and said coldly. The group below him were stunned. "The 2 envoys from the Undying Shrine passing by Swallow Mound City are dead too." The group below was even more shocked. They really didn't know. The murderer is him. The blue-haired man waved his hand and immediately a bunch of paper floated onto the ground. On every piece was a picture of a black fully armored silhouette with boots and helmet, that was using a 6-edged shield and blood shadow blade. Actually, this picture was simply a screenshot from the footage that was sent. Murderer? A group of people looked at the paper. The face has been blocked? Wearing black armor, everyone wears black armor around. How do we look for him? The group were suspicious and helpless. If he changes his look after killing them, how will we look for him? We can confirm that he is a pinnacle domain level warrior. The blue-haired man said coldly. Activate all your resources. Go look and check if any suspicious domain level warrior appeared in Swallow Mound City within this past period. Yes. The group knelt down. I want to get a report before daylight tomorrow. Yes. The group left after. The blue-haired man stood in the palace and was looking outside through the window as though he was looking at space. To have the guts to kill my Xiyang's disciple and to steal my blood river crystals. Humph. A cold snort resounded within the silent palace. The automaton ship was flying in the space above Blood River World. It began to slow down after about 22 hours. Master, we've already reached 16 billion kilometers away. The voice resounded within the control room. Luo Feng nodded. He went into the resting room and carried the sleeping Naku. He swiftly followed the pathway within to the cabin door of the ship. He then kept the ship and headed down towards through the Blood River atmosphere. Rumble. Rushing through the 18th, 17th, 16th levels. Naku. Luo Feng shouted. Only then did Naku wake up. He looked at where he was floating in mid-air, as he was carried by a formless energy, and before him stood Luo Feng. Big Brother Feng. He was fully awake only now. follow me down. Luo Feng brought Naku, swiftly breaking through the first level of clouds, causing Naku to be shocked as it was still late night. Blood River World's night was 6 to 7 times longer than a night of Earth, and the distance of 16 billion kilometers caused the region below to look close to the time they left Swallow Mound City. Luo Feng brought Naku into the closest city. This city was called Meng Na City. It had an area of 10 million kilometers. The site of the world they were in was called Yurong World. This Meng Na City is actually in Yurong World and is about 10 worlds apart from the Sirong World before. Naku was very shocked. Big brother Feng, how long have I been asleep? Relax, not even 30 days. Luo Feng said. Blood River World's 30 days was about half a year Earth's time. In truth, Naka had only slept for over 20 hours. However, he would never know. With Blood River continents' different worlds attacking each other, plus it being simply too vast, there was no uniform timeline. Not even 30 days? That's good. Naku nodded. I heard from many warriors that traveling 10 worlds would require a long amount of time. After settling down for a day in Meng Na City, Luo Feng placed Naku in that city's Rainblade sect. The leader of the sect personally welcomed the both of them. This is the punk I told you about, I'm leaving him here in your sect. When I finish my training, I will return to take him. When that time comes, I will naturally thank you. Luo Feng looked at the Rainblade sect leader before him. The leader nodded, relax, this little matter won't be a problem. The leader of the sect was a skinny yet intrepid old man. As a cloud level, universe level, warrior, he was a prominent figure in Meng Na City. However, Luo Feng's arrival last night had indeed shocked this old man. This black-haired youth, his power is beyond my comprehension, and I have no resistance before him. He should be a domain-level warrior, and he's really generous. To be on good terms with such an absolute warrior, that's extremely lucky. At this time, Naku began to stay in the Yurong World's Meng Na City, Rainblade sect. Naku! Your study of the bow and arrow before shows that your spirit energy is indeed strong. These are the spirit reader training techniques I have prepared for you. Luo Feng took out a thick book. It was something Babata had printed using this world's paper. Using this world's words, a training manual for a spirit reader, from basic to deep, had been created. Actually, this was something only the elite disciples of the Yun Mo planet could study. This training manuals, as long as you can study it, you can use it until you become an undying spirit. Luo Feng said. Big brother Feng. Naku looked surprised at the book before him. My God, the many worlds of Blood River continent were all fighting for valuable things. This manual that worked from Star Traveler level to Undying, just how valuable was it? These are several suggestions I've prepared for you. Luo Feng took out a thin book. In it I've put down on how to use the treasures to enhance your training efficiency. These are some treasures. Luo Feng handed over a space ring. Using these treasures, as long as you train seriously, you can definitely become cloud level without any problem. As long as you work extra hard, you have the possibility of becoming domain level, domain lord. As for proceeding further, that'll depend on yourself. Luo Feng smiled at Naku. Naku was shocked. It was a gift from the heavens. As long as he seriously trained, he could become cloud level, universe level? Looking at the leader of the Rainblade sect, to be able to open a sect in a city, cloud level, this was definitely an absolute warrior in this city. Thanks. Naku was so excited his eyes were red. Luo Feng smiled. What was this? Back then, his teacher, the master of the Yun Mo planet, had prepared treasures for him to rush to the domain lord and even sector lord level. As long as he didn't worry about the price, he could completely nurture a universe, domain lord and sector lord. Of course the price worth was simply too low. For example, the cost of creating a universe level alone could actually be used to buy an army of slave universe levels. This Na-Ko was an aboriginal of Blood River World. He was born as a star traveler, plus with this world's environment, his innate ability was much stronger than Luo Feng back then. Luo Feng had only prepared some treasures enough to nurture him to cloud level. I know you really wish to return. But remember, before cloud level, I definitely won't allow you to return. Luo Feng emphasized. Traveling 10 worlds is simply too dangerous. Without the strength of a cloud level, that will simply be suicide. Na-Ko nodded. Luo Feng smiled. Alright, whatever I've given you, don't tell another soul. That I know. Na-Ko was from a business family. Naturally, he knew the outcome of revealing the treasures. I'm leaving. Luo Feng smiled and turned, vanishing from sight, leaving only Na-Ko there. Na-Ko grabbed the thick book in his hands, flipping it open. The words on every page were very small, and the amount of information within was shocking. Father, you were right, this opportunity is a big one. Na-Ko kept the book in his space ring and his eyes were filled with resolve. I will definitely train until I get strong, definitely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 511, Absorption. Chapter 511, Absorption. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng rushed into the sky. He passed through the many cloud layers straight to the 18th level and arrived in the space above Blood River World. Little Na-Ko. Luo Feng looked down through the vast clouds. I've done what I could. As for what level you reach in the future, that'll depend on yourself. A true warrior will ultimately still rely on himself to train. I'm still training myself, only earlier than you by a little. Shwa. Luo Feng flew into the automaton ship that appeared beside him and ordered, proceed towards the ancient god ruins. The automaton ship took on the appearance of a meteorite and swiftly proceeded in space. As for the father of the Na family's fate, Luo Feng could only wish him the best. After all, he had his own path to walk. Useless. A bunch of useless beings. A black-robed Siyong, who was almost like an absolute beast standing above the palace, howled at the group of underlings kneeling below him. 3 whole days, it's been 3 whole days. This is the answer you are giving me? There's no use at all. The upper echelon of Swallow Mound City were like weak little bunnies, as they were all trembling. How can he blame us? That picture shows a fully armored and masked warrior, and it's the most common types. As for searching for information, there are many mysterious warriors, however they are all fake. The underlings were all complaining within, however before the world city leader they didn't dare make a sound. What a joke. Do you all know that this is a big joke? Sion's expression was heavy, and he was raging. The bastards from the worlds around us will take us to be a joke. And you all are simply useless. The group kneeling below all trembled hard, not daring to look up. Useless. You are all useless. Go! Siyong roared, go and spread the news about the bounty on information around Swallow Mound City. Let them know that the murderer has domain-level pinnacle strength, wears black armor, and also uses a blade and shield. Also put a picture of the weapons up, go spread it. As long as anyone can provide a bit of information, reward them 1 million treasure currency. If they can provide the location, and it's true, reward them 100 million treasure currency, and immediately give him a luxurious mansion within Swallow Mound City, along with 8,000 slaves and 8,000 guards. Siyong said solemnly. Yes. The group glanced at each other, shocked at the amount of the rewards that were being handed out. They were all kneeling and complying. Why are you still here? Get out! Siyong howled, the group fled terrified. Only Siyong was left in the palace, along with the 4 underlings he had brought with him. Master, leave this matter to us. Relax, a simple and honest-looking middle-aged man said. Xiang shot him a look, saying coldly, just being the joke among the sector lords around isn't enough for me to be so enraged. Do you know? The Undying Shrine is already asking me just why the two envoys died on my territory. That group of old punks. Xiang's expression was ashen, snorting coldly, humph, the death of two envoys, this small matter isn't enough for the high and mighty Undying Spirits to personally come out. Hence those old punks are using their power and authority to clamor about. This makes me so mad. I really want to punch them and reduce them to nothing. The four underlines exchanged glances, realizing that it was the Undying Shrine giving him pressure. Swallow Mound City. Make way, make way. A group of soldiers riding beasts shouted, chasing a large amount of people off to the side of the streets. Here, stick. The leader of the group of soldiers pointed at a large shiny wall at the side and ordered. Immediately, the soldiers jumped off their beasts and swiftly began sticking their pictures and posters of the mysterious murderer all over the wall. Very quickly, that incredibly clear picture's shocking reward made everyone who saw it dumbfounded. This was considered a major road, with a high amount of traffic. As long as the news is a bit useful, the reward is 1 million treasure currency? 1 million treasure currency? How much is that? I haven't personally seen treasure currency before, but 1 treasure currency, that's 1,000 big currency, 1 billion little currency. I only earn 10 little currency a day, how long would it take for me to earn that amount? Look! 100 million treasure currency? Luxurious mansion, 8,000 slaves and guards? Madness, madness. 8,000 slaves and guards. To arrange for so many slaves and guards in a mansion, even in Swallow Mound City, that would be considered top class. Even the general's mansion and Pure Feather family, only those mansions would be bigger than this one. Bounty for murderer, domain level pinnacle? I think I've seen this man before, similar to a guest in the Flying Cloud Pavilion. You must be dreaming, your Flying Cloud Pavilion has 100,000 guests, and many of them look like that. Madness, dot. That huge bounty, even the cloud level, universe level, warriors couldn't help but get enticed by it, much less the normal masses. The high and mighty city world leader casually threw out a bounty, causing the entire Swallow Mound City to fall into an uproar unlike ever before. The investigation degree immediately soared. Space. While Swallow Mound City began spreading its huge bounty all over, Luo Feng was in the automaton ship heading towards the ancient god ruins. He took out a blood river crystal. Training room. Luo Feng lay there, staring at the beautiful triangular blood-red crystal. Heading towards the ancient god ruins, there's still a distance of 1.2 trillion kilometers. With the automaton ship's speed, it would still take over 2 months to get there. No matter which ship it was, the closer its speed got to light speed, the harder it got. Just like a test, a perfect 100, the closer one got to 100 the harder it was to get 1 point more. Similarly, the closer a ship got to light speed, the harder it was to accelerate. The moment there was higher resistance, then it would be hard to reach light speed. It may be space, however it was still space within a secret region. Not even mentioning the space dust and fragments, just the material space energies forming mist, under shocking speed, even the mist would form resistance. If I can universe travel, traveling through and slowing down to return to the actual universe, I'd reach quickly. It's a pity, I cannot. Then, I'll absorb the blood river crystal, dot. Luo Feng adjusted himself, following which he used his right index to slash his left palm. Just like a blade slash, the wound appeared and fresh blood flowed out. Luo Feng placed the blood river crystal on the wound. That formless energy immediately rushed into Luo Feng's body, simultaneously triggering the originally dormant cells within his body with mysterious energy. A simple engraving line appeared on Luo Feng's chest. Rumble. Kill. Kill. Just like an endless gush of water flowing, that powerful determination filled with madness and killing intent clashed against Luo Feng's willpower. Just in terms of willpower sturdiness, many sector lords couldn't even compare to Luo Feng. Even the high and mighty Undyings, those that didn't know about mental training, couldn't compare to Luo Feng's willpower. Willpower didn't have anything to do with training. Heart like a mirror, seeing through what may seem terrifying and fierce, during times of chaos, it was incomparably steady and sturdy. Heart like a blade, slashing through obstructions. This fierce willpower attack is about 2 times that of last time. Luo Feng was suspicious. Since it's the same crystal, the willpower within should be the same. How come the willpower attack from this second crystal is 2 times that of the first? Could it be the remnant willpower hidden within from the first crystal? Before Luo Feng could understand it, that extreme pain that shook his soul permeated through his body. The crystal in his hand flowed with threads of blood-red energy, swiftly permeating his entire body, and as it went in, it made his body go through extreme changes. Pitter-patter. Luo Feng's entire person swelled up, his bones and muscles grew thicker. Since these changes were happening within a short period of time, one could only imagine the extreme pain. All sorts of unimaginable changes were happening to his body. How painful, why is it so much worse than the first time? Luo Feng's eyes were cold. However, his muscles were twitching uncontrollably, his teeth too were growing sharp and long and turning into fangs. This pain had already extended from his body into his soul. Luo Feng's willpower and consciousness were however very strong. He was forcefully bearing everything, and did not let himself get affected, at least he remained lucid. Xie! Luo Feng's chest suddenly split open and fresh blood spewed out. Pa! The morphing legs suddenly broke. Hua hua! Suddenly, large amounts of blood-red energy swiftly flowed backwards within his body, returning to the blood-red crystal in his hand. In an instant, the almost fully transparent crystal returned to its original blood-red color. It stopped? What's going on? Luo Feng realized his body had returned to its human form. The only change was the wound on his chest and his broken leg. With a thought, the pure energy from his internal world swiftly regenerated his body, and very quickly the wounds and broken bones returned to normal, perfectly undamaged. Luo Feng quietly sat in the sofa, lifting a glass of wine in one hand and the blood river crystal in the other. No change, this blood river crystal didn't change at all. Luo Feng frowned, and I can feel, my body hasn't improved at all. The mysterious energy within my body and my comprehension of the origin laws are all still the same. This absorption was a complete failure. Yes, complete failure. How could it be? My consciousness and willpower, I only failed after reaching the Fantasy Ocean's 10th island. My body, human body, but it's normal. Luo Feng thought. His eyes gleamed, and in his mind a few words from the books flashed. The contents were about how valuable and rare the blood river crystal was. Absorption was very hard. Absorbing 1 alone was very hard, 2 would have 10 times the requirements on the body, absorbing 3 would have 100 times the requirements. The further one got, the harsher the requirements were. Remembering these words, Luo Feng realized. Right, body. My earth body is considered normal. One was successful and the second was a failure. However, 10 times to requirements on the body? Which side of the body do the requirements fall on? Luo Feng frowned. Body strength, toughness, selectivity? Also, it says that slaughtering will aid in the absorption of the crystals. However, which part of the body does slaughtering help? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 512, Fate. Chapter 512, Fate. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. The killing aura of the ancient god ruins. The saying states that going there to soak in the killing aura would help with the absorption of the blood river crystals. They also state that slaughtering would help with the absorption too. Also that the requirements for absorption are very harsh. Luo Feng nodded, understanding finally. Obviously, mad slaughtering and soaking in the killing aura from the ancient god ruins would produce a special effect in the body. Raising that certain part of the body will allow one to be able to absorb the crystal. Slaughter. His earth body could be said to have slaughtered a lot, compared to normal humans. Yet it wasn't that much either, his earth body's slaughtering was indeed limited. However, he did slaughter quite a bit in the virtual universe network. However, those were all simulated and it wouldn't change his body at all. Ha ha. The only reason I'm heading to the ancient god ruins is to become a blood warrior and potentially even a black warrior. However, I didn't even expect the second crystal absorption to fail. Luo Feng shook his head. As he closed his eyes, his consciousness connected to the virtual universe network and entered the absolute beginning region to train. In the pathway. My luck sure is bad, I lost again. Yu Chunyang cursed as he walked. Big brother, big brother. A voice resounded. Yu Chunyang turned to look. An armored youth was running over, extremely excited as he smiled and said, I say Asyang, why do you look so happy? Has our young master Naku been found? Nope. The old master has been looking all over for him. However, he seemed to have vanished, but no one knows to where. The armored Yu Xiang shook his head. Swallow Mound City is in such a mess. With the young master's dumb temperament, who knows, he may have messed with the wrong people and gotten himself killed. Damn, you dare curse the young master's death? Yu Chunyang stared. Yu Xiang rolled his eyes, dragging Yu Chunyang to the side and communicated mentally, Big brother, have you seen the bounty rewards around? What bounty? I just came out of the casino. Why would I have looked at the bounties? Yu Chunyang shook his head. Come with me. Yu Xiang dragged his older brother. To where? Just follow me. The two brothers quickly arrived before the bounty posters in a walkway. The allure of the bounty was simply too huge after all. Even now, large amounts of people hung about looking at it, many muttering and dreaming about being the ones who gave the information or discovered the killer, receiving the bounty. 1 million treasure currency? 100 million treasure currency? Yu Chunyang stared wide-eyed. Look carefully at the details of the bounty, that killer's picture, the weapons and armor he uses. Yu Xiang communicated within. Yu Chunyang looked. Immediately his eyes stared wide, turning back to look at his father, replying, Asyang, this is the absolute warrior we met when we accompanied the young master into the wilderness forest. Didn't he use this shield and this type of blade? And he instantly killed the 13 axe, they didn't even have time to react. The 13 axe has 3 cloud levels. That warrior should be a domain level. Right. Yu Xiang nodded, communicating, our Swallow Mound City rarely ever sees a domain-level warrior. The shield and weapons are the same, it wouldn't be that coincidental? This Lord Feng is really vicious. Even the envoys of the Undying Shrine were killed, too vicious. Should we? Yu Chunyang's eyes gleamed. Do we go or not? Yu Xiang looked at his big brother. Yu Chunyang hesitated. If you are not going, I'm going. Yu Xiang communicated. Don't regret it, even though the old master treats us not bad, however, didn't we enter the Na family for money? Yin Chunyang grit his teeth, alright, let's go. Hence, the two swiftly headed to the city leader's mansion. City leader's mansion. Si Yong sat in the throne of the palace. Gazing below, there were 3 people bowing respectfully. Have you found anything? Si Yong's voice was solemn, yet filled with formless pressure. After pasting the bounties, it's definitely been better. However, of the 3 you all mentioned before, 2 of them were determined to be false. That last one, we are unable to confirm. Yet, you say there's a guarantee now, World City Leader. A deputy general from the army was filled with glee, saying excitedly, "This time, the guarantee is much bigger than before. We've acquired 3 people's confessions, they all state the same person." Above the palace, Si Yong looked up. "He's called Feng." According to the confessions of the 3 people, not long ago, this Feng was in the wild beast forest outside. There he met Swallow Mound City's Na family's young master Na Ku and his guards. Along the way, they were attacked by the 13 Axe, but that mysterious warrior simply attacked and formed 13 images. With 13 blades, he killed all of them, and apparently they didn't even have the chance to react. 13 Axe, what organization is that? Si Young frowned. World City Leader, they are a prominent organization within this Swallow Mound territory. The 13 Axe refer to 13 warriors, of which 3 are cloud level. And 10 of them at sky level pinnacle. The deputy general said respectfully, "As for the deaths of the 13 Axe, we've already confirmed that they were all done by that one person." Ah! Si Young stood up violently. This news was vicious. Instantly producing 13 images and killing 13, and of which 3 were cloud levels. Space origin laws? Si Young's eyes lit up, confirming within, right, the footage Envoy Mo sent of the Black Warrior, he was using space laws, and his speed was extremely shocking. Weapon? Si Young asked. Shield, blade, similar to the picture. The deputy general said seriously. Very good. Si Young's eyes gleamed. Go, find out more news on this Feng. Yes. Back then he couldn't bear to leave his business and chose to remain in Swallow Mound City. As his memory had been wiped, Nabu had been extremely anxious since he discovered his son was missing. He activated all his strength and resources to madly search for his son. So much so that he didn't even look at the bounty. When he actually saw it, he was shocked. He too had suspected that the killer could very likely be Lord Feng. Hence he immediately wanted to control that group of guards. However, other than the 4 he managed to control, the others weren't around. Bring them away. Bring them all away. Hurry and look, this the name list of the guards from back then. Find all of them. Also, hurry and find the Na family's young master Na Ku. The group of soldiers rushed into the Na family, grabbing Nabu and Thunder Uncle away. A purple uniformed beautiful lady stood outside the torture chamber. Clang! After it opened, the deputy general walked out. Greetings, Lord. The general was shocked as he saw the lady, bowing respectfully. This beautiful lady before him was one of the 4 great underlings World City Leader Si Young had brought with him, a domain-level warrior. Interrogate the Na family leader, have you found anything on Feng? The lady questioned. No, he said he didn't know either. The deputy general shook his head. I've carefully interrogated him, however I've discovered that this Na family leader barely knew this Feng and had just met him a couple of times. Their relationship wasn't deep. Useless. The beautiful lady roared. The deputy general's face flushed red, wanting to reply but not daring to say anything. Get out, take all of your men and leave. Leave it to me. The lady said. Yes. The deputy general immediately took all of the army within the torture chamber, leaving only Nabu and Thunder Uncle. Within the torture chamber, Nabu and Thunder Uncle were both pale, with injuries all over. They had been subjected to physical torture. Old master, we thought that the meeting of Lord Feng was a good thing. Who'd have expect we'd end up like this? It's truly, Thunder Uncle sighed. Beside him Nabu sighed too. Lay Dong, this time our Na family has implicated you. Old master, Thunder Uncle was just about to speak. That purple-clothed lady walked in. By simply walking there, it caused both Thunder Uncle and Nabu to lose control of themselves. As their gaze fell on her body, they gradually fell into a daze. That group of idiots, using torture while interrogating, idiots. The purple lady's expression grew heavy, beginning her questioning. You speak first, tell me the whole story of the meeting, and tell it clearly to me. Also tell me some of your conjectures, tell them all to me. Thunder Uncle told the entire story. Nabu too spoke. Both of them, under the Soul Technique's control, both guessed that the killer was very likely to be Feng. This questioning too made the purple-clothed lady's expression ugly. The cold pierced through bones, a blurry long-haired Si-Yong stood in the pathway. Master. The purple-haired lady walked over and bowed respectfully. From your footsteps, the results of the interrogation must not be very good. Si-Yong looked in the distance, his back facing the lady. She lowered her head and said, yes, I used soul techniques and confirmed that these two weren't lying. Their Na family had indeed met with this Feng. However, this Feng seemed to have favored the young master Naku. Naku? Where is he? Si-Yong asked indifferently. Naku has vanished. The purple-haired lady said softly. And he vanished the night of the deaths of the envoys. Other than that, we cannot find any other information on this Feng. Also, Naka's disappearance, even his father doesn't know. Hence he's been anxiously looking for his son, not even noticing the bounty. All this was revealed by some of his guards. Naka's disappearance is too much of a coincidence. I can guarantee that it has something to do with the killer. Right now there are two possibilities. One of them is that Naka knows detailed information on Feng. The killer was worried that his identity would be revealed. Hence, he killed him to silence him. The second possibility is that Luo Feng knew it would be troublesome after killing the envoys, and that the trouble would befall the Na family. Since he favored Naku, he took him away. The purple-haired lady said respectfully. What about Feng? Si-Yong's voice was filled with a sense of rage. I don't want to know anything else about him. I just want to know where this killer is. I want to catch him. No idea, I cannot find anything. The purple-haired lady shook her head. Rumble. Si-Yong waved his fist in rage. It hit the pillar on the side. Immediately the mad explosive energy exploded, and terrifying shockwaves burst out from the pillar. It then fanned out and caused large amounts of constructs to be reduced to dust. Many waiters, soldiers and guards were immediately reduced to a mess. The lucky ones only had broken limbs. In an instant, several km around the city leader's mansion was reduced to waste. There were cries of pain and rumbling. Bastard! Si-Yong violently turned. His expression struggling, his explosive aura causing the skies and land to tremble. Master, what do I do with the Na family? The purple-clothed lady asked respectfully. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 513, Ancient God Ruins. Chapter 513, Ancient God Ruins. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. Na family Si-Yong's killing aura was terrifying. He said solemnly, killing them won't do us any good. And also, we can use Naka's father as the bait. Master, you mean? The purple-clothed lady's eyes gleamed. Naka's father, don't kill him. Kill the rest of them. Si-Yong said indifferently, keep the father under our control. Who knows, Naku and the killer Feng may return. Yes. The purple-clothed lady complied and left. Si-Yong's gaze swept ahead at the few km of ruins before him, from where he could hear the screams of pain. However, he was expressionless. He had indeed lost face this time, as he had lost 2 disciples and a special envoy, and on top of that, this was on his territory. Humph. Si-Yong's face was ashen. Feng? If you are so strong, you cannot remain hidden forever. The moment you appear on any location within the Blood River continent, as long as I find out, I will make you understand the consequence of killing my Si-Yong's disciples. In the space above Blood River continent, the automaton ship flew with shocking speed towards the ancient god ruins. Along the way, during these past 2 months, Luo Feng was either in the absolute beginning region listening to classes by Undyings or studying the 9-universe primal chaos tablet, floating blood, and time-space scribbles. Either that or he would return to the Black Dragon Mountain Island to visit his wife and family. His days were fulfilling and carefree. "Master, we've already arrived at the destination." Within the training room of the ship, a robotic voice resounded. "Ah, we've finally arrived." Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged like a statue, opened his eyes fiercely. Smiling, he became a blur as he rushed out. "Ancient god ruins. I've been waiting for this day for too long. If I don't enter the ancient god ruins, when will I be able to absorb the second crystal?" Luo Feng wore silver-white armor and boots, and flew out of the cabin door. He changed his armor mainly as a precaution. After the whole incident in Swallow Mound City, a black armored warrior may be noticed by wary people. Of course, the ancient god ruins were extremely far from Swallow Mound City, and as it was a wasteland, he didn't need to be too worried. So, Luo Feng flew through the cloud layers from space and entered Blood River continent once again. Sky Erosion Palace. The huge palace floating in space was specially made to observe the activities on Blood River continent. In the first level's side hall chamber, there was a huge screen. On that screen, one could see the scene of Luo Feng entering Blood River continent. "Ha, this Majesty Luo Feng, he's heading to the ancient god ruins too. So gutsy." 10 sector lords in charge of watching over Blood River continent were chatting and laughing. "Everybody, be serious. Once Our Majesty Luo Feng meets with any enemy and sits in his automaton ship and escapes to the cloud layers, if any aboriginals dare to chase him, we have to kill them in an instant." "Understood. Of course we know this. However, the ancient god ruins is the most important and also the most dangerous place in Blood River continent. Back then, many of our Undyings from the Virtual Universe Company were said to have died there. Also, that place is very weird. The place Majesty Luo Feng is heading to is very dangerous. The dangerous level mission he chose forced him to head there. One's path is chosen by himself. Our Virtual Universe Company never forces anyone to do anything they don't want to do. However, no matter how much of a genius he is, since he's chosen to enter the ancient god ruins, we must keep an eye on him. Riches and honor come with an element of danger. Even though it's dangerous, if he makes any progress within the ancient god ruins, it wouldn't be a small amount. Not only are the ancient god ruins mysterious, but the Blood River crystals are very mysterious too. The group of sector lords were chatting, and the entire space above the cloud layers of Blood River continent was under their surveillance. The clouds were thick and covered the land, almost like a fairyland. Dressed in silver armor and boots, he descended through the clouds. Luo Feng's expression changed. It should have been the 15th cloud layer below. Why are they blood red clouds? The endless clouds below were completely blood red, just like an endless blood ocean torrent. The terrifying formless killing aura here made one's heart palpitate. He couldn't care less though. As he rushed downwards into that blood red cloud layer, he immediately felt a special energy affect him. He suddenly felt restless. His heart was in disarray, almost like he was wishing to slaughter. It actually fills one with the thoughts of slaughter. However, compared to the golden horned beast's natural bloodlust, it pales in comparison. Luo Feng's heart was sturdy and immovable. He continued downwards, rushing past layer after layer of blood red clouds, finally reaching the first level. He surveyed below. An endless mountain range, wasteland, swamp, and other environments could be seen. However, the ground itself was peculiar. As for the mountain ranges, it was almost as though an entire layer of it was sliced off, or cut off. The wastelands, however, had huge pits all over, and every one of them were a few hundred km in diameter. One large pit after another. It was almost as though it was some extremely huge beast's footprints. The most important thing was, the region below was filled with thick red mist, and because of the mist, it was hard to see far clearly. Ancient God ruins. Looking at this messy environment, it's indeed in ruins. Luo Feng swiftly gazed about. The ancient god ruins had a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers. This was a bandit and vagrant-filled place. The earth in this vast ruins would be like a drop of water in the Yellow River. On the shiny ground, there were several white bones. Pa! Luo Feng descended from the sky. As his silver boots landed on a damaged blade, he frowned heavily. This is the killing aura? Luo Feng felt a formless energy continuously invade his mind and heart. Simultaneously, another energy permeated in through his skin. As for this peculiar energy, neither his genetic energy or spirit energy could stop it. It would permeate in and then exit his body again. Almost as though his body was air, it passed right through. And during this process, his body had some special changes. Killing aura? Not right, the killing aura of the universe is purely on the mental level. A person's brutality and slaughter will cause his gaze to be filled with killing aura. However, this killing aura isn't just on the mental level, it even affects the physical body. Luo Feng was extremely sure. His body began to change gradually, changes that even he didn't know about. This was also why the aboriginals of Blood River continent thought that soaking in the killing aura would make the absorption of the crystals easier. At least I can confirm. This change has benefits. Otherwise, the dangerous level mission that the Virtual Universe Company gave us wouldn't give a reward of 100,000 points to become a Blood Warrior the second mission. The company is obviously hoping I become a Blood Warrior. Luo Feng was confident that the changes were beneficial. Shwa! Luo Feng strode forward and it was already 10 kilometers. In this vast ancient god ruins, Luo Feng began to move with shocking speed, as he was feeling the changes the ruins did to his body. The killing aura is thicker here, and it's weaker here. The thicker killing aura seems to have stronger effects on one's mentality. At the same time, the improvements on the body are also faster. Luo Feng had already found that the killing aura was raising a special property within one's cells. The weaker the killing aura, the weaker the effect on my mentality, the body's changes are also slower. I need to save time. Hence I have to find a place with thicker aura. Luo Feng swiftly rose up and flew into the sky searching about. Detecting the level of the aura was easy, he could easily see which regions had thick red mist or more diluted mists. Most of the regions simply contained a lighter mist, and some had thicker red mist. Luo Feng searched for a good half an hour within an extremely large ancient mountain range. There! Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Within the distant forest in the mountain range, the red killing aura was obviously shockingly much thicker. So, Luo Feng carefully flew over, noticing that there wasn't anybody else around. The books had mentioned that there were many warriors that entered the ancient god ruins, yet he hadn't seen even one so far. He thought that everybody would have the same thought of entering a spot where the killing aura was thicker, so that they can improve faster. Nobody? Luo Feng entered the thicker aura region. Wah! This feels good. Luo Feng felt as though countless water drops were seeping into his every cell. As the thick aura floated past his body, he felt a very obvious change. As it was very obvious, hence he felt extremely clear. In the depths of his cells, it could be said that a change was occurring at the very essence of his cells and body itself. Almost like a caterpillar within a cocoon becoming a butterfly. Kill. An endless amount of killing intent rushed into Luo Feng's soul, and because of the changes in his body, it caused a large amount of the slaughter thoughts to invade the deepest part of his body. As time passed, it would meld with his soul itself. Those with weaker willpower will thus go crazy. Even the ones with strong willpower would become addicted to killing others. What shocking killing aura and willpower! Luo Feng stood beside a thick tree, patiently standing. That endless killing aura continued to invade his consciousness. It was even stronger than the first Blood River crystal. It was obvious that the thicker killing aura areas were something not everybody could endure. First and second brother had said before, any place with a strong sense of desire is a good place to train one's mental strength and heart. This killing aura will help train my heart further. Luo Feng sat cross-legged under the tree. Shwa! A ghostly figure flashed in the distance, after which it reached right before Luo Feng. A glaring flash of a blade pierced right at Luo Feng's head. So, over 100 images of Luo Feng appeared around. Rumble! The thick tree behind Luo Feng immediately exploded into countless chips and pieces flew all over. In an instant, the surrounding ancient trees were either falling or broken at certain parts. A huge explosion could be heard. You actually dare to ambush me, you must be looking for death. Luo Feng's eyes raged. With a howl, a blood shadow blade appeared in his hand and he immediately pierced at the ghostly silhouette that appeared before him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 514, Huge Pit. Chapter 514, Huge Pit. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. So, that ghostly silhouette suddenly decided to flee without any hesitation, as the assassination failed. Trying to flee? Luo Feng's gaze was cold, becoming a blur as he swiftly chased. After reaching Universe Level 9, his speed was simply too fast, crossing over 300 kilometers in a second. The two of them flashed for several hundred km about, eventually reaching above the canyon. His speed cannot be a match for mine, however he stepped through the entrance of the wind laws, hence his movement is peculiar. It's a pity that his comprehension is very low. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. During the instant he flew past the canyon, his spirit energy connected with the universe space suddenly as he felt a ripple. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed. Below the canyon, a 3m tall armored warrior wielding two huge axes rushed from below. His eyes were like copper as he roared, "Go and die." Rumble, dot. He swung his two huge axes. Ha, who's afraid? Luo Feng held his blood illusion blade, not even dodging. His gaze was cold and brutal, his entire being tilted downwards and swiftly rushed downwards. Simultaneously, he used the force of his descent and accumulated all his strength into his right arm, as the blade began to meld with the universe space and gold laws. The blade brought with it an absolute madness as it slashed downwards. The warrior below too waved his axe fiercely, slashing over. Xie! A needle-like spirit energy pierced into Luo Feng's consciousness, crashing into that extremely sturdy void pagoda, causing it to slightly tremble. Obviously the attack was very strong, affecting Luo Feng's consciousness. Rumble, dot. The blade and the axes clashed. That brutal and wild warrior was naturally gifted with strength and power. And Luo Feng's blade was burial of the illusionary 7 blades, it too was very powerful. Although it was infused with 2 origin laws, it was a pity at the critical time his consciousness was affected. Xie! That warrior's body shook from the impact, his face flushed red as he spit out blood, losing control of the huge axe in his hand as it flew out. The axe became like a shooting star, flying straight into the mountain beside. With a rumble, countless rubble and stones fell. He couldn't help as his body fell down, and his right hand was torn apart. You wish to flee? Luo Feng wielded the blood shadow blades and madly descended chasing him. How can this be? As he was descending, he looked back with fear at the silver-armored warrior chasing after him. He's also a Universe Level 9. In terms of speed he's even faster than Shadow. And he even met my attack head-on. Under Demon Spirit attack he actually even heavily injured me. Is he a human or ghost? Luo Feng flew downwards. His gaze was as sharp as knives, as he was staring at the built huge axe warrior and waiting for a chance to kill him. Xiao. 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 From below the canyon, large amounts of gold light suddenly shot out, brushing past the warrior and piercing towards Luo Feng. Spirit weapon? Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately before him, 1,000 little knife blades appeared and the black blur of countless blades could be seen. This was after Luo Feng had almost lost to Rock Win Xiong. He specially asked Babata to build a simple sharp knife blade. Even though these blades weren't expensive or anything, and were just simple blades. However, Luo Feng, who had already glimpsed some of the essence of the universe space laws, even without any law engravings on the spirit weapons helping, could still use the space laws to move them. The engravings on the spirit weapons were only there to assist, allowing others to use it more easily to attack. However, a true skilled warrior didn't need those. With a thought, one would break through the space itself, and with another thought, one could even reverse time. Luo Feng couldn't do that. However, as he had already glimpsed the essence, even without the help, he could still use law-infused attacks. Naturally, doing it this way was more taxing and the power was weaker. Absolute domain. Luo Feng stared at the large amounts of golden light. The countless blades before him formed 11 black blade dragons. Every one of the black dragons were formed from large amounts of blades. Also, all of them were connected to the universe space. These 11 dragons were like 11 ropes, pulling the universe space, causing the space to pressure downwards. Pa. 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 Countless golden lights slowed down, dispersed by the black dragons. The 11 black dragons, however, continued to rush downwards at the built warrior. Mercy, I'm from the Undying Shrine. A shocked voice resounded within Luo Feng's ears. Below the canyon, standing in the sky, a long blood-red-haired cool youth revealed a look of shock. How can it be? He actually knocked away my spirit weapons. My spirit weapon was personally built by the Undying Spirits. His speed is faster than Shadow. He could even block Demon's spirit attack, meeting that brutal punk head-on, and even knocking away my spirit weapons. Just who was he? The cool youth was completely shocked. However, in spite of that, he still communicated to Luo Feng for him to show mercy. We are from the Undying Shrine. Please let Wu Qi go. Two other silhouettes flew from above the canyon. One was the shadow that tried to assassinate him before, and the other was covered in a black uniform wearing a mask. You all tried to kill me for no apparent reason just now, and you still wish for me to let you off? Luo Feng used his spirit energy to control the 11 black blade dragons, immediately smashing into the built huge axe warrior who was trying to defend in a last-ditch attempt, exploding his body. Fresh blood flew everywhere. Who? The 11 black blade dragons immediately rushed downwards towards the blood-red long-haired cool youth. Shwa! That cool youth was shocked as a round disc appeared below his feet, immediately becoming a beam of light and fleeing. As the two originally had quite a distance between them, and a spirit weapon control range had a limit, even though the 11 black blade dragons were extremely powerful, without the help of law engravings, it was taxing for Luo Feng to control them. Quickly flee! Shadow from below along with the black uniformed youth quickly rushed into a universe ship that appeared before them and swiftly escaped. Damn! Where did these people come from? Luo Feng was shocked from the situation, floating in mid-air in the canyon. One of them has a spirit weapon and a flying spirit disc. Even in the universe, they would be considered truly exceptional spirit weapons. And they actually carry a universe ship, obviously even better than the ship of the envoys before. At least its speed is much faster. With a wave, the 11 black blade dragons swiftly disappeared. So, Luo Feng swiftly descended, landing on the ground of the canyon. There lay the remains of the built warrior. Space item. Luo Feng found that warrior's space bracelet and took it. Doesn't seem right, these 4 universe level 9s were too strong. One of them was even extremely fast, even stepping through the entrance of the wind laws. Even among the universe, any universe level who steps through the law entrances would be considered an absolute genius. Just one spirit attack could actually shake my void pagoda. And that brute could take my slash head on and not die. And the last controller, the strength of his spirit weapon wasn't weak at all. Peculiar. On Blood River Continent, this sort of place, where did so many geniuses pop out from? I'll leave here first and check it out slowly. Luo Feng didn't dare get careless. He immediately became a blur and flew swiftly towards the deeper regions of the ancient god ruins. Anyway, the ancient god ruins was vast and endless, he could start anywhere. In the cloud levels high above, 3 silhouettes gathered in mid-air. It was the shadow, black uniformed man and the blood-red long-haired cool youth. However, these 3 weren't as arrogant as before, and all of them were extremely shocked. How can he be that strong? Shadow's voice was deeper, however it was clear she was a lady. We are all exceptional geniuses from the Undying Shrine in Blood River Continent. We've all come to the ancient god ruins to experience life and death training. Without combined forces, against a similar universe level 9 youth, we actually couldn't do anything against him, 4 against 1. The cool youth shook his head. Too vicious and too strong. He is absurdly strong. He has already stepped through the golden space origin laws. Also, his spirit weapons obviously didn't have any law engravings and his power was still greater than mine. Strong. Very strong. The black uniformed youth with a mask said solemnly. My spirit attack didn't even affect him, he still managed to slash and heavily injure Wu Qi, who was unable to do anything. The 3 of them were completely dazed. They were all proud absolute geniuses, the exceptional geniuses of Blood River Continent. They had been heavily nurtured from the Undying Shrine. Even higher than the special envoys. Proud geniuses or not, they too had to experience life and death trainings. There's always a sky above ours, we cannot be proud. There are still many geniuses that haven't been discovered here on Blood River Continent. The one from today was very strong. We'll continue our training. The Undying Shrine's request for these geniuses was that they had to absorb 3 Blood River crystals before they could return. Otherwise, they'll just have to die at the ancient god ruins. The 4 that fought against Luo Feng were the absolute geniuses of Blood River Continent. As they didn't have the virtual universe network, in terms of information exchange and recruiting geniuses alone was very hard. Many absolute geniuses would be never found. By the time a true warrior is finally discovered by the strong, that would have been a waste of the best nurturing period already. Compared to those 4, Luo Feng was from the vast humanity of the universe. Through the mad search of the virtual universe network, competing time and again, selected through trillions of geniuses and proving himself through battles over and over. Finally reaching the universe top 10. And right now, he was regarded as this batch's absolute genius next to Bolin. However, after studying in Primal Chaos City for 30 years, how could those 4 compare? Luo Feng didn't have an aim, walking and training within the endless and vast ancient god ruins was his goal. There were many places with thick killing aura, there was no need to stay at one spot. Half a month later. Luo Feng stood above a 100,000 m tall mountain. Looking into the distance, there was an extremely huge pit. What a huge pit! I had seen many huge pits before with diameters several hundred km, they were quite orderly. Why then is this pit was absurdly bigger, its diameter is close to 10,000 kilometers. I'll go take a look. Luo Feng originally wanted to walk and train so as to explore the ancient god ruins more. At this time, however, he couldn't help but curiously head to the huge pit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 515, Ancient Picture. Chapter 515, Ancient Picture. Translator, Editor, Translation Nation. A huge pit with a diameter of close to 10,000 kilometers, just what was it? Even if the moon was thrown in it, it would barely fill it up. Luo Feng stood at the edge of the pit, feeling a weird energy emitting from within. This energy was vigorous, ancient, mad. What a thick, killing aura! Luo Feng gazed. He couldn't see the end of this huge pit. Initially, even when he stood at the 10,000 m tall mountain, he could barely see the edges of the huge pit. However, as he stood here now, no matter how he looked, he couldn't see its end, almost as though it was vast and endless. This huge pit seems like a good place. It's extremely deep and the killing aura is really thick. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Revealing a smile, I can build a living quarters here in the pit and train for a long time. For the past half a month, as he didn't have a fixed goal, he had been wandering randomly. But the main reason was that half a month ago, he met the 4 universe level 9 geniuses. After he killed one and acquired his space item, a good scan revealed something. The dead warrior too had a universe ship and communication device. Babata's invasive scan of the communication device had revealed a recorded message within it. From the details of the message, he could deduce, the dead warrior was called Wu Qi and he was an elite genius nurtured by the Undying Shrine. A genius nurtured by the Undying Shrine? I may have some trouble from some absolute warriors. Back then Luo Feng thought. As this Blood River continent wasn't his home ground, he had rushed into the 18th cloud level and sat in his automaton ship, flying for 10 billion kilometers before coming to a stop. I need a safe spot to settle down for a long period of time to study my 9 universe tablet properly. Luo Feng jumped down from the edge of the pit and descended. The killing aura is really thick. Good spot, this is a good spot. Luo Feng's face was filled with glee. He allowed the gravity to pull him down and eventually came to a stop after descending for 1,000 kilometers. Looking at the sides of the mountain, Luo Feng nodded. Right here is a good spot. I'll dig a hole in the wall of the mountain and stay here. As for the bottom of the pit? Who knew just how deep this pit went for? Only when he had the time would he decide to go and check. Luo Feng finally set his roots down in this huge pit. With his ability, he was easily able to dig a 100 m wide, 100 m long and 10 m tall space for himself. He also renovated it by carving several stones into statues, along with carvings on the walls, making it feel like a normal home. As for this living quarters, Luo Feng proudly named it Huge Pit Quarters. There was a pathway deep in the huge pit quarters that linked to the side of the mountain wall. The silver-armored Luo Feng and Masha Luo Feng simultaneously sat cross-legged on a rock bed. Yes. His earth body and the Masha clan were both in the external world together. After all, the Masha clan body was very sensitive with the universe space. Thus, the moment any warrior drew close, he would be discovered, and, in times of crisis, the Masha Luo Feng could become a bodyguard. This killing aura is unique to the ancient god ruins and its effects are really obvious on the body. Luo Feng suddenly stood up. Masha Luo Feng beside immediately vanished into the internal world. The only thing is, my earth body and the Masha body both have clear pathways to train, but what about the golden horned beast? Deities of the world and absolute void were definitely emphasized, however the golden horned beast still lacked a battle technique. There were many techniques within its inherited memories. Long before Blood River World, Luo Feng had thought about this problem. Even with Babata's help, he only managed to narrow it down to 12 selected techniques for Luo Feng to pick. However, the choice was simply too hard, and he only managed to pick 3 out of them. They were 8-level Hunt, Tearing Sky and Land, Gold Horn. These 3 techniques were all very powerful. Luo Feng's thoughts were to let the golden horned beast try these 3 first and train in them. After observing the results, he would then pick the technique which he is most proficient in. All of these 3 great techniques belong to close combat. 8-level Hunt, focused on movement. tearing sky and lawn, focused on close combat violence. Gold Horn, focused on killing in one blow. Even though they were all powerful, each of these three had their own specialty, be it movement, one-hit kill or violence. This is really troublesome. At times, with endless choices before you, it does bring about a headache. Luo Feng sighed. After saying those words, he couldn't help but laugh. Those words were indeed vexing. Even the absolute geniuses of the virtual universe company had to use points to exchange for techniques. This was totally unlike the golden horned beast, picking whichever techniques from the inherited memories. I cannot get too proud. If I do, I'll be unlucky. I have to be humble. Feeling good, Luo Feng snorted and followed the pathway in his quarters to a point close to the edge of the hole. He sat by the exit and looked at the endless depths of the huge pit below. Before him was the endless amounts of thick killing aura. He stopped thinking and relaxed. Ah. Luo Feng frowned as he looked in the distant killing aura. The pit was shockingly huge. Naturally, the aura would flow within the depth, forming all sorts of illusionary pictures, occasionally forming very lifelike pictures. At this time, within his field of vision, a blurry 100 kilometers huge picture could be seen in the distance. Faint and distant. It was a picture of a type of huge lizard. The only difference from a real lizard was that it had a horn that pierced the skies. Also, it was more built and its claws were bigger. Within that blurry picture, a huge palm suddenly fell from the sky, and that 100 kilometers long beast actually looked up and rushed towards the sky. As it flew, its long lizard tail waved swiftly, and fiercely smashed into that huge palm. Rumble! The picture dispersed and the energies flowed out, no longer forming as realistic a picture as before. This, Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. The blurry scenes from before flashed in his mind. The movement of the beast before was mainly flying and waving its long tail. After which that tail whipped that heavenly palm, causing it to totally crumble. Flight. Tail wave. The picture kept flashing in his mind while he was training the three techniques of 8-level hunt, tearing sky and land and gold horn. During this period, Luo Feng suddenly comprehended quite a bit. As his consciousness were linked, anything he understood and saw, the other two would naturally learn too. The golden horned beast's training naturally was his earth body's training. This is definitely not a natural appearance. It cannot be that a simple formed picture would be infused with so much deep origin laws. Indeed. Deep and profound. Even the simple flight and wave of the tail replayed in his mind. For the tail to actually whip and crumble that palm, its power was unbelievable. This is not a natural occurrence. Luo Feng suddenly thought of how he gazed at the ancient god ruins from above, seeing the huge pits all over, almost like footprints of an absolute beast. This made Luo Feng's mind flash and his eyes gleamed. Those huge pits could be left behind by a beast from when the legendary battle between the Virtual Universe Company and the Aboriginals of Blood River World clashed. Then, that blurry image earlier, could it be a certain battle scene from back then? Luo Feng was shocked within. In terms of perspective, his was indeed high. He felt that quick battle scene from the picture before definitely exceeded the battle scene of Undyings. Because, in Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng had personally witnessed two Undyings battling, and has also seen his teacher Tru Yen demonstrate his prowess. The only thing was, from the feeling, it didn't compare with that beast or the huge palm. Palm? Luo Feng's eyes stared wide. Huge palm? It was almost as though a clap of thunder resounded in his head. Back then in Primal Chaos City, when the two Undyings were battling, the universe space itself went silent and the laws stopped turning. A huge palm had reduced these two Undyings to dust. Even though they regenerated back, they were heavily injured. The Primal Chaos City leader's palm? Yes, that feeling. Luo Feng nodded. However, this one doesn't seem as terrifying as the city leaders. When the city leader made his move, it seemed as though everything within the universe space was subdued and controlled. And this blurry image, Luo Feng only felt a bit of it. Flight and tail wave. Exciting, this is so exciting. Luo Feng didn't think more of it, grabbing the chance to use his time to study and comprehend it. The more he did, the more thrilling it got. Those two movements made Luo Feng's comprehension of the tearing sky and land improve by leaps and bounds. This was a close combat violent technique, of which tearing sky referred to claw attacks while tearing land referred to using its tail. Naturally, this was the most simple explanation. However, looking at the ancient picture had caused Luo Feng to be filled with a confidence in training tearing sky and land. That's it, the golden horned beast's battle technique will be tearing sky and land. Luo Feng made the decision. His eyes gleaming, looking at the distant endless aura, anticipating, who knows if I'll get to see another picture. At this time, even though Luo Feng was training within his quarters, the Masha body had become a rock by the entrance of the cave, carefully examining the aura movement outside. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year. After staying there for 2 months, the Masha body had discovered a total of 3 pictures including the first. From long periods of staying there, he would occasionally see these 3 repeat, not ever seeing another new one. Among these 3 pictures, the first one was where only that huge palm descending from above, the beast waved its tail and flew while dispersing the palm. The second one was where the beast lowered its head, its gold horn aimed ahead, piercing forward as it flew, a simple charge scene. The third one was about the beast that violently waved its claws, slashing forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 516, 2 years. Chapter 516, 2 years. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Ha ha. I've succeeded, I've succeeded. Virtual Universe, Absolute Beginning Villa 1136. Luo Feng was in his own training grounds, as he was studying, using the floating blood and time-space scribbles to work on the 9-universe tablet drizzle picture. He was finally able to comprehend the 12th wonder. The first to 9th belonged to the most superficial, he had comprehended them back in Primal Chaos City. As for the 10th and 11th, he had made some progress after studying the time-space scribbles, along with some accumulated knowledge from what he saw in Primal Chaos City. It finally came to fruition. And then, he had been stumped for quite a while by the 12th wonder. After 2 years of training in this ancient huge pit, he finally comprehended it. It really is difficult. My consciousness's calculation speed is comparable to a basic quantum computer, and my comprehension ability is high too. Yet, it actually took me this long to comprehend the 12th wonder. Luo Feng sighed. There are the September 1st, the middle 27 and the final 72. From the middle 27, I've only comprehended 3 so far. When will I finish everything? He muttered. Within, however, he was gleeful. To dissect and study the essence of the universe space laws, would it be that easy? Only those with exceptional comprehension, temperament and talent could do it. Even the genius Lian Luo only comprehended it after 300 years in Primal Chaos City. Of course, the main usage of time was on the final and hardest 72. 2 years, I've been in this ancient pit training for 2 years, and my earth body has been evolving from the absorption of the killing aura every day. Compared to before, my improvement should be quite huge. 3 months ago I still failed at the absorption of the second crystal. Now that it's been 3 months, I may succeed. Feeling especially good, Luo Feng decided. Today, he would try and absorb the Blood River crystal again. Shwa! His consciousness vanished and returned to reality. Blood River continent, within a huge pit of the ancient god ruins. Within the huge pit quarters, the Masha clansman was sitting cross-legged. His earth body was in the internal world. As he couldn't control his body during the absorption, it was best to do it in the internal world. Internal world. Luo Feng only had on his underpants, as he was lying at the bottom of a tall metal mountain, holding the Blood River crystal in his right hand. Xie. He used his right finger to slash his left palm, creating a wound. Fresh blood flowed out. Begin. Luo Feng once again placed the crystal on the wound. This was already the 5th time he was trying to absorb the second crystal. He had failed the previous 4 times. Following that mad killing intent that rushed in and attacked his soul, the familiar feeling once again settled in, his body's every bone and cell all began to swiftly change. I have to bear with it. I definitely have to bear with it, don't collapse. Luo Feng anticipated within. Even though the terrifying pain reached to the depths of his soul, he could bear with all these. The blood-red threads from the crystal continued to flow into Luo Feng's body. Gradually, the crystal grew more and more transparent. Luo Feng's weird body changes gradually grew more intense too. Xie. The entire crystal, including the already transparent crystal body, became a peculiar energy and rushed straight into Luo Feng's body. Suddenly, the originally simple blood-red engraving on his chest had more marks added onto it. The entire engraving now wasn't as simple as before. Who? His entire body returned back to normal as the blood-red engraving vanished and that mysterious energy permeated into his body's every cell. So, Luo Feng swiftly got up. I've succeeded, really succeeded. Luo Feng's eyes had a sense of mad glee. In the previous 4 attempts, every single time, it was incredibly painful. But the pain wasn't the problem, the main problem was that he had failed every time. He didn't expect that he would be able to succeed today. The feeling of absorbing 2 crystals. With a thought, Luo Feng triggered the mysterious energy deep within his body. Immediately the blood-red engraving appeared on his chest. Luo Feng revealed a look of glee. Feels different, obviously different. My feeling for the 9 great origin laws of the universe are much clearer now too. Who? His hand became a blade and he began to unleash the illusionary 7 blades. When he did this, he was even more pleasantly surprised. Melding with the universe energies, it's caused the power to rise up quite a bit. Luo Feng was surprised within. Absorbing the first crystal raised my power by 20-30%. Right now it has been raised by another 20-30%. Which means, because of the 2 crystals, at the same level of comprehension, my power has been raised by 50%. In a life or death battle, with 50% more power, he would be able to completely determine his own fate. Also, as one grew closer to his limit, the harder it was to increase. The golden horned beast's natural ability to strengthen could only at most double the power, and it was already godly. The training for deities of the world was extremely harsh only because the effects were godly. Let me try and see if I can absorb the 3rd crystal. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Even though his hopes weren't up, he wanted to try. As he tried to absorb the 3rd crystal, that killing intent from the crystal combined with the 2 years' worth of killing intent stored in his body, formed a terrifying killing aura that attacked him. However, just from his willpower alone, Luo Feng could still take it. He was accustomed to it, as he had been living in a dense killing aura area for 2 years. Always bearing with the effects of the killing intent, Luo Feng's mental state was more sturdy and trained now. The willpower attacks were easily blocked by Luo Feng. The 3rd crystal then began to extend its red threads into the wound, and started flowing into Luo Feng. Pang! 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 12 different spots around Luo Feng's body exploded simultaneously, almost like a bamboo that had long reached its limit. Any extra pressure caused it to instantly tear open. One theory was that after absorbing the 2nd crystal, Luo Feng had already reached a limit, and now that he was trying the 3rd, his body couldn't take it anymore. One had to know that the further it went, the harsher the requirements on the body would be. In fact, the harshness was 10 times more each time. Damn! Looking at the recovered crystal in his palm, Luo Feng could only helplessly swiftly recover his body. It's okay. I'm already very satisfied with absorbing the second crystal. After I work hard in this place, I can absorb the crystals and train my willpower. I definitely have to stay on. Luo Feng smiled. Normal dangerous level missions only gave 10k to 20k points. Completing a few dangerous level missions would only gather so much. As long as he became a blood warrior and acquired the blood river medal, he would receive 100k points. What's more, absorbing 3 crystals was good for his body too. Absolute beginning region. Wuka's villa. Normally, Luo Feng, Wuka and Rongjun would all meet here at Wuka's quarters. Wah, Luo Feng, you training madman. The moment I called you today you came. That's shocking. Wuka lay satisfied on his sofa, leg on the table before him. If the things a madman does don't surprise you, then he wouldn't be a madman anymore. Luo Feng laughed and lied down on the sofa too. Wuka, bring out your best wine. I rarely come, and since I am here, you have to show the demeanor of an owner. The wine in the virtual universe still cost money. Wuka stood up helplessly. As the virtual universe was a business just like reality, hence the food and beverage dependent Ping Hai company could earn so much. Beside, Rongjun laughed too. Money? Wuka, our great Manka prince, what is this little money to our dear majesty? Does it even mean anything? Damn, you two punks. Back then, one of you were a madman and another a savage. Only I was an innocent youth. Who would have thought it'd take me so long to see through you two, that you are both vicious and cunning? Wuka said. He took out a bright jade bottle that was placed beside him, and within it was a transparent glowing liquid that made one completely tremble at the flavor. He. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Wah, Wuka is definitely a brother. Rongjun laughed too. This is God drunk. Even though it's within the virtual universe, when you drink it it's completely similar to drinking in reality. However, the God drunk in reality, just one bottle costs 8,000 mixed elements. And here, I only spent 8 mixed elements. Wuka was obviously proud as he said this. Luo Feng shouted, to buy 1 life fruit 2 mixed elements is enough. This wine sure is so luxurious, stop showing off. Hurry and bring it. I'm already drooling. Rongjun stood up to try and snatch it. Don't rush, I'm coming. Wuka sat down and poured for the wine for 3 of them. Even though it was called God drunk, it didn't knock one out completely, but produced an incredibly feeling within one's consciousness, one that worked completely on the spirit. Good wine. Luo Feng closed his eyes. Nice. Rongjun opened his eyes after tasting and snatched the bottle. I'll pour. When you get one in real life, be a little luxurious. Wuka muttered. Your Majesty is vicious. Luo Feng laughed. We have no money. Rongjun said. Wuka looked at Rongjun, it's been 2 years. You've done so many missions. Just from these missions alone, you should have tens of thousands of points. Tens of thousands, exchanging for a real God drunk in reality shouldn't be a problem. If you are willing, even the Undyings would be willing to exchange with you. Right, Luo Feng? Wuka looked at him. Are you still stuck in that mission? I don't mean to nag, but wasting time is wasting strength. Who isn't grasping their time now and training hard? If you cannot complete it, just give up and take another mission. How can he give up? Every 100 years, you can only take 10 such missions. Hence, you cannot give up any one of them. Rongjun emphasized. Every 100 years, you can only take 10 such missions? Luo Feng looked at Rongjun, where'd you get that from? I just received my 5th mission and got the notice, telling me that every 100 years, we can only take 10 missions. It is to prevent the core members from trying too hard to get points and wasting time on the missions. After all, training and missions, along with studying and comprehension are all very important. Rongjun explained. Luo Feng nodded. No matter. Madman, being stuck in one mission isn't good. Wuka said. Wuka is right. Rong Jun nodded. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. You two punks. What, you think I'm wasting my time there? And my strength isn't improving enough. Today I'll go attempt the Heavenly Bridge and let you see. Heavenly Bridge? Rong Jun and Wuka were both shocked as they looked at him. 6th level? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 517, Passing the Heavenly Bridge 6th level. Chapter 517, Passing the Heavenly Bridge 6th level. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Virtual Universe, Heavenly Bridge. In the center of the beautiful island, the watchman Bevan was going through his list. Suddenly he spotted 3 silhouettes appearing simultaneously on the island. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and Wuka. The 3 of you have all come together? The 9-universe bridge is empty, however, Rong Jun and Wuka, you are both from the huge Axe sect. Only one can attempt at a time, you can pick who goes first. Watchman Bevan smiled as he looked at these 3. Rong Jun and Wuka both shook their heads. Not us, we aren't attempting the bridge. It's Luo Feng, this madman, Wuka said. Right, it's Luo Feng. He's attempting the 6th level. Rong Jun smiled. Lord Bevan, there shouldn't be any problem with us watching the live broadcast, right? What do you say, Luo Feng? Watchman Bevan looked at Luo Feng. Sure. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Rong Jun and Wuka were the 2 in the same batch of geniuses that he was closest to. Hence, allowing them to watch the broadcast was nothing. Rong Jun and Wuka, you 2 watch. Luo Feng smiled and became a blur, flying towards the 9-universe bridge. 9-universe bridge level 6. Amidst the howling winds, Luo Feng stood on the bridge, squinting his eyes to see through the tornado ahead as best he could. Choose your opponent, fighter, controller, or hypnotist. Pick anyone, defeat him, and you can proceed to the 7th level. The tornado's voice resounded. Controller. Luo Feng said without hesitation. A silhouette immediately flew out of the tornado. It was the same silver-armored man, stepping on a dark cloud shuttle and carrying a dark golden long rod on his back. He was staring coldly at Luo Feng through his mask. Only Universe Level 9 and you wish to attempt the Heavenly Bridge Level 6? You were defeated in one move previously, yet you seem quite confident considering the short amount of time passed. Of course. Luo Feng nodded. Shwa. The dark golden long rod behind him immediately became like a sun. Large amounts of gold light shot out, covering the skies and land. Close to 3,000 little golden blades immediately formed 36 golden blades that were 1 chi long in mid-air. These 36 blades floated before Luo Feng, immediately transforming and combining into one. Countless gold threads interweaved to form a perfect combination. An ancient-looking dark golden long blade floated before Luo Feng. Nanshan Armaments 5 level, Space Slicer. In truth, the reason behind his inability to unleash this 5th level earlier, even though he had comprehended the 10th and 11th wonder, was mainly due to his gold origin law comprehension lagging behind. And within these 2 years, the golden horned beast had been studying the battle technique tier skies and land. Also, with the combination of the 3 ancient pictures, its improvement speed was shocking. Hence, there was already no difficulty in unleashing the 5th level. Very good, you can unleash the 5th level too? However, similar 5th levels will have different amounts of power. The silver-armored man laughed loudly. Immediately, the dark golden long rod behind him too shot out large amounts of gold light, swiftly forming into one dark golden long blade beside him. The 2 of them faced off, staring at each other. Absolute Domain. Space Slicer. Luo Feng's gaze was cold, simultaneously unleashing his strongest combo. Go! The silver-armored man pointed at Luo Feng. Xiao! Xiao! Two dark golden beams of light tore through the space and pierced at each other. The silver-armored man's dark golden light was shockingly fast. Even now, in terms of speed, Luo Feng's dark golden long blade was a little slower. Not just speed, its flight was extremely unpredictable as well. Even though Nanshan Armament's 5th level Space Slicer's speed and power were extremely high, the silver-armored man's Space Slicer was the most perfect and orthodox way of unleashing it with extremely high power. The silver-armored man's version was the orthodox method. However, Luo Feng's way was obviously special in a different way. His dark golden long blade was infused with 12 of the wonders, triggering the pressure of the universe space around. Simultaneously, his study of the ancient pictures these 2 years, the gold origin law comprehension from studying tearing sky and land, all these were melded into his blade, causing it to be filled with immense power. One was speed and power. One was space pressure and power. Xie! 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 When the two blades were shot out and clashed, the silver-armored man's blade obviously fell in speed, almost as though it was affected by a formless pressure. Luo Feng's blade, seemed to be assisted by the universe space itself and pierced forward. Pang! The dark golden long blade became a beam of light and as they clashed, pierced right through the enemy's head. The 6th level. Success! Rigid, not flexible. Luo Feng smiled. These 2 years. I'd been studying the time-space scribbles to comprehend the 9 universe tablets drizzle picture. My comprehension can be considered at 80 points now. Your technique should be considered completely reaching 100 points on the drizzle picture, hence the difference in power. It's a pity though, you still lost to me. Since Primal Chaos City, I've understood the raindrop picture and the drizzle picture to an incomparable perfection. Only because I was studying the essence and with that knowledge as the roots, connected with the universe space, that's the true path. From using space, affecting space, this is the improvement from the essence. Luo Feng smiled, flying straight ahead to the 7th level. At the bridge, center of the island. Rong Jun and Wuka were both shocked by the scene that they just saw. He succeeded? Rong Jun's eyes were filled with shock. How can that be? Wuka couldn't believe it either. It's only been 2 years. And it's 2 years outside, the training speed outside cannot compare to that in Primal Chaos City. In theory. Attempting the higher levels of the Heavenly Bridge required more time as it got higher. And the comprehension speed outside shouldn't compare to that in Primal Chaos City. They estimated that after 10 years outside, Luo Feng would only then be able to pass the 6th level. This made more sense in their minds. Pity, only the illogical are truly geniuses. That's the true madman. Time-space scribbles, tear sky and land and the 3 ancient pictures. Along with Luo Feng's later comprehension of the 9 universe tablet, they all resulted in his breakthrough in 2 short years. Attempting the 7th level. Space. Luo Feng flew to the 7th level. It was very mysterious, as before him no longer stood a tornado, but an endless space. The 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge was actually the scene of space. Luo Feng finally reached the end of the 7th level. There floated a little meteorite that had a diameter of a few km, a voice resounded from it. Pick your opponent, fighter, controller, hypnotist, pick one and you can attempt the 7th level. Controller. Luo Feng shouted, filled with anticipation within. The 7th level opponent, just what attack would he unleash? Would it still be the same dark golden long blade? Or even higher? The meteorite before him suddenly broke off a small piece of rock. That piece rolled on the bridge and transformed into a blue armored mask wearing controller on a dark cloud shuttle and dark golden long rod on his back. Universe level 9 youth, to be able to reach this stage, congratulations. I hope you can pass this level. The blue armored man was obviously much older. Luo Feng didn't hesitate, immediately forming the dark golden long blade that floated beside him. Not bad. The blue armored man walked down from the dark cloud shuttle onto the bridge. Simultaneously, the dark golden long rod on his back immediately shot out seemingly endless amount of gold light. The entire sky changed color, the surround bridge, space, everything vanished. All that could be seen was the countless blade energy circling around him. Luo Feng's expression changed. This is Blade World? Nanshan Armaments 6th level, Blade World. According to the Nanshan Armaments power each level, jumping from level 5 to 6 was extremely difficult. It could be said that from the 5th to 6th level, and the 8th to 9th level, these were the hardest levels to break through altogether. Actually, just from the number of little golden blades used it be seen. The 5th level Space Slicer used 2,916 little golden blades. The 6th level Blade World used 5,832 little golden blades. This was twice as much as the 5th. One had to know, there were only a total of 10,081 little golden blades in the dark golden long rod. The later increases weren't as huge as this one. Similarly, the Blade World's might was incredibly powerful. World, why world? Only sector lords could control a world, form a world and use that strength. However, the Blade World move uses the strength of the origin laws, allowing one to use the strength of a world. However, the world strength of the Blade World was slightly weaker than the true strength of a world. Still, it was terrifying. The 6th level, after completely comprehending it, any domain lord that could use the 6th level could almost be invincible in his level in the universe. You better go train more. The blue armored man smiled. Schwa. The entire world pressured down, far exceeding the amount of space pressure Luo Feng could affect, in an instant crushing down and piercing Luo Feng's head. Luo Feng, failure. Total defeat, it was too strong. The moment that move was unleashed, it completely controlled that side of the world. Luo Feng's side. When will I be able to unleash the 6th level? Luo Feng was very clear. That from the 5th to 6th level, that was the Nanshan Armament's most extreme evolution of all 9 levels. It didn't seem at all easier than the breaking through to the last level. Rong Jun wasn't the sort to spread news. However, Wuka was the type who couldn't hold it in. The news quickly spread. Primal region. Bolin was in a white robe, flying in the air of the primal region. Suddenly a sturdy silhouette shot over. Bolin. Bolin turned to look, it was Long Yun. Bolin looked silently at Long Yun waiting for him to speak. Do you know? Luo Feng had just passed the Heavenly Bridge's 6th level today. Long Yun said. The initially calm and collected Bolin suddenly had a change in his expression. His eyes focused and he said softly, I got it. After which he flew towards his living quarters. After a while, in the center of the Heavenly Bridge Island, a white-robed Bolin suddenly appeared. Bolin? Watchman Bevan smiled and looked at him. You really came. I'm attempting the 7th level. Bolin's eyes gleamed with cold light. The breakthroughs are every 3 levels. From level 1 to 3, 4 to 6, 7 to 9. This level 7 is much harder than level 6. Watchman Bevan looked at Bolin. It's only been 2 years since you passed level 6 and you wish to attempt the 7th level? I want to try. Bolin emphasized. Alright, go on, there's no one in the universe Heavenly Bridge. Watchman Bevan smiled. Schwa. The white-robed Bolin flew straight at the universe Heavenly Bridge. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 518, Luo Feng and Bolin. Chapter 518, Luo Feng and Bolin. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Universe Heavenly Bridge 7th level. The blue armored man carried a blood-colored blade. Wearing a mask, he coldly gazed at the white-clothed youth. Young man, the Universe Primal Chaos tablet is the most profound and hardest to study of the 52 tablets. Studying both space and time and going through these tests, your achievements in space can even reach the 9th level. However, in time itself, you only have the skills of level 3 or 4. Let me advise you, go back and study more, raise your comprehension of time more before coming back. The white-clothed youth was expressionless, his gaze cold. Hua! He brandished the blood blade from behind. The blue armored man shook his head. Wah! The region about became a blur, as space and time were simultaneously affected. The white-clothed youth continued to instantly produce over 10,000 images. However, his head was still pierced. 7th level, failure. In the center of the island, the only one watching this scene was Watchman Bevan. He shook his head and sighed, too proud, this Bolin is too proud. I estimate that he had been leading far ahead since he was young, stronger than everyone. Hence, he has an absolute heart of pride. With his comprehension of the space laws, back then during the genius battles, his space comprehension alone far exceeded many sector lords. Even comparable to a few Undyings. Such high comprehension of space laws. With such talent, theoretically speaking, the best way is to focus on space itself and put all his attention and time and resources into the space origin laws. This way, he can get stronger than before, amplifying his strengths. That way, he would still have a chance of becoming a space knight, but a pity. He's too proud. Hence before the genius battles, he began to study the wind laws and use it as a stepping stone to studying time. The most important choice in Primal Chaos City is the choosing which of the 52 tablets to train in. Theoretically speaking, our virtual universe company has always respected the choices of the geniuses. However, back then, we made an exception and discussed with him, advising him to spend his time and energy on space. Choosing a tablet that focused only on space. Like Luo Feng's choice, the 9 Universe tablet was very suitable for Bolin, however. He's too proud. Absolute confidence, he didn't even listen. Still choosing the hardest Universe tablet. Watchman Bevan simply sighed. How many people have regretted their choice? Such terrifying level of talent? After Primal Chaos City's training, Luo Feng's Earth body could at most unleash 100 images. However, Bolin, from the genius battle period, he could already unleash 1,000 images. If he studied the 9 Universe tablet, he would have completely comprehended the raindrop and drizzle picture in a short amount of time, going on to study the downpour picture. In terms of space talent, he was far more terrifying than Lian Luo. Pity. The more talented one was, the more proud he would be too. He's rushing, his pride is making him rush. He's finally been caught up by someone of the same generation. Watchman Bevan watched the distant universe heavenly bridge from the distant space. Speaking softly, he's probably never ever tasted such a feeling before in his life. At the last period in Primal Chaos City when Luo Feng passed the 5th level, he rushed to attempt the 6th, luckily he succeeded. He managed to keep his pride. However now, in 2 short years, Luo Feng passed the 6th. And he rushed once again, without even any guarantee to attempt the 7th. Pity. He wasn't as lucky this time. He failed. The 7th level compared to the 6th is simply too much harder. He was defeated in one move. Failure. He's finally been caught up. This may be a good thing for him. Watchman Bevan said softly. It's up to him whether he falls into depression or reflects on himself because of Luo Feng. Yuxiang Mountain was as peaceful as ever. Wuka, Rongjun and Luo Feng didn't even know of Bolin's attempted failure of the 7th level. While Bolin had received the huge setback and was bearing with it, Luo Feng's mood was extremely good. Absorbing the 2nd crystal was successful. I've comprehended the 12th wonder and now I've passed the 6th level. Luck is on my side. Luo Feng had just had a huge party and eaten a huge feast with his parents, wife and children in the Black Dragon Mountain 9-star bay. After which, he laughed as he arrived at the Fantasy Ocean. Fantasy Ocean, Luo Feng stood by the ocean. Heart like a mirror, even if dust landed on the mirror, he would still see clearly. His boundaries and his perspective were all clear before him. As all was clear and untarnished. When it was time to laugh he would laugh, time to rage he would rage, time to kill, there wouldn't be any hesitation. Heart like a blade, this made Luo Feng's actions all deliberate and to the point, there weren't any hesitation or procrastination. I've been in the huge pit for 2 years, absorbing the invasion of the stronger and stronger killing aura. My willpower, in training under such conditions, is getting more and more sturdy. My consciousness control is also getting stronger. I shall try the 10th island of the Fantasy Ocean, let's see what happens. Luo Feng smiled, rushing into the sky and swiftly plunging deep into the ocean. Fantasy Ocean, it was currently where Luo Feng had acquired the most points. Before, he had consecutively passed 9 levels, making him acquire a huge amount of points, 100 points. Of which just the 9th level alone was 25,600 points, the 10th was 51,200. As for the points from the Heavenly Bridge were pitiful, passing the 6th level was only 3,200 points. After all, he already didn't have the 10 times reward from Primal Chaos City. The moment one missed that, it was gone. This was also why Luo Feng was approached by others during the classes to exchange for points. Fantasy Ocean, Heavenly Bridge, these were all hard to pass. Only thing was Luo Feng's consciousness was powerful, Golden Horned Beast's consciousness, his willpower was even more terrifying, personal training from his 2 brothers and natural talent, hence he could have such achievements in the Fantasy Ocean. Fantasy Ocean Island 10. So, Luo Feng descended and landed on a peak of a 100m mountain on the island. It's come? Luo Feng focused and looked up at the sky. Finally that vast illusion followed with the terrifying pressure descended. This endless pressure was almost like a land and sky covering mountains smashing down. However, Luo Feng's willpower caused his consciousness to focus and condense, constantly condensing into an iron rock. His consciousness and willpower was one state of mind. Rumble. The pressure of the mountain crashed down, clashing against that incredibly sturdy mental state. It held strong for a brief moment before finally crumbling and completely dispersing. The pressure of the 10th island is simply too strong. I've had quite an improvement over these 2 years. However, this little improvement, against the pressure of the 10th island, it still crumbles into nothing. I have to work harder. This 10th island has over 50k points, it wouldn't be so easy to acquire it. Luo Feng didn't seem affected by the failure at all. Because he wasn't like Bolin had always been number 1. Luo Feng, however, had never been number 1 before. On Earth, he wasn't number 1 amongst the students. After becoming a warrior, the most outstanding at that time was Hong and Thunder God. Even after entering the elite training, he still wasn't number 1. And whether it was the elimination, universe country matches and the final pinnacle fights, Luo Feng was never number 1. As he was never number 1, failure to him was a chance to reflect on why he failed. It was a chance to learn and improve. One of them had always been number 1, the Universe Genius Competition's most outstanding genius. While the other one had never been number 1. Even Babata, who knew him well, thought it would be hard for him to make it into the top 1,000 of the universe. Now, he was neck and neck. Blood River Continent, the most mysterious and vast region, the ancient god ruins. Huge pit quarters. It's been over 2 years since I begun training in this huge pit. My mind had been on training mode since then. When I first came, I was prepared to go deep into the huge pit to explore. However, I haven't done so these 2 years. Luo Feng stood at the side of the pathway, gazing into the endless aura before him and surveying the endless depths below. This was a terrifyingly huge pit. If just the outer layer had a diameter of close to 10,000 kilometers, what about the depths? He didn't even know. I'll take a good look at what's there. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, and the normal black rock at the side of the cave immediately vanished into his internal world. This rock was actually the Masha clan transformed. The Masha clansman could transform into anything. Its natural talent allowed his energy to morph into anything. Let's go down. Luo Feng jumped and followed the terrifying gravity down, descending further and further. These endless depths had a diameter that reached 10,000 kilometers. What about the depths then? It's already 5,000 kilometers. The mad winds howled in his ears as he continued to descend. He was shocked within. I've already descended 5,000 kilometers, I still haven't seen the bottom of the pit? The thickness of the aura is still the same. Who? The shocking speed of which Luo Feng descended at caused great resistance. The gravity in his resistance finally equaled, and he descended at a stable speed. Ah, it's changed? The thickness of the aura has changed? Luo Feng was shocked as he descended. This is about 9,000 kilometers in depth. Kill. The endless killing intent rushed into his consciousness. That powerful rush was twice what it was before. Not just the killing willpower, even the strength of the thickness was about twice. Who? Luo Feng continued to descend. This huge pit, just how deep is it? Luo Feng continued to descend right into the depths. The thickness of the aura is slowly increasing. The more he descended, the more he felt the thickness increase. Right now the thickness of the aura has already reached about 3 times of my huge pit quarters. He had already descended close to 15,000 kilometers. Not right. Luo Feng's expression changed. Shwa. His entire being in the endless depths suddenly stopped from his terrifying speed before. His expression was heavy. Frowning heavily, it's weaker, the thickness of the aura is weaker? Since starting his descent, from about 9,000 kilometers down it was 2 times stronger than before, and it increased more and more until it was 3 times, that was the peak. When he descended further, the aura started getting weaker. The region with the strongest aura is actually the center of the pit, and not the bottom? Luo Feng was curious, following which he flew upwards to look for the region with the thickest aura. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 519, The Existence at the Bottom of the Pit. Chapter 519, The Existence at the Bottom of the Pit. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Right here. Luo Feng floated in mid-air, feeling the thickness of aura about. Any higher and the aura would decrease. Any lower and the thickness would diminish too. In front of Luo Feng, the red killing aura floated about. The depth that he was in was where the aura was thickest. However, the entire area was simply too vast. He was simply at the side of the mountain wall. I'm at the edge of the thickest area. What would the center of it be like? Luo Feng carefully headed towards the center of the endless amount of killing aura. He traveled at 100 kilometers per second and got closer towards the center. The thickness is rising, it's actually getting thicker here. 3.5 times, 4 times, 4.5 times, 5 times, 6 times. As he got closer to the center, the thickness grew even more shockingly. The killing willpower that invaded his consciousness was terrifying, almost like countless slaughter demons cheering within. The demons' voices were either forceful and strong or formless in their invasion, continuously messing with Luo Feng's willpower. It's too strong. Luo Feng stopped at the 7 times region. His face was slightly pale, squinting, his gaze like a blade, sweat beading from his forehead. This killing aura is simply too terrifying. The endless killing aura filled one's entire consciousness. Compared to Luo Feng's willpower, however, this willpower was much weaker, however it was solid and trained. Even though these killing auras are scattered and not organized, with countless amounts gathered together, it's still very strong. I can take it, however I have to be extremely cautious with it. Luo Feng's expression was serious. During his stay at the huge pit quarters, he would receive killing aura invasions unexpectedly. However, the level of attack back then wasn't much, as he could completely focus on studying his origin laws. However now, at 7 times the thickness, he had to focus strongly on defending against the invasion of the killing aura. I'll go to my maximum and see where I can reach. Luo Feng gradually continued to fly. He slowed down his speed, however the thickness rose even quicker. The closer he got to the center, the more shockingly it rose. 8 times. Luo Feng suddenly stopped in mid-air. Hoo. The aura before him was already as red as fresh blood. With what he could see with his naked eyes, the aura was like a whirlpool, swirling ahead. Whirlpool core. Luo Feng could see with a gaze 10 kilometers ahead. The aura within the whirlpool core was extremely thick and terrifying like a red sun. Simultaneously the whirlpool emitted an ancient energy, with a formless enticement that permeated his soul. Come on. Come here. That formless seduction entered Luo Feng's consciousness. Get out. Luo Feng's consciousness let out a roar that shook his entire mind. Immediately that enticement that invaded his mind was smashed, crumbling into dust. You actually dare to invade my mind, Luo Feng's gaze was piercing, staring at the whirlpool core. I cannot go closer. If I go any closer, I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist. Luo Feng's expression was serious. Even though he had detected the enticement in an instant, he had to admit that the allure of the whirlpool core was even more terrifying than the illusion of the fantasy ocean level 9. And that mad killing aura was close to his limit of bearing too. 7 times the thickness, he already felt a huge pressure. 8 times the aura, that was indeed close to his limit. In terms of willpower, Luo Feng's was a pure and genuine willpower, and the enemy was endless killing intent willpower. Now that it was close to his limit, Luo Feng could indeed push it, just a little deeper. However, he didn't dare take the risk. The moment he failed, after successfully being invaded by the killing aura, he would become a bloodthirsty madman. A true madman without logic or reason. That was akin to death. About 10 kilometers away from the whirlpool core, Luo Feng chose to retreat. From the looks of it, my willpower now still isn't strong enough. Luo Feng looked at the blood-like whirlpool before him. If first and second brother were here, they should be able to go closer. Right. Whirlpool? The whirlpool core is the deepest. The further I go the thinner it gets. The outermost spiral arm of the whirlpool has a depth of 9,000 kilometers. Luo Feng simulated the huge whirlpool in his mind. An aura of the whirlpool with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, from which the 9,000 kilometers depth was the outermost region of the whirlpool. Hence that area was 2 times the huge pit quarters. Any further in the thickness would fall another time. This deep part has the thickest aura. So it's actually a whirlpool core. Who knows what's within that red sun-like core? Luo Feng recalled the killing aura and formless enticement that invaded his mind. Feeling it tremble within, I cannot go deeper. At least not yet. So, Luo Feng flew to the mountain wall close by, sticking to it and falling 100 m downwards straight to the bottom. I want to see just how deep this huge pit is and see what's at the bottom. Luo Feng continued to descend. 15,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers. The depth of the huge pit obviously exceeded its width, and there was hardly any difference of thickness and aura at the bottom from the huge pit quarters. In the depths of the pit, there were protruding platforms at the sides of the mountains. On one of them, a bronze-armored tall silhouette sat cross-legged. Suddenly he opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Simultaneously a thread of genetic energy permeated to the bottom. "Lord, someone's here, pinnacle cloud level, how do we deal with him?" Bottom of the huge pit. The killing aura floated about. There, one can see wild grass and plants growing about, and a blood-red palace was erected at the bottom. "Leave it to me," a voice rumbled, swiftly reaching the bronze-armored warrior's ears. Second level of the palace. There were many cells there. Within each of them were all kinds of strange mad howls, and occasionally, clashing of metals could be heard. These cells, every one of them were about 10 m high, 10 m long and wide. It was almost like a sealed-up square coffin. At this time, one of them began to move on its own. Within this cell stood a 3 m tall, bent-bodied strong warrior, and on his back he carried 2 huge machetes. However, his hair was messy and his eyes were blood-red without any reason or intelligence in them. "Ayo, kill!" He let out a low howl, like a wild beast. Go kill the person who disturbs the Aster's training." A voice resounded. So, the wild beast warrior became a beam of light and swiftly rushed out. Luo Feng gently landed, as his boots hit the bottom. Moss vegetation? Luo Feng looked at the ground. Surveying his surroundings, he found the bottom was dead silent. Occasionally he would see the random stones about, obviously these had fallen from the mountains above. Is there no life at this bottom? Luo Feng began to scout about with curiosity. Of course he was still cautious. Every step he took he passed 10 kilometers, to scout about in this vast bottom area. Some places were uneven like canyons, while others were like mountains. In terms of surface, the surface of this bottom was closer to Earth's surface. Many 1000 m tall little mountains and canyons that went up to 10,000 m could be seen everywhere. Looks like there's nothing special here. Just dead and empty. Luo Feng turned to leave. Suddenly, within his ears, he felt an energy swiftly approaching. Instantly that energy became very clear. He turned fiercely, staring into the distance. What a mad aura, he's not trying to hide it at all. I've felt him at least 1,000 kilometers away. From his energy, he shouldn't be too strong. Cloud level 9? Or domain level 1 or 2? Luo Feng placed his hand on his scabbard on his back, simultaneously feeling the energy swiftly approaching. Howl, a silhouette swiftly appeared. A bent messy-haired wild beast-like warrior appeared. His blood-red eyes filled with madness and killing intent, as he brandished 2 machetes in his hands. He's fallen. Luo Feng swiftly deduced. Under this killing aura environment he was invaded by the aura and finally lost to it, letting it take over his consciousness. He has gone completely mad, and his entire being only knows of killing. Kill, kill. The demon wild person roared out with madness, simultaneously rushing at Luo Feng. Since you've fallen, poor person, I'll do you a favor and send you off. Luo Feng swiftly brandished his blood shadow blade. Shang! As the blade left the scabbard, Luo Feng's entire being became a mirage. As that wild person's machete slashed at his image, large amounts of lightning split apart and a 1000 m deep canyon was sliced open. That image simply vanished into nothing. Kill! That mad person immediately turned and waved his machete. Dang! It clashed with Luo Feng's blood shadow blade, causing Luo Feng to become a silver light and disappearing into the red killing aura. What a keen and nimble fellow, and his blade work had the feeling of the ground origin laws. The moment I get close, he can easily defend. This mad demon, before he fell, he should have been quite powerful. After slightly retreating, Luo Feng became an image and vanished. That wild demon, however, roared and madly rushed over again. Kill! Kill! Just the air pressure from the 2 huge machetes alone caused countless amounts of rubble to fall from the surrounding mountains. His blood-red eyes swept the surroundings. Simultaneously he unleashed a formless spirit energy to look for Luo Feng. An incredibly beautiful flash of a blade. So beautiful it made one's heart tremble.